Urgent. My sister's YouTube channel at Renawatif has been hacked. Please be aware of any strange or unusual content posted on her channel as it is no longer under her control. We urge you to subscribe to her new channel, Rena Fiction, to avoid any confusion or misinformation. Thank you for your understanding and support during this difficult time. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon costs $1.04. The first video with a full lemon is already on my boosty channel. Dare! Konohagakure no Sato is a village hidden in foliage. A rather strange name for an ordinary village. But it was precisely similar names that the 5 great villages bore. The village hidden in the foliage or Konoha was one of the great villages. Every shinobi knew about the existence of Konoha. Many also knew about who founded the village. Why not know the 2 strongest shinobi of that generation, who were given the nickname Shinobi Gods, Madara Uchiha and Harem Senju. Konoha is the very first hidden village, but now we will not dwell on it. A boy of about 5 was walking along the central street of Konoha. This street was the most unloved place in all of Konoha for the boy, although there were a lot of unloved places, but it was hateful to the boy. Parents were taking their children to have fun. There were many shops on the sides that sold this or that product. Most people came here with their children, they went to the shops, bought what their child wanted, whether it was a boy or a girl, it didn't matter. Parents were ready to buy anything to please their child. Occasionally you could see shinobi in green vests, with a red and white fan on the back, the symbol of the Uchiha clan. Even less often you could see shinobi from the Senju clan. The atmosphere as a whole was relaxed, she was endearing, so why was she so hated by the boy? Because there are so many children here who have parents? It's stupid to hate someone for having parents. But the boy hates this atmosphere because people looked at him with contempt and hatred. Why did he deserve such an appeal to himself? The boy did not know the answer to this question. When the adults saw the boy, they immediately looked at him with indescribable hatred and malice. The children walking next to their parents did not know what was going on and therefore looked at him rather with surprise and curiosity in their eyes, but never tried to talk to him or get to know him better. Perhaps this is because of the parents' ban, or perhaps because of internal fears, because a 5-year-old boy forced adults and even some shinobi in vests to look at him not only with hatred and rage, but even occasionally tremble, as if a demon was in front of them. Therefore, fear appeared in them, which they hid behind hateful looks. The boy was no different from other people. He was not tall, although he was only about 5 years old. Wheat-colored hair, and his eyes, it felt like you were drowning in them. The boy had very beautiful eyes the color of a clear sky. The boy was wearing a black t-shirt with a whirlpool sign on the back. Black sandals and gray pants. He looked no worse than the others. Then why is he so disliked? The boy was heading to the Hokage residence. The old man, the third, as Naruto dubbed him, never looked at the boy with contempt. Sarutobi was the ruler of the village, Sandaime Hokage. Hiruzen was one of the strongest shinobi of his time. Naruto was heading to the Hokage in order to visit the local library once again. Naruto learned to read at the age of 3, he was always alone, no one wanted to be friends with him, and therefore the boy decided to learn to read in order to find peace in books. For the most part, he liked to study everything related to shinobi. The boy wanted to become a shinobi so that he could prove that he was not a demon, but an ordinary shinobi. A shinobi named Naruto Uzumaki, and so the boy got to the library. A 40-year-old woman met Naruto with a dissatisfied look. She would have chased him away, but Hiruzen himself ordered the boy to always be allowed into the library. And it's you again, Naruto Uzumaki, the librarian said with displeasure. The boy went to the bookshelf and began to choose the ones he intended to read today. Today he decided to reread his favorite book, which described Konoha's education. It also described the battle of Madara and Hashirama, and Naruto took books in which all three great shinobi wars were described. Naruto was very smart for his age. He was undoubtedly more well-read and smarter than his peers. The boy, despite his age, could calmly memorize and analyze information, as well as easily memorize it. Naruto realized that he had gone overboard with the number of books he intended to read at one time, and therefore, swaying with fatigue, he wandered home. Naruto often wondered who his parents were. How did they die? Naruto often asked the old man the third who his parents were, to which Sarutobi only shook his head, making it clear to the boy that he could not say. The only thing Naruto found out was that they died when a nine-tailed fox attacked Konoha. While Naruto was walking home from the library, he was trying to analyze the information received. The boy was so immersed in his thoughts that he did not notice how he crashed into a drunken Chunin. The boy instantly realized the whole situation. He was often beaten by shinobi for allegedly killing someone from their relatives. Naruto, realizing the situation he was in, began to think what to do. Chunin, when he saw the one who crashed into him, got very angry. Anger and revenge for their dead loved ones clouded the mind. Chunin hit the boy in the face. He hit. With his blow, he cut the boy's eyebrow. Blood began to spread over the boy's face, who fell to the ground from the blow. Blood began to cover his eyes with a veil through which nothing could be seen. Fearing the military police, three Chunins dragged the boy into a dark alley. They surrounded the boy and started kicking him. Naruto started screaming at first, because the boy hoped that he was not far from the main street and hearing the scream would help him, but he quickly rejected this stupid idea. The boy now lay in silence and endured the blows of three shinobi. He was only thinking about why everyone treated him like that. Why did they even allow the beating of a little boy? Already happy and cheerful Chunins began to laugh from the half-dead boy. When the three shinobi retreated a short distance, the boy barely got to his feet, but when he went outside and walked another 3 meters, he fell face down into the mud. Well, that's it, this is the end, the boy thought, and before he closed his eyes he saw 2 shinobi. They were Uchiha from the military police. Naruto knew the coat of arms on their back, and therefore immediately realized who had come to him. When the Uchiha were about to take the boy to the hospital, the same Chunins suddenly appeared, who returned to finish off the boy, because the demon was not worthy to live, but after seeing 2 pairs of red eyes, they decided that life was more expensive for them, and therefore began to run away. The Uchiha decided that it was time for the bastards to rot in prison, but the boy did not know how this fight ended. He lost consciousness. Naruto woke up already in the hospital. He had a bad headache. He began to remember how he ended up here. Remembering that he was beaten by 3 Chunins and wanted to finish him off, but 2 Uchi saved him. Naruto was very grateful to the 2 Uchiha who saved the guy from death. The doctor came into the room and glanced at the blonde man, spitefully said, "You've finally come to your senses. You'll be discharged tomorrow. And don't let your foot be here anymore. If it wasn't for the Uchiha who brought you here, I would have left you right on the street." Naruto, as usual after such cases, began to think about his difficult fate, about the hatred of the inhabitants. He wanted to find answers to his questions, but he couldn't. Naruto decided to fall asleep early to leave the hospital tomorrow morning when there are still no people on the street. Naruto quickly fell asleep, and when he opened his eyes, it was already morning. Naruto came out of the hospital. It was still too early on the street, and therefore it was only occasionally possible to see people, and then it was shinobi who were returning from their missions. Naruto wondered what he had done to people. He could count the people who treat him well on his fingers. On the fingers of one hand. This is the old man from Ichiraku Ramen, his daughter, the 3rd Hokage and the same doctor from the hospital. Although he says so, he always takes Naruto to the hospital. Last time he said that if it wasn't for the shinobi from the Inuzuka clan, he would have thrown him out on the street. Naruto was sure that while the boy was unconscious, the old man was looking after him and taking care of him. In fact, the doctor simply could not understand why everyone hated the boy so much. No, he knew about what happened about 5 years ago. He himself lost his son in that massacre. But this is a simple boy. Yes, there is a nine-tailed one in him, but he is an ordinary person, he is not a demon. People are stupid, the doctor thought to himself, looking at the departing boy. Naruto, lost in his thoughts, reached the outskirts of the village. He saw some ash-haired shinobi training. Shinobi began to slowly fold the seals. Apparently he was learning a new technique or creating it. Naruto decided to repeat the seals, but due to the fact that it was hard to see and that he did not yet fully understand the art of shinobi, Naruto put together a different series of seals, and therefore used an unknown technique. Suddenly Naruto felt a sharp dizziness and nausea, a feeling as if he had been turned inside out. It didn't hurt, but it was extremely unpleasant and disgusting. The boy felt himself fall to the ground. "Who are you and how did you get here? And are you all right?" An unknown human voice was heard. When Naruto opened his eyes, he was very surprised, but did not show it. The founder of Konoha stood in front of the boy. "Uchiha Madara. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and as I got here, I was traveling and stumbled upon you." The blonde replied, but immediately realized that he had screwed up, because if Madara goes to find out from the clan members about him, they will say that they do not know anyone with the name Naruto. Naruto began to look around, seeing only one face on the rock. Naruto realized that somehow he got into the past, and in front of him Madara did not understand anything. "Are you sure you don't need help?" Madara turned to the boy again. "No, thank you for your concern." The boy smiled. "Aren't you Uchiha Madara?" Naruto asked, to which he received only a nod. "Can I see your training sessions?" Naruto asked hopefully. I don't mind, you can watch as much as you like." Madara replied disinterestedly. In fact, Madara was surprised by the boy's question. Many, as soon as they find out who is in front of them, they immediately run shouting, "Teach me Madara-sama, I will glorify your clan," or "Madara-sama, you are obliged to take me as an apprentice because I am the son of a rich uncle." Well, not quite so, but Madara shifted it in its own way. And then a boy who is only 5 years old, asked instead of training, just to watch the training. A strange guy, Madara thought to himself. Naruto sat down on the grass with a big smile. He was really glad that he would be able to watch the training of the great shinobi. Naruto had no hopes of becoming Madara's disciple. Naruto just silently watched the shinobi god train elemental techniques. It was mostly Kato. And once again Madara uses the technique. He shouts the name Kato, phoenix flowers. Rather big balls of fire flew out of Madara's mouth, chaotically moving. One of these balls flew straight into Naruto. The boy, who did not expect this in any way, just sat and looked at his approaching death. The blonde realized that he was about to die. After realizing this, Naruto's eyes hurt a lot, and the environment around him seemed to slow down. Naruto managed to slip under the ball of fire. He managed to avoid death. Naruto had a Sharingan with 2 volumes burning in his eyes. The boy looked at his reflection in surprise and examined his eyes. "How is this possible? I'm not an Uchiha, am I? Who the hell were my parents?" Naruto was spinning in his head. Madara, who had forgotten about watching his training, went wild. He used more chakra to strengthen techniques. Madara put enough chakra into the phoenix flowers so that it was the size of half of Uchiha. When one of the balls flew somewhere to the side, Madara immediately remembered about the boy with wheat hair, who is sitting in the side where one of the shells flew. Madara looked around with lightning speed and saw how the boy slipped under the ball and looked at his reflection in a puddle in surprise. Madara carefully approached the boy and said, "I'm sorry, I forgot about the fact that you're watching my workout." Madara said guiltily. "Madara-sama, I seem to have awakened yours, eyes." Naruto said and looked up at Uchiha. Naruto's eyes were burning Sharingan with 2 volumes. "You're Uzumaki, what the hell? Where did you get our eyes from? And who were your parents?" Madara asked in surprise and without malice. "I am an orphan, Madara-sama, and therefore I do not know who my parents were. I have never been told this. And the fact that your eyes have awakened in me means that one of my relatives was an Uchiha," said the boy, carefully examining his reflection. "You're right, then come to me, since you're an orphan, you'll live with me. I live alone, so you won't disturb anyone," said the seemingly happy Madara. "Are you sure? I'm interrupting you." I started to dissuade Uchiha from his decision. "It's all right, let's go and show you Konoha." Naruto and Madara went for a walk in Konoha. Konoha was a small village, only a couple dozen houses. During the time when Naruto lived, there were much more houses. But it is understandable why. Walking around the village, Naruto saw people from the Inuzuka, Sarutobi, Uchiha and Senju clans. Naruto stared at Konoha with fascination. "What do you like?" "The village is really very beautiful, but I like to watch it from another place," Madara said, noticing the blonde man's look full of delight. "What kind of place is Madara-sama?" Naruto decided to ask. "After all, we're going there now, you'll see everything. You'll like it, I'm sure." Madara smiled. He smiled a warm smile, although Madara was often described in books as a madman who can only bring destruction. 10 minutes later, Naruto and Madara came to the place where the latter likes to spend time the most. They climbed the rock in which the face of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was carved. Naruto and Madara arrived just before sunset. It was very beautiful. Konoha looked even more beautiful in the rays of the setting sun. At one time, Naruto often liked to sit on the head of the fort and watch the sunrises and sunsets. He was not surprised when he found out that Madara also likes to watch it. Blood-red sky, there was a feeling that the sky's throat was cut and it was bleeding. Naruto stared at the sky in fascination. "Madara-sama, why are you bothering with me so much? What do you need me for? You could have handed me over to another Uchiha, so why are you wasting your time being with me?" Naruto asked, who was still looking at the sky. "You look a lot like him. You're exactly the same. You don't see me as a monster who only knows how to kill. You respect me not for strength and not because of fear, you respect me as a person who knows more. You're just like my little brother," Madara said, watching the sky. "I'm sorry to remind you of your brother." Naruto knew what happened to Izuna, because he was a pretty well-read child. "It's okay, Naruto, would you like to become my student?" Madara suddenly interrupted the 5-minute silence. He seemed to be weighing all the pros and cons, and during these 5 minutes decided to ask the boy "Of course, Madara-sama, I couldn't even dream about it. I will try to meet your expectations," said the boy, looking straight into the eyes of his teacher. "That's nice, and now let's go home, we'll start training tomorrow," said the brunette, after which the two of them went home to Uchiha. The next morning, Madara woke Naruto up and called him to have breakfast. Naruto went down to Madara in a couple of minutes. Madara's house was 2-storied, on the ground floor there was a kitchen and a living room. There were 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. Why 2? Naruto himself did not know. He did not need to ask unnecessary questions. It was enough for him that someone cares about him. He did not need more. After breakfast, Naruto and Madara went to the place where they met yesterday. It was Uchiha's favorite place, where he trained. There was a small lake nearby. There were no trees around, which meant that you could safely train in fire techniques. The first thing Naruto and Madara did was physical development. Naruto started running around the lake, but the boy ran out of steam somewhere on the 5th lap. He was not used to such loads, no one trained him in the village. Madara gave the boy a rest and then made him run again. Today you have to run 100 laps around the lake. As soon as you run, you can rest well or continue training. After 100 laps, you'll have to do push-ups 200 times. I'm leaving now, Hashirama called me for some reason. Practice. Madara said before going to the village leader. The boy trained to exhaustion. After Naruto collapsed, he rested for half an hour, and then started running again. So in 5 hours Naruto ran 100 laps. The boy rested for another 30 minutes and began to do push-ups. After the 20th push-up, the blonde collapsed. Naruto fell asleep right next to the lake. Because of the monstrous loads, he slept like a baby. Madara, who left a shadow clone not far from Uzumaki Uchiha, who was watching the boy, received knowledge about his training. Madara was pleased with his new student. The next morning, Madara woke Naruto up again. It was painful for the boy to even breathe, all his muscles ached, but still he overcame himself and got to the training ground. Naruto started doing push-ups again. After 50 push-ups, Naruto stopped feeling pain in his muscles, and therefore easily completed the exercise. Naruto started running around the lake again. This time he was able to run much faster than yesterday. The blonde decided that there was enough training for today. Naruto reached the rock where they were sitting with Madara. Naruto watched the sunset and thought about how much his life had changed. Naruto was glad that there was a person who took care of him, even if not openly, but Naruto saw Madara sitting on a tree and watching his training. The boy did not know about shadow cloning, and therefore thought that the real Madara was watching him. Although it didn't go far from the truth. After a week of physical exercises, Madara finally decided to move on to other workouts. Madara told Naruto everything he knew about the chakra, about Tenketsu, and told the basics. Naruto had already read about the chakra in books, so he sat down to meditate. The boy had been trying to feel the chakra for 30 minutes, in words everything was much simpler, but after a couple more minutes Naruto was able to feel the chakra. The boy began to disperse the chakra throughout his body. Thanks to the acceleration of the chakra, he began to unconsciously strengthen the channels of the chakra and increase control over the chakra. Madara, who was patiently waiting for Naruto to be able to feel the chakra, was very surprised when he felt that the blonde began to disperse the chakra through the body. Naruto, did you know that when you disperse the chakra through the channels of the chakra, you strengthen these very channels and increase your control over the chakra? Madara asked the boy. No, Madara-sensei, but now I will know. The blonde replied and began to accelerate the acceleration of the chakra through the body. 20 minutes later, Naruto sank to the ground from fatigue. He used too much chakra. Madara took the boy home, and he went to Hashirama. Lately Hashirama has been trying to get closer to him more and more. Madara didn't mind. He and Hashirama were similar. Both have lost too many relatives in senseless wars. When Naruto woke up, he realized that he was not in his room right now, but in some kind of maze. Naruto slowly began to move on and eventually came out to a large golden cage. Fine, my Jinchuriki is just a child. Kurama said, opening his eyes that glowed in the darkness. Are you nine-tailed? Naruto asked incredulously, seeing the fox's pupil and 9 tails flickering behind. I am the great Kyubi no Yoko, the 9-tailed demon fox. Kurama emphasized the word fox. Be afraid of me, boy. The fox barked. In fact, Kurama has been looking at the world through the eyes of his Jinchuriki for a long time. A gap in the seal allows him to do this. Kurama wanted to destroy Konoha more and more every day. He saw how the boy was treated, saw how he was beaten, just because a fox was sealed in him. Kurama strongly felt for the guy, and therefore when he saw the young Madara who took care of Naruto, he stopped hating Uchiha. It's not true. It's all a lie. You're not a demon at all, it's stupid people who called you a demon. I don't believe it, you're not that bad, I'm sure of it. And Kyubi is just a nickname. What is your real name? Asked the guy who looked into the eyes of a huge fox without fear. Was the old man right? Finally, the one who cares about us has appeared, the fox thought to himself, my name? You're right, I have it, but why do you need to know it? What will it change? Will they stop hating you? Nothing will change, said the fox carefully looking at the boy. You're a fool. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and what is your name? It is important for me to know the name of the one who involuntarily sits in me, said the boy. Kurama, in general, was stunned when someone called him a fool, but for some reason, he didn't even get angry. Get out of here, kid. It's too early for you to know. Well, I'll go, I'll come to you in peace, and you're just a fool. Naruto waved his hand and was about to leave his subconscious when he realized that he did not know how to do it. Fox-sama, damn it, it's pathetic, how to get out of here, you don't know, mister, I won't tell you my name. Naruto asked the laughing Biju. Naruto, you amused me, the fox answered through laughter, my name is Kurama, and now get out of here. The fox threw Naruto out of his subconscious and he was back in Madara's house. Naruto again began to disperse the chakra through the channels. Madara said that it is useful for SCC star. Naruto did not notice how Madara came into his room. Naruto, it's time for training, get ready and let's go, Madara said, and 5 minutes later he and Naruto went to the training ground. Today we will find out your predisposition to the elements. You will need to let the chakra into the chakra-conducting paper. If the paper burns, then you have the element of fire, if it gets wet, water, crumples, lightning, rot, earth, if it turns out to be cut into 2 parts, then the element of wind. Madara finished his speech. Naruto listened to him attentively, he absorbed his every word, and after he was given a piece of paper, he immediately poured his chakra into it. The paper first began to charred at the edges, and then completely fell apart into 2 even burnt halves. What does this mean, Madara-sensei? Naruto asked, surprised. This means that you have 2 elements, the main one is fire, the secondary one is wind. Uchiha explained to his student. So I have 2 elements, fire and wind? Naruto asked. Madara only nodded at his question. Fire is quite a destructive element, it is considered completely attacking. Wind is an element capable of strengthening fire, it is considered half defensive and half attacking. Naruto muttered thoughtfully. You're right, Naruto, but don't underestimate fire. It is not just destructive, it is capable only of destruction, it is not capable of preservation or creation, it is an element for destruction. Madara replied. You are wrong here, Madara-sensei, it cannot be that fire can only destroy, I am sure that it can also create. I will prove it to you, but a little later, when I become better at using Kato. Naruto said confidently. To begin with, we will strengthen your control over the chakra, I am sure it is already at a good level with you, since you were able to easily disperse the chakra through the SCC. To begin with, you will need to climb a tree with the help of a chakra. If you give a little chakra to your feet, then you will fall, if you give too much chakra, then you can either harm the tree, or even smash the tree into splinters. It all depends on the density and strength of your chakra. If you have a dense and naturally strong chakra, then when you apply a large amount of chakra to the same leg, you will be able to destroy not only a tree, but also maybe a rock. In general, train Naruto, I'm going to Hashirama. Madara said, creating a shadow clone in the bushes. Madara, you've come. I've been waiting for you for a long time, you're late again, has something happened? He began to bombard his friend harem with questions. "No, Hashirama, I'm fine, and I was late because I explained the properties and actions of the chakra," Madara said and smiled when he saw the shocked look of Hokage and his brother, Tobirama. "Have you got a student? The student you didn't kill on the first day of training?" Tobirama asked skeptically. "Yes, his name is Naruto. He is currently training near the lake. If you want, you can get to know him. However, I wanted to do it anyway, and also ask you Tobiram to teach the boy the technique of shadow cloning, so his training will take place twice as fast," Madara said, which again shocked two experienced shinobi who had passed more than one battle. "Damn, I already want to see what kind of guy this is that could interest Madara," Tobirama said and ran out into the street. "I'm not going to ask why you took him on as an apprentice. That's understandable, isn't he a lot like him?" Hashirama asked, looking seriously at Madara, who only nodded. "Then I understand, but where did you find him? He appeared right behind me and asked for permission to watch my workout. I got very carried away and almost killed him with one of the projectiles of the equipment. But because of his fear of death, Sharingan woke up and he saved his skin," Madara said and pulled his friend outside Konoha. Hokage's office. Anbu stumbled into the third man's office. He got down on one knee and could be clearly seen. The standard form of Anbu, a short katana on the back, a mask with the image of a weasel. "Report." The imperious voice of the third was heard. "Naruto Uzumaki. The Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed, gone." The Anbu fighter said uncertainly. He knew that now the Hokage would start yelling at him. "What did you say?" "The Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki is missing, we can't find him." The fighter in the weasel mask repeated. "Bring the bear and the wolf to me, urgently." The third blurted out and began to think where Naruto could have gone. Although he could have gone anywhere, even from the village, Sandaime involuntarily looked at the portrait where Minato was depicted. Sarutobi, after swearing to himself, began to think where he should look for the blonde. A couple of minutes later, a wolf and a bear appeared in the office to report. "We followed Naruto Uzumaki. He calmly left the hospital at about 5 in the morning. I reached the outskirts of the village and came across the training ground where the shinobi of our village trained." Uzumaki began to repeat the seals for shinobi, but due to his age or ignorance, he mixed up the seals and disappeared. There is no trace of his chakra that would indicate movement in any direction. Anbu in a wolf mask reported. So the theory of abduction with the help of spacetime technology disappears. Sarutobi said and thought to himself, "Damn, what happened and where Naruto disappeared?" Hiruzen always wished Naruto a better life, because the boy did not deserve such an attitude towards himself, and therefore the old man took care of him. But also the old man fulfilled the promise given to Kushina that he would take care of Naruto. Hokage summoned the best censors from the Anbu, namely a lynx, a cat, an owl and a rat. The third gave them an hour to search for the boy who had disappeared. The Umbu took this task as seriously as possible, because the Jinchuriki of the village, a symbol of peace and harmony between the villages, disappeared. Hokage was about to sit down for paperwork, which had accumulated just a lot, when there was a knock on the office and they entered. It was the strangest and most mysterious person in the whole village, Shimura Danzo. The appearance of this person for Hokage meant only two things: that the situation that Danzo came to discuss was really serious, that this situation would not end well. "Hello, Hiruzen," Danzo began in a cold tone. "Hello, Danzo, why did you come? You know perfectly well what I'm here for. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki is missing. Yes, I know, it's a problem," Sarutobi said while smoking his pipe. "It's not just a problem, it's a disaster." An old female voice was heard. "We want to put the investigation in the hands of Danzo." Someone else's voice was heard, but it was a man's. "Koharu, Hamura, so you are here, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yutane. At the moment, they are the elders of the village, whose goal is to lighten the burden of the Hokage. Although they usually help Hiruzen, but occasionally they switch to the completely opposite side from him, even though Hiruzen, Hamura and Koharu used to be on the same team and were trained by the second Hokage. I have already entrusted this matter to my Anbu. Hiruzen said, blowing another cloud of smoke at the ceiling. Then make sure that no one outside the village and from the visitors did not find out that the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed was missing. You're right, Danzo, I'll give them that as well, but I'll leave the investigation to them anyway. Hiruzen, you probably don't understand. Koharu started shouting, but was quickly stopped by Danzo. Okay, just don't regret it later, Hiruzen. The next day, Anbu was provided with a report that they interviewed shinobi, for whom Naruto repeated the seals. He said that he did not notice anything, and folded the seals for better memorization. Anbu also examined the place of the boy's disappearance, but could not find anything there, except for small traces of the use of the chakra. Hiruzen read the report carefully and put it on the edge of the table. Hiruzen asked to transfer this case to two other Anbu, of their choice. In the late afternoon, a cheerful man with long white hair tied back in a ponytail fell into the Hokage's office. However, this hair was still in a mess. He was dressed in a light green kimono and trousers of the same color. He wore a red haori over the kimono, and a huge scroll hung on his back. But if you want, you can also select wooden sandals. During the Second World War shinobi, this man became famous as one of the three legendary Sanins and as one of the strongest shinobi of his time. His name was Jiraiya. He was a disciple of Hiruzen. Hello, sensei, how are you? Jiraiya asked, after which he saw his sensei's sad face. Oh, hi, Jiraiya, haven't seen you for a long time. What are you doing in the village? Hiruzen asked, amused, after he saw his old disciple. I have to collect material for my new book. And as you already know, Konoha has the best girls. I see. After talking a little more with his former student, Hiruzen decided to tell him everything. Jiraiya, we need to have a serious talk. Spit it out. I've noticed for a long time that you're not sitting yourself. It's about Minato's son. What's wrong with him? Sanin said excitedly. Naruto Uzumaki has disappeared. We can't find him anywhere. After a strange series of seals, he just disappeared. I see. Okay, man, I'll be looking for a guy, too. But, Hokage started to say, but was interrupted by Jiraiya. No buts, sensei, he's my student's son, I have to find him. Hokage called two Anbu and ordered them to escort Sanin to the place where Uzumaki disappeared. 5 minutes later they reached the clearing. A little later Jiraiya realized that he would not find anything here. Therefore, he decided that he would leave the village and look for information in other hidden villages. When Madara and Hashirama came to the training ground, they saw Naruto fighting against Tobirama. Naruto, due to his age, could not oppose Tobirama, who had gone through more than one battle. The boy was already exhausted, but still did not give up. Madara and Hashirama watched the sparring closely. And Tobirama, although he won against the guy, was still surprised by the strength and speed of the boy. That's enough. Naruto, I brought my friend, I want you to meet. Madara said, Hi, Naruto. I am Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Hashirama smiled sweetly. Nice to meet you, Hashirama-sama, and I've already met Tobirama-sama. Naruto, I called Tobirama here to teach you a technique. Shadow cloning technique. This technique creates your body clone, which can cause physical harm to your enemy. Also these clones can use the chakra. But each technique has a minus. You pour exactly half of your chakra into this clone, and therefore it is a little dangerous in battle. But this technique is good for surveillance, because when the clone disappears, it transmits all the information that it could get. But be careful with this technique. In addition to information, clones transmit their fatigue. Tobirama began teaching Naruto cloning techniques, while Hashirama and Madara watched their training. Naruto quickly understood the principle of performing the technique, and therefore it was not difficult to make a clone. Naruto was able to create 2 clones the first time. The boy sent one clone to chakra control training, and the second clone to perform physical exercises. The boy himself sat down to meditate, and he is smart. He was able to repeat his brother's technique the first time, remembered all the properties of the technique. Hashirama drawled thoughtfully, looking at the boy. Madara only silently watched the boy's training. Naruto was so deeply immersed in training that he didn't even notice how everyone left. A couple of hours later, Naruto dispelled 2 clones, the boy staggered from fatigue and wandered off. Naruto was walking through the village and noticed that no one was looking at him with hatred or contempt. Everyone in the village treated him well. How I want to stay forever in this time, the blond man thought to himself. The boy reached the rock on which the face of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was carved. The boy just sat down and watched another sunset. Madara sat next to the boy, who also liked to come here, but he has this habit since childhood. In childhood, he and Hashirama often visited this rock. They sat and talked about building an entire village on this place. Who would have thought that these were not just the dreams of 2 children? Madara often recalled the words he had said to Hashirama back then. If this settlement is here, then I will always be able to look after my brother. Madara often recalled Azuna. He blamed himself for his death. Madara was even thinking about leaving Konoha and going about his business, but then a boy appeared, about 5 years old, who was strikingly similar to Azuna, both in appearance and character, and therefore Madara decided to postpone leaving the village. Madara-sama, I have a conversation with you. Madara was distracted from his thoughts because of the boy's voice. Madara looked at the guy questioningly, and then began to listen carefully to him. You see, Madara-sama, I'm not really from this world. How would I say that? Perhaps it would be more correct to say that I came from the future. In my time, the 3rd old man was in power in Konoha. He was re-elected to this post after the death of the 4th Hokage. As it turned out, I am the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed. I do not know when, but I will have to return to my own time anyway. Kurama said that I accidentally used a very old technique, time travel. It was created so that you could go back in time and correct your mistakes. I'm sorry, Madara-sama, for deceiving you. The blond man finished with a sad face. The boy was sure that his training with the shinobi god would come to an end, but he could not lie to the one who sheltered him. So that's how you know about my brother. I wonder what the future holds for us. Although don't tell me, it's not worth changing the past, otherwise the future will change. Madara answered 5 minutes later. Well, if you're going to come back anyway, but you don't know when, then we'll go train. The boy was over the moon with happiness, because he was not abandoned. Even after he told the whole truth, Naruto trained with Madara all night. The shinobi god showed many fire techniques, such as fireball, great fire destruction, phoenix colors, royal fire dragon. Madara explained to Naruto how to do this or that technique. Madara showed hand seals and told the approximate amount of chakra infusion into the technique. Madara and Naruto had approximately the same amount of chakra, which simplified everything quite a bit. Naruto created 3 shadow clones. One shadow clone left to train in the speed of adding seals, the second clone left to train the fireball technique, and the third clone began to train phoenix flowers. The original boy started learning seals for the royal fire dragon technique. After a minute, the boy was able to remember the correct order of the seals and began to fold them. He did everything slowly, because he was afraid to make a mistake somewhere. When the last seal was folded, Naruto whispered, "Kato, royal fire dragon." The boy was able to exhale a small fire dragon, but not bad for the first time. Already in the morning, Naruto was able to create a large fire dragon, but immediately collapsed. he ran out of chakra. Madara, who watched the entire training session, was only amazed at Naruto's genius. Madara was already wondering who his parents were. Madara silently carried the boy home and laid him on the bed. Naruto woke up. The last thing he remembers is how he blew out a big fire dragon, and then nothing, darkness. Looking around, the boy realized that he was at home now. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then started down the stairs. The boy noticed that the memories of those clones who also trained came to him. Now the boy can fold seals much faster than before. He can create a fireball, both a normal and a huge fireball. The boy taught the great fiery destruction only in theory, because if you invest a lot of chakra, then nature and the village can suffer. Going down, the boy saw a scroll. Naruto unwrapped it without hesitation and realized that some techniques of fire and wind are described here. In this scroll, the great fiery destruction was described in more detail. Madara himself wrote in this scroll, because there was even a minimum amount of chakra in order for the technique to work. Naruto was delighted, and therefore quickly ran along with the scroll to the landfill. After carefully reading about the technique of the great fiery destruction, Naruto began to fold the seals. He did it quite quickly for his age, after which he invested a minimum of chakras to create the technique, tried to blow out the fire. But nothing happened, only smoke flew out of his mouth. Naruto was a little upset, but then he created 10 clones, 5 of which taught the technique of the great fiery destruction. One of the clones further trained in the speed of folding seals. The remaining 4 started learning wind techniques such as futon, rush, futon, vacuum bullets, futon, press. The original Naruto was thinking about how best to combine the techniques of fire and wind. Naruto seriously caught fire with the idea of creating a new technique. For the rest of the day, Naruto's clones trained until they lost consciousness, while the original himself thought about what kind of technique he could come up with. When all the clones were dispelled, Naruto fainted from the transmitted fatigue. Madara, who was watching the boy's regular training sessions, took him home again. Madara did not notice how attached he was to the boy. Waking up the next day, Naruto found himself at Madara's house again. Naruto sat on the bed for a while. He analyzed the information received from the clones. Now Naruto owns a couple of wind techniques, such as press, gust and vacuum bullets. The great fiery annihilation still didn't come out perfect. Naruto went to the training ground again and began to train hard. He also created 5 clones, which he sent to study the great fiery destruction, left 1 clone to think about a new technique, creating 3 more. He sent them to improve wind techniques so that they were brought to the ideal as fiery. The boy himself began to learn a new technique, futon, the air dragon. With the help of this technique, he will be able to strengthen Kato, royal fire dragon. The technique will become many times more powerful. Naruto managed to summon the little dragon the first time, but the boy did not despair, but continued to train, pouring more and more chakra into the technique. At the end of his training, he began to fold the seals again and, putting the remaining chakra into the technique, blew out a huge air dragon that flew several tens of meters, simultaneously breaking trees and stones that he encountered. Naruto smiled contentedly and fainted again. Naruto lost consciousness again from the exhaustion of the chakra. As soon as the boy fell unconscious, all the clones, which were also at the limit, scattered. All their experience and information passed to the boy. Madara was proud of his new student. A boy at the age of 5 studies so hard that others bring him home. Madara couldn't get rid of the feeling that this guy was somehow connected with Azuma. The next morning Madara woke Naruto up and took him to the training ground to practice with his eyes. After all, the boy has a Sharingan with 2 volumes that needs to be developed. For the next week, Madara taught the boy how to use Sharingan. The god of shinobi told the theory, told about all the weaknesses of the dojutsu. Madara had prepared Naruto in all directions, which meant they could start training. Naruto and Madara decided to use sparring, read taijutsu, and were allowed to use the power of their eyes. Madara and Naruto were standing opposite each other. After a couple of seconds they ran to meet each other. Madara was faster and more experienced than the boy, but Naruto was not going to give up so quickly. Madara is going to hit the boy in the head, but Naruto dodged the blow and tried to counterattack, but Madara's huge combat experience helped him dodge. Madara never stood still during the fight, he was constantly moving. Even now he kicked the boy's body. Naruto managed to block him, but he received damage. And Madara is already hitting from the other side, a strong blow to the stomach and Naruto bent in half. The boy did not have time to get up properly, as he was sent flying off his feet. That was the end of their fight, but Naruto was not discouraged. He decided to create his own personal style for taijutsu. Naruto once read in Konoha about fighting styles. Based on what he read, Naruto created his own fighting style and honed it for a couple of months. In his spare time, Naruto taught fire and wind techniques. Naruto was also able to get closer to Kurama. Naruto's potential was higher than Madara's own. Naruto often thought about what would happen now. Will Madara fight against Hashirama? Will he lose again? And if he loses, what will happen to him? Naruto became very attached to Madara. He began to involuntarily adopt the ideals and habits of his sensei. Madara treated the boy like his brother. He also became attached to him. Naruto had honed his fighting style to perfection in a couple of months and now he was not losing to Madara in a dry way. His fighting style was something new. His style resembled the snake fighting style, but the boy moved much faster, because the style was already distinguished by the force of blows and speed. Naruto was able to combine the fire dragon and air dragon techniques. One day Madara came up to Naruto and asked him, "Naruto, don't you want to learn how to wield a sword?" "Yes, Madara-sensei, can you teach me?" "I broke away from another Naruto workout. Yes, come to the training ground tomorrow at this time, I will teach you," Madara said before leaving. 3 years later Naruto became even stronger. Madara was able to teach him the basics of kenjutsu. Naruto began to train with a katana more often than with techniques. At the end of his training, Naruto was able to master the katana at a decent level. On one of the boy's birthdays, Madara gave him a katana as black as night, which was forged with the help of the blood of the shinobi god. So katana always contained the Uchiha chakra and could replenish it. Naruto was still able to create a new technique. He called her Kato, Hokage**. The user folds several hand seals and exhales a huge amount of blue flame. In order to exhale the blue flame, the user must pour a huge amount of chakra into the technique. Only Jinchuriki, Naruto, Madara and Hashirama possessed this amount. No one else could use this technique, otherwise they would have died due to the depletion of the chakra. After the technique is dispelled, a large amount of soot appears on the ground, which disappears after a couple of seconds. Hence the name of the technique. Naruto during these 3 years was able to awaken another element, lightning. Naruto did not devote much time to her. He trained more in using katana and futon, but still learned to pass the lightning chakra through his katana. Naruto also created the technique and named it Chidori, due to the fact that the technique made a chirping sound of many birds. But Naruto didn't use it often. Madara had a strained relationship with her clan. Madara was already thinking to leave the village. No one is keeping him here anyway. When Madara was about to leave the village, a blond man with a Sharingan in his eyes appeared in front of him. During the brutal training, Naruto had a third tomo in one of the sparring sessions against Tobirama. "Where are you going, sensei?" Naruto asked, looking menacingly at the teacher. "There's nothing holding me here, you can't stop me, just like Hashirama, get out of my way." Madara said firmly. "You're wrong, I'll find the strength to keep you from falling into darkness. You don't realize that by doing this you're destroying all the connections you've made living here. You won't be able to break them so easily. For the first time, Naruto addressed Madara as you. I'm not going to dissuade you, but if you want to, you'll have to kill me to get out of the village. Go away, don't make me kill my student. I have chosen my path. Madara said as he went outside. So there's no choice? Naruto asked seriously. I have already decided everything for myself. I hope that after you defeat me and leave the village, you won't fall into darkness. I was glad to be with you, you replaced my father. I will miss you, Madara. Naruto said, taking his katana out of its sheath. You don't even hope to win? It is right. Let's start, Madara said. Madara took out his katana and ran to Naruto. Naruto, remembering that Madara would die in battle with Hashirama, enjoyed every move of his adoptive father. There was a feeling that he tried to remember his every move. For this Naruto turned on the Sharingan and began to copy Madara's style. Naruto fought with sadness in his eyes. He knew that he would lose. The boy did not want the teacher's death, but he could not do anything. 6 months ago, Kurama said that after 7 months they would return to their time. So a month later he will already be in his own time. He will see the old man again. The third. Madara saw Naruto's gaze, but did not stop. He firmly decided to leave for himself. They fought in taijutsu in complete silence. Before you defeat me, stay next to me and talk for 5 minutes. This is my last request. Naruto asked and broke the distance to use his new technique. Having folded Naruto's hand seals, Kato whispered, Hokage. A huge jet of blue flame rushed at Madara. The latter used Susanoo for protection, but the power of the technique was so huge that Madara's Susanoo was bursting at the seams, and at the end of the technique completely divorced. Naruto was breathing heavily. He had spent too much chakra, and he did not want to waste Kurama's chakra reserves. Naruto just lay down on the grass and looked at the clear sky. He remembered every second spent in this world to keep it in his own time. Madara was very surprised when he saw that his Susanoo began to crack at the seams, but when he saw his student, all thoughts immediately disappeared, and the words that the boy uttered sounded in his head. Before you leave, I ask you to talk to me for 5 minutes. Madara sounded in his head and he approached his student. Did you want to talk? Madara asked and sat down next to him. Tell me about your life, I want to hear it from your mouth. Naruto asked with tears in his eyes. Okay, I'll tell you, but try to remember it and keep it in your heart. Madara asked, looking at the crying boy. He knew that Naruto would disappear from this world in a couple of weeks or a month. Madara himself barely restrained his emotions. He got very close to the guy. Madara told about the fact that they had been fighting with the Senju clan for many years. The Uchiha clan was equal to them in strength. The fathers of Madara and Hashirama never stopped fighting with each other. Madara said that Hashirama was ready to sacrifice his life so that Uchiha and Madara could trust Senju. Madara told how he felt when his brother died. Madara said that he almost entered the path of revenge and malice, but his friend saved him. Hashirama became his light, but now Madara wanted to leave. I have to go, Naruto. Good luck with everything. Glorify your name and become the new shinobi god. Madara said with tears in his eyes. Madara no Dana, I was glad to be your student. Don't embark on a slippery path of revenge and malice, friend. Said Naruto before Madara knocked him out. Madara left the village, and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, followed him. Two friends stood opposite each other. They did not know how their battle would end. Unlike the blonde, they thought that both would survive. Madara, why do you need this? We've finally built a village. The children don't need to die anymore, so why are you leaving? Everything happened the way we dreamed of as a child. Stay, don't leave me. Hashirama shouted, genuinely not understanding why Madara was leaving. I'm sorry, Hashirama, but I'm going to destroy this village. I found out that the Uchiha were the culprits of Izuna's death. I will kill them all. Madara said with hatred in his eyes. I can't let that happen, you chose the wrong path, Madara. Hashirama said and rushed at Madara. Naruto woke up closer to dawn. The boy jumped up and ran towards the future valley of completion. Naruto ran no matter what. He didn't want things to turn out this way. He knew how their battle should end, but he couldn't accept the death of the one who replaced his father. 5 minutes later, Naruto came running and was horrified. Huge funnels from large-scale techniques. Naruto turned his attention to two people standing on the water. Even from here, he could hear them. Why are you so serious, Hashirama? Madara asked wearily, but cheerfully. Madara was already beginning to rejoice at the victory, looking at his friend lying in the water, but the real Hashirama appeared behind him and pierced Madara's heart. The one who was lying in front of Uchiha turned into a tree. A clone made of wood? KH. When did you manage to get behind me? Madara asked, who was on edge. I will protect ours. No to my village. I will kill anyone who threatens it, be it a friend, brother, girlfriend, father, or son. I will protect Konoha even at the cost of my life. And you have changed Hashira. But he did not have time to finish. His speech was interrupted by a long and desperate cry. Nui o ee. Hashirama looked in surprise in the direction of the scream, but there was no one there. Naruto was next to Madara in a second and fell to his knees from despair. Madara, seeing Naruto, only smiled sadly, and tears rolled down his cheek. Forgive me, Naruto, I could not renounce hatred and anger. I'm sorry I didn't live up to your expectations. Madara said, who was on his last legs. Shut up, damn it, I have so much to tell you, I'm afraid I won't have time. I knew how this battle would end, but I couldn't do anything. I'm sorry, it's because of me that you're dying now. Damn, I'm a lousy student. If I had only told you this earlier, nothing would have happened. Thank you for everything, father, and forgive me if you can. Naruto began to roar and falling to his knees, he flashed his eyes, in which it seemed Mangek. It was in view of the spiral, the symbol of the Uzumaki clan, but Naruto did not pay attention to it now. He looked at the man who became his father. He watched him die with a smile on his face. Thanks, these were Madara's last words. For Naruto, time slowed down. He saw Gunbai and Scythe, Madara's favorite weapons, fall out of Madara's hands. As Madara himself falls on the water surface, Naruto breaks down in a scream and loses consciousness. Hashirama, who had been looking at them all this time, realized that he had hurt one of Madara's loved ones. Hashirama was silent, he didn't say anything, but before he fell, Madara gave him a look in which it was easy to read guilt and apologies. The boy managed to grab the scythe that Madara treasured before losing consciousness. Hokage silently picked up the guy and taking the scythe in his other hand, began to leave the battlefield. He was a winner, there was no joy from victory, there was only emptiness. He killed his friend, he renounced the past for the present. But was it worth it? No one knows. Naruto woke up the next day and almost immediately he was pulled into the subconscious. Ku, did you want something? Naruto asked with absolutely no emotion. You have changed, the death of a loved one has changed you. But that's not why I called you. In 10 minutes we're going back to our own time. You can do anything in those 10 minutes. Kurama said and looked with pity at his Jinchuriki. Thank you, Ku. Naruto came out of his subconscious and found himself in Hashirama's house. He was lying on the bed, and next to him was Madara's scythe, which Naruto managed to grab in memory of his father. Naruto slowly got up and wrote a letter for Hashirama. After writing the letter, Naruto left it on the table next to him. Letter: Thank you, Hashirama-sama, for sheltering me and for temporarily becoming a ray of light for my teacher. I'm sure Sensei is glad that he died by your hand. Thank you for all that kindness and warmth. But it's time to say goodbye, I have to leave, don't look for me, and better forget it altogether, I'll take Sensei's scythe with me as a memory of him. You've made a good Hokage. Hello to Tobirama. Naruto took the scythe and closed his eyes and began to wait. He remembered every second spent in this world. For 3 years Naruto became very attached to all the inhabitants, and especially to Madara and his harem, but he was forced to leave the latter. Naruto remembered every second of his fight with Madara before he left. Naruto was glad that he was able to make friends with the shinobi gods. Naruto had a single tear running down his right cheek. After 5 seconds, he was sucked in and felt the already familiar feeling of nausea and dizziness. Naruto appeared in the same place where he disappeared. Naruto wiped his tears and went to the old Hokage, but before that he sealed his katana, after which he hung his scythe behind his back and went to the residence. Nothing has changed in Konoha. The residents were surprised to see him, yet they hadn't heard from him for 3 years, everyone thought he was dead and were glad about it. But when they saw him again, they looked at him with even more hatred than before. Here we are at home, yet, I have already managed to get out of the habit of looks full of contempt and hatred. Naruto said with a sad smile, don't pay attention to them, remember what Madara told you to do. Kurama said. Flashback Madara and Naruto were once again sitting on the Hokage rock. Madara and Naruto have been here a lot lately, here they learned a lot of new things about each other. Naruto, how did the villagers treat you? Madara suddenly asked, looking at the cheerful residents. It must be terrible, they tried to beat me every day, and on my birthday they tried not just to beat me, but to kill me. Ordinary residents looked at me with indescribable hatred. I never understood how I was different from them, that they hated me. It turns out they see in me only a fox and nothing more. The boy answered, looking at the sunset. When I didn't know what to do anymore, I didn't know how to cope, I was already desperate, I got here. I do not regret that I came to you, because I have friends and family. I would stay here forever. Don't know how to handle it? Madara asked laughing, just look them straight in the eye and laugh, show that you are stronger than this hatred. Don't pay attention to them, now you are stronger, if they start to bully you, you will kill them. Madara said, looking Naruto in the eye. Thank you Madara-sama. I'm sure I can use your advice. And flashback Naruto walked to the residence and looked around, he noted that almost nothing had changed, only there were more residents. Naruto did not notice how instead of the residents he came to the territory of the Uchiha clan, to the very lake. Naruto sat down and reminisced. Naruto remembered that one day he buried a figurine near the lake that he bought in a store. Naruto quickly found her, she was preserved out of the ordinary badly. But Naruto was glad that he still had something other than a scythe from that time. Naruto decided to practice, but what if someone is watching him? It was impossible to show my skills, I want to live a quiet life. Suddenly, a girl sat down next to Naruto. She was dazzlingly beautiful, her long hair the color of night, her eyes were bottomless pools. Hi, who are you? I haven't seen you before, let alone on the territory of our clan, I haven't even seen you in the village before. The girl said in a sweet voice, I have been living here since childhood, and recently this place has become my favorite in the village. It is always quiet here and unwanted guests do not often appear. Naruto said, looking at the water surface, Uchiha Itachi. The girl introduced herself, Uzumaki Naruto. Wow, are you the guy who disappeared 3 years ago? So why are you here and not at the Hokage? Itachi asked, that's why the guests are unwelcome, they most often meddle in their own business. I didn't go to the old man because I want to be alone. Naruto said and looked at the girl with lifeless eyes. I need to think about the past, I'll come here in half an hour and we'll go to the Hokage together. Said the girl, who was slightly frightened by the look of an 8-year-old guy. Children of his age shouldn't have such a look, even though I'm only 12 myself. What did he go through? Itachi thought to herself. The girl was very fond of history, and therefore when she noticed the scythe on Naruto's back, she immediately recognized it. It was the scythe of Uchiha Madara, a brilliant shinobi, who was rumored to have one student, but no one had ever seen him except Hashirama and Tobirama. His identity is still unknown to anyone, and after all, so many years have passed. 30 minutes later, the girl came back and saw the guy sitting and crying. With one hand he supports his head, and with his free hand he holds the braid tightly. When the boy felt that he was being watched, he abruptly calmed down and asked, "Has half an hour already passed?" "It's been like 5 minutes, the girl smiled. Then let's go," said Naruto, and he thought that now he would be bombarded with questions. But the girl didn't ask him anything, which is why Naruto was very happy. "You haven't been to the village for a long time. If you want, then after you talk to the Hokage, you can take a walk around the village. I'll show you everything I know here." The girl suggested. "I don't mind," Naruto answered lifelessly, looking blankly at the stone faces of the Hokage. "I hope you were happy with what you did, Hashirama," the blonde man thought to himself. Naruto and Itachi quickly reached the residence. Naruto knocked on the door and heard the tired voice of Hokage. "Come in." Naruto slowly opened the door and entered the office with a scythe behind his back. A girl followed the boy. "Hi, old man, it's been a long time, I'm back," Naruto said, looking a little more cheerful. "NNN Naruto?" Hokage asked in shock. "In person," Uzumaki said, smiling exactly like Madara. "Hokage-sama, I found him on the territory of my clan, and then we went to you," Itachi said and left the office, leaving the boy and the old man alone. Naruto looked at the portrait of the first Hokage and replayed his words in his head. "I will defend my village, I will kill anyone, be it a brother, friend, enemy, father or son." "Well, tell Naruto, where have you been all this time?" "I left the village in order to train, but I came back without finding anything. And I bought a scythe on the way. I liked her a lot." The blonde man answered without hesitation. "I see, the academy course starts tomorrow. I think you want to become a shinobi." Naruto just nodded at that. "Great, then tomorrow be at the academy at 8 o'clock. Itachi will show you where the academy is located." Naruto nodded and left the office of the head of the village. Naruto walked around the village until his feet brought him to the Hokage rock. He sat on Hashirama's head as usual and looked at the village. He involuntarily remembered Madara, and then took the scythe in his hands. Naruto decided that he would use it in battle. This is what reminds him of the teacher. Naruto felt someone's gaze on him. He was clearly unkind. Naruto turned around and was already ready to fight, but he only saw Itachi, who was glaring at him. "Damn it, I've been looking for you all over the village for 3 hours, we agreed that we'd go for a walk around the village and I'd show you everything." Itachi began, but saw that Uzumaki was no longer paying attention to her, but was looking only at the sunset. "It's like the sky's throat was cut," said the boy watching the sunset. He was right, Itachi thought so too, and they forgot that they came here to scold the boy. It was very beautiful here. "Itachi-sama, show me where the academy is?" The third old man said that I would go there. "Tomorrow is the first day," Naruto said, looking at the sunset and smiling at something of his own. "Of course, let's just do it without suffixes, okay? Maybe you'll end up in the same class as my brother," Itachi said. "And what is he like, your younger brother?" Naruto asked without distracting himself from watching the sunset. "His name is Sasuke, he is quite strong for his age, he strives to surpass me." The girl answered smiling. She also looked at the sky, but not only. Itachi carefully studied the child who was sitting next to her and looking at the sky. He was quite handsome, his hair was wheat-colored, but his eyes, when you look into them, there is a feeling that this guy has gone through everything in this world and he is not interested in anything else. Eyes the color of a clear sky looked at everyone with complete indifference. Only now Itachi noticed that his look is different. When he looks at the sunset he looks happy and sad at the same time. Let's go Naruto, I'll take you to your apartment, and along the way I'll show you where the academy is. Itachi said and started waiting for the blonde to get up and follow her. Okay, let's go Itachi. The blonde man smiled. Itachi showed Naruto where the academy is and told him how to get to it. If you want, Sasuke and I can pick you up in the morning and walk to the academy together. If it's not difficult for you, then I will be glad. Naruto said before going to his house. Good luck and thank you, Itachi-sama. Did I say no suffixes or are you deaf? But no one heard her anymore, the door was closed. Naruto was sitting on the bed and remembering today, he didn't know why Itachi was so kind to him. Usually people need something from a blonde, but it seems this girl did everything without malicious intent. Naruto really missed Madara, but tried to keep himself in hand. The next morning, Naruto woke up as usual at 5 o'clock in the morning. After 3 years of training with Madara, Naruto learned to get up early in the morning. 2 hours later, there was a knock on Naruto's door. Naruto opened the door and saw 2 people from the clan he hated. Naruto found out that they were to blame for the death of the teacher. Naruto began to hate the Uchiha clan, but she was not like an ordinary Uchiha. Sister, is this the one you told me about yesterday? Sasuke asked his sister. Yes, Sasuke, meet him, I am sure that you will become friends. Itachi whispered, but Naruto heard it anyway. My name is Sasuke, I am Itachi's brother and I will become the best in the academy. Sasuke said, holding out his hand for a handshake. Naruto Uzumaki, I will become someone my teacher can be proud of. Naruto said and shook hands in response. So he had a teacher? I wonder who he was. Does Naruto know any techniques? Itachi thought to herself. Naruto, Sasuke and Itachi walked slowly to the academy. 10 minutes later, the Hokage came, who began to talk about the will of fire. The children listened to the village leader with fascination, all except Naruto. Naruto silently glared at the face of Hashirama. No, Naruto did not blame the first Hokage, but he did not understand why he killed his friend, a friend who became his brother. I probably will never understand this. Hashirama defended his village, and Madara was the one who wanted to destroy it, even if not unreasonably, but wanted to destroy it. The Hokage had no choice. The blonde man thought to himself and looked at the face of the first Hokage. Itachi saw that Naruto was not listening to the Hokage, but looking at the faces of the Hokage. She poked him in the side and he reluctantly began to listen to nonsense about the will of fire. Naruto mentally communicated with Kurama. Ku, do you think Hashirama did the right thing? Of course it's right, it's not his fault, as well as Madara's fault. It's all the fault of these damned Uchiha. I think if they had not been involved in the murder of Izuma, then everything would have been fine. I think so too. This time, the Hokage finished his fiery speech. Naruto got into the same class with Sasuke, which the latter was very happy about. Itachi didn't tell me much about this boy yesterday, because she didn't know more. Sasuke decided to find out more about Naruto himself. Naruto didn't mind that Sasuke wanted to make friends with him. The first day at the academy was quite boring. All the children introduced themselves. My name is Inuzuka Kiba. I want to become a strong and worthy shinobi, so that my clan would be proud of me, said the boy. After he sat down, the girl with pink hair came out next. My name is Sakura Haruno, I want to become a shinobi to protect my loved ones. After her, a boy with black hair came out and he looked angrily at Sasuke. My name is Uchiha Tajiro. I am a descendant of the great founder of Konoha, Uchiha Madara. After these words, someone laughed in class. It was Naruto. What's funny, you idiot? Madara was a great man. If he knew that you were making fun of our clan, he would grind you into a cake. Tajiro said arrogantly. If you only knew how Madara hates you. How funny it is, and I thought it would be boring, the blond man thought to himself, and the boy continued, I want to become a worthy shinobi and prove that I am more worthy of the role of the head of the clan than Sasuke. Said the boy and angrily looked at me, and then at Sasuke. I just laughed again. Sasuke looked at me and didn't understand what I was laughing at. The teacher said that the next one will be Uchiha Sasuke. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I am the son of the head of the clan. I will become a worthy shinobi, become the head of the clan and surpass my genius sister. Said Sasuke, and the whole female half looked only at him. Sasuke returned to his seat, and the teacher called my name. I calmly went out and started, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. The goal is to become worthy of your teacher, and then do what he did not have time to do. Dreams don't concern you. Ahahaha, did such scum as you have a teacher? She told me herself that everyone in the village hates you. Your teacher must be a complete idiot and an incompetent fool. Tajiro said sarcastically. Naruto could not stand the name-calling in the direction of his teacher, and therefore abruptly grabbed his scythe, in an instant found himself next to Uchiha and put a scythe to his throat. Repeat it. Said the boy with the scythe. Me, I didn't do it on purpose, I'm sorry. The boy began, who had already started dripping blood, due to the fact that the blade of the scythe rested against his skin. One more time and you will be left without a head. Warned Uchiha. Naruto. There is no reason to be sad anymore. I will definitely not be happy here. After Naruto almost killed one of the Uchiha, he was summoned to the Hokage. There he was lectured that it was impossible to do this. The old man asked Naruto to apologize to him tomorrow, but Naruto was adamant. He refused and said that if he had complaints about me, then let him come to his house. I really can't guarantee that he will leave me alive. After all, he is an Uchiha, and they can throw anything. Naruto said before leaving the office. Sarutobi looked at the portrait of the second Hokage and muttered to himself, it feels like Tobirama was standing in front of me right now. His feet brought the boy back to the Hokage rock. He was again sitting on the head of the first one and looking at the inscription that they had left together with Madara a long time ago. There were only 3 words written there, remember. Don't forget. Naruto often looked at this inscription. He remembered everything. But you can't hold on to the past, you should start living in the present, but the past will give you the strength to live. Suddenly, someone attacked Naruto from behind. Naruto reacted instantly. He quickly jumped back and a second later kunai flew there. Naruto quickly took a look and saw Itachi, who was very angry at the boy, and therefore ran straight at him. Naruto got together with her in taijutsu. To Itachi's surprise, she was losing. A boy of 8 years old pressed her just like that. Naruto, without straining, almost knocked Itachi out, but she managed to break the distance. Itachi began to fold the seals. She was interested in the level of the blonde's strength. Katon, a big fireball. Itachi shouted and exhaled a big ball of fire. Itachi was already beginning to think that she had defeated the boy, but she saw what struck her. Katon, a huge fireball. Naruto whispered softly and exhaled the technique. Naruto's technique not only neutralized Itachi's technique, but also caused damage to the girl. Naruto took out his scythe and prepared for battle. There was interest in his eyes. Naruto couldn't stand it first and ran at the girl swinging a scythe. Itachi managed to get a katana in time and repel the blow of the blonde with it. Naruto hit with such force that he almost knocked the katana out of the girl's hands. The boy began to strike again and the Umbu captain did not have time to react to all the blows. She began to lose to the boy who just entered the academy today. Itachi activated the Sharingan and began to reflect blows more confidently and was even able to counterattack. Naruto was so excited about the idea of a fight that at some point he jumped away from Itachi and also activated the Sharingan. Itachi was standing and couldn't move. She was looking into a Sharingan with 3 volumes and didn't understand where he got the Sharingan from. He's not an Uchiha. Naruto took advantage of the girl's confusion and went into battle. Itachi and Naruto fought on equal terms. It seemed so until the blonde became more serious. Naruto began to strike fast and accurate blows with his scythe. He forced the girl to jump away, but that was her mistake. Naruto quickly folded a pair of hand seals and shouted, "Kato, Royal Fire Dragon, Futon, the Air Dragon." The 2 techniques intertwined in the dance and strengthened each other. A huge dragon from the fire was flying at the girl. Itachi didn't have time to leave, even with the help of a replacement. The decision came instantly. The drawing in the girl's eyes changed and Susanoo appeared around her. The technicians couldn't even scratch the absolute protection of the Uchiha clan. Itachi was about to stop the fight, because an 8-year-old boy has little chance against Susanoo. But Naruto did not think to give up. He began to fold the seals with lightning speed. He folded a series of seals, about 30 seals, and quietly said, "Kato, Hokage Stage 1. A powerful stream of blue flame burst out of the blonde man's mouth. The blue flame hit Susanoo and 5 seconds later it began to crack at the seams. After the technique had dissipated, Naruto appeared in front of Susanoo and destroyed the armor with a blow from his hand, and then put the girl on the shoulder blades and put a kunai to her throat. "Well done, I used half of my arsenal for the first time in a normal fight. Thank you, and I'm sorry for that. I just wanted to fight against the genius of the clan," Naruto said and went to the Hokage rock. When he reached it, he silently sat on Hashirama's head and looked at the inscription. "Who are you? Where did you get the Sharingan from? What's going on here?" The girl asked when she approached the blonde, but when she looked into his eyes, she immediately regretted it. A Mangekyo Sharingan was burning in Uzumaki's eyes. Naruto and Itachi ended up in Genjutsu. "You don't have to try to get out of here, it won't work. This is my special illusion, one of the abilities of my Mangekyo. I'll tell you who I am and where I've been all these 3 years, but you'll have to keep quiet." The girl just nodded at Naruto's words. "Then listen." Naruto told her about Madara, about how he got into the past. Naruto also told about all his abilities. Naruto told everything about himself and about Madara's death. And most importantly, Naruto showed all his thoughts and feelings at the moment. "Now my goal is to destroy the Uchiha clan. But don't worry, you and Sasuke aren't like the rest of the Uchiha, I'll let you live." The boy finally finished. Itachi listened to it all attentively. She didn't even notice how tears appeared in her eyes. Naruto cancelled the illusion, but Itachi didn't notice it. She just cried and looked at Naruto. After a couple of seconds, the girl rushed to Naruto and hugged him. "Damn. I'm so sorry, Naruto, is there anything I can do? Can I help you?" The girl began. "I'm sorry, Itachi, but you can't talk me out of my revenge," Naruto said, looking at the sunset. "I'm not talking about that. Can I make you feel alive and happy again?" asked the girl who was still hugging the blonde. Naruto was a little shocked. She did not dissuade him from killing an entire clan. She wants to help him. "Itachi, if you're around, then I'll be happy," Naruto said and hugged Itachi. When the girl calmed down a little, she plunged the blonde into an illusion, where she told that Danzo ordered the Uchiha clan to be cut out, who were preparing a coup. The duration of the mission is 3 to 6 months. Itachi received this mission 4.5 months ago. So a month and a half? "I will help you with your task, or rather not like that, I will do everything myself, and you will stay in the village and look after Sasuke," Naruto said, looking into the distance of the horizon. "No way." The girl shouted, "I will never leave you, just not now, after I found out what you've been through." Remember your own words to the teacher. I won't let you fall into the darkness, flashed through the blonde's head. I will not let you fall into the darkness, I will be the light that will disperse the darkness around you, I will be the sun that will illuminate your path. The girl echoed the blonde's thoughts. Naruto sat and lowered his gaze to the inscription. From the very day he lost his father and teacher in one person, this inscription became his motto in life. Well, if that's what you want, then you can help me. The blonde man said, replaying the girl's words over and over in his head. Come on, I'll take you home, said the girl and pulled the blonde man with her. Naruto and Itachi separated near the entrance to the Uchiha clan territory. Naruto looked after the girl who had taken on too much of a burden. The next day Naruto came back to the academy. As soon as he entered the classroom, he heard the boy's rather squeaky voice, apologize or you will have problems, my brother will come after school and if you don't apologize, he will force you. Tajiro said. I don't care, bring anyone. Naruto cut off coldly and sat down next to Sasuke. Naruto immediately plunged into his thoughts. Hey, you better apologize, his brother is pretty strong, even my father respects his strength. They say he is the son of the same disciple of Madara, like Tajiro. Sasuke whispered softly. Sasuke, calm down, he won't even be able to touch me. But you're right, not killing him will be difficult. Naruto said. Sasuke got the impression that for Naruto, murder is something normal and not out of bounds. The day at the academy passed as usual, boring. Naruto slept almost all the time, he woke up only occasionally when the topic of conversation concerned Madara. Naruto was interested to hear what is written in the history textbooks. Then Hashirama killed Madara because Uchiha wanted to harm the village. Irika, their teacher, said. Naruto slept through all the remaining lessons. Sasuke listened attentively and absorbed every word of the teacher, looking at Naruto as a jerk who digs a hole for himself. At the end of the school day, Naruto calmly left the office and was about to go home when someone called out to him, Hey, kid, come here. There is a conversation. Said the unknown, next to whom stood a satisfied Tajiro. Naruto just sighed with displeasure and approached two guys from the Uchiha clan. Itachi, who came for Sasuke, was closely monitoring the situation, as was Sasuke. They say you threatened my brother. Is it true? Yes, and I told him that if he even says a word more in the direction of my teacher, I will blow his head off. The bored blonde replied, looking with lifeless eyes at the Uchiha senior. It looks like your teacher is dead, so you're taking care of him. Uchiha said when he noticed lifeless eyes, such eyes happen to those who lose their loved ones. Probably died like a dog. He shouldn't have done it, now he's going to die. Itachi said in a whisper, but Sasuke heard her. You know, one more word and we'll go to the Hokage and I'll ask him for a fight to the death. Naruto said, realizing that if he just kills Uchiha, there will be problems. Yes, let's go. Let's get this over with quickly. I'll kill scum like you and go about my business. The elder said and they walked towards the residence. Itachi, let's go take a look, I want to watch their fight. Sasuke asked, looking at his sister. Okay, but promise me you'll never mention Naruto's teacher. Okay, Hiruzen gave permission for the duel because both sides were the initiators of this duel. It will take place near the very lake where Naruto trained. The fight was scheduled for tomorrow, at 10 in the morning. Naruto came much earlier than he should have. Already at 7 in the morning, Naruto was near the lake and lying on the grass, looking at the sky, remembering his teacher and training near the lake. Naruto was thinking so hard that he didn't even hear someone come up to him and sit down next to him. For some reason I thought you'd be here. Itachi said. And this is you, Itachi. Did you want something? Yes, Sasuke and I will come to watch your fight. Could you kill him without cruelty? Itachi asked, looking at Naruto. well, if you don't want him to see everything now, then we'll wait a month and a half, Naruto jokingly replied. It's not funny, you fool Naruto. His family won't forgive you so easily. Firstly, it's his own fault, and secondly, they will meet soon anyway," said the blonde looking at another cloud. Naruto and Itachi sat in silence for the rest of the time. They looked at the clouds and pondered the information they received. A couple of hours later, Tajiro and his older brother came, whose name turned out to be Izumo. Naruto only grinned when he heard his name. It was too similar to the name of Madara's younger brother. Naruto and Izumo stood opposite each other. The audience retreated to a decent distance. The examiner was one of the teachers. All the audience supported Izumo, only Sasuke and Itachi looked at Naruto. This was enough for the boy. He remembered the girl's request, and therefore decided to kill him with a blow to the heart. When they gave the go-ahead to start the fight, Izumo immediately used his Mangekyo and used Susanoo, and completed. Naruto only glanced briefly, and then folded the 3 seals and said Kato, Hokage Stage 3. Naruto blew out a huge amount of blue flame, which was directed at the enemy Susanoo. Even Susanoo Madara could not withstand this technique, and therefore Naruto was sure that Susanoo was dispelled. Naruto turned out to be right. Izumo was still lying on the ground in his mind. He was covered in burns, but Naruto took the scythe in his right hand and ran at his opponent, intending to kill him. Naruto held the wind chakra in the scythe and, being near his enemy, brought the scythe. In the next second, Naruto lowered the scythe and it was supposed to kill Izumo, but instead crashed into Susanoo's ribs. In front of Naruto stood Izumo's father, whom everyone considered Madara's disciple. Hey, what's up? Let me kill him. Get out of the way, or I'll blow your head off. The blonde man went berserk. Do you even know who I am? I am a disciple of Madara himself. You don't stand a chance in a fight with me, said a man in his 40s with an activated Sharingan. Naruto, very angry, poured a large amount of chakra into his fist and sent the Madara disciple flying with a blow. Naruto raised his scythe and finished what he had started. Izumo was bleeding and the last thing he saw before he died was the face of Naruto, who looked at him with lifeless eyes. Naruto cleaned his scythe, left the landfill and went to his home. Naruto was happy. He put an upstart in his place. After this incident, no one called the blonde teacher names anymore, as well as himself. The day was approaching, the day that would forever change life in Konoha. Danzo made an order that obliged him to leave 2 Uchiha, namely Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Tajiro. Naruto just snorted with displeasure at this correction. The day when the Uchiha sank into oblivion, Naruto was standing in black pants and a black jacket. Madara's scythe was hanging behind his back. Naruto was waiting for Itachi, who was supposed to appear any minute. Itachi came in 5 minutes and at the same time not alone, there was a guy in a mask with her. Itachi, I see you got yourself a boyfriend? Naruto asked jokingly. Naruto, you're a fool. This man introduced himself as Uchiha Madara. Naruto after these words abruptly became serious. Repeat it. That was the only thing Naruto said, not taking his eyes off the unknown. I'm Uchiha Madara, what do you not understand, guy? The masked guy asked. Chakra. The chakra is different. Take off the mask. Naruto demanded. Wait, what's your name? Obito came to his senses. Naruto Uzumaki. Damn, I'm a fool, he only asked me for one thing. Naruto, your teacher is alive, but he is living out his last days, he is now in a shelter. How he survived, I think he will tell you himself. My name is Obito Uchiha, Madara has often told me about you. He really wants to meet you. Obito finished and took off his mask. I'm here to help you. But I understand you don't need any help? No. We ourselves. I will finish what the teacher started. Naruto replied and printed out his katana with Madara's chakra. I'll be waiting for you north of Konoha, and we'll meet there. Good luck to you. Obito said and disappeared into the funnel. Well? Are you ready? Naruto asked. Yes, let's go. Naruto and Itachi found themselves on the territory of the Uchiha clan. Itachi looked with regret, pain and reluctance were red in her eyes. A guard appeared in front of them, who made sure that no outsiders entered their territory. Naruto was next to them in a split second and cut their throats. Itachi and Naruto split up and began methodically cutting out the clan. Naruto did it with a crazy smile, so he accidentally stumbled upon the house where Tajiro lived. Naruto loudly burst into them and immediately split Tajiro's mother. The head of the family ran out to a loud noise, and seeing his dead wife and a blonde man with a crazy smile, he rushed at the latter, trying to hurt him. The two of them made a lot of noise, and therefore Tajiro began to descend. Naruto only smiled when he heard Uchiha scream. He saw his dead mother. Tajiro abruptly jumped out into the kitchen and saw Naruto cutting off his father's head. Tajiro falls to his knees. Why did you do that? Is this for revenge? You took my brother away from me, now my father and mother. You're a monster. My goal was the destruction of the Uchiha clan, and I have already coped with this. Goodbye, Tajiro. Naruto said, flashing his Sharingan in the darkness. The boy lost consciousness from emotional shock. Naruto ran out into the street and saw Sasuke, who was unconscious, and a crying girl. Naruto took the girl in his arms and began to leave the dead area, where there were only two living people. Naruto calmed Itachi down and they slowly went to where Obito should be. Naruto and Itachi were walking along the central street of Konoha. Here 4 years ago, 3 Chunins beat a boy, then 2 Uchi saved him. The boy suddenly realized that he had killed those who had saved him. But Itachi said that they were both dead. They were killed by their own people from the clan to become stronger. Uchiha is a terrible clan. The former clan. Naruto thought to himself. Itachi was walking around Konoha and trying to memorize every corner of this village. But it's time to leave. Naruto took Itachi and they went to Obito. I see you decided to come. Well, come on, take my hands. Naruto and Itachi took the unknown by the hands, and at the same second they began to drag somewhere. Here we are, Naruto. Madara is in that room. The brunette pointed to one of the rooms with his hand. Itachi, the tub is there, otherwise you look terrible. Naruto slowly walked towards the room. He already felt Madara's chakra. He knew that the teacher had sensed it too. Naruto slowly opened the door and saw the aged Madara, who was smiling with his most sincere and big smile. Teacher. I came, I'm sorry it took so long. The boy said and began to cry, but Madara was next to him and took him in his arms. Comment on the truth. I can't lose another person. I decided that now I will add lines from some song at the beginning of the chapter. Kitty kitty, shut up. Thousands of phrases, from the moments of those days that I once experienced a long time ago. Thousands of phrases that I regretted. Cut a tender neck. Thousands of phrases that I once regretted. Took knives in my hands, and from 1,000 wounds flow thousands of phrases that I will regret. Teacher. I came, I'm sorry it took so long. The boy said and began to cry, but Madara was next to him and took him in his arms. Madara and the boy stood like that for about 5 minutes, until Naruto seriously looked at Uchiha. Sensei, how did you survive? Naruto asked, looking seriously at his teacher. I programmed one of my eyes to use Izanagi, and that's why I survived. Explained Madara, who looked with a smile at his old student. Then why didn't you come back to the village? Why didn't you tell harem about everything? why didn't you give me any hint that you were still alive?" An 8-year-old boy broke into a scream, tears came out of the blonde's eyes. He sincerely did not understand why Madara did this. "I couldn't go back to the village, because the Uchiha clan was there. I didn't tell Hashirama anything because he would have tried to bring me back to the village. Moreover, he severed all ties with the past in order to preserve the present. He became a wise and good Hokage. Madara told me. You. As always, you think only of yourself. You never think about others. Tell me, who is this?" "The guy in the mask." Naruto began to speak, drooping. "This is Uchiha Obito. I saved him when he was your age. Now he keeps up with me. I've been teaching him for a couple of years. He knows a lot of things. And he also does my will." "What kind of will?" Naruto asked immediately. "I want to immerse the whole world in an illusion. To do this, I need to revive the 10-tailed one. To do this, I need to collect 9-tailed beasts in the statue of Geto. Nagato, with the help of Rinnegan, will be able to revive me, and I will become the Jinchuriki of the 10-tailed, and therefore I will immerse the whole world in Genjutsu," Madara said, looking at the student quietly boiling with anger. "So you're going to kill me, too, in pursuit of a damn illusion? Why did she give herself up to you at all? For the sake of seeing my brother. I will immerse everyone in an illusion where everyone can be with their loved ones, where no one will die. Isn't this a real paradise? But you will not die. Other people who possess the fox chakra will be sealed into the statue instead of you. For example, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. You haven't changed, Madara. I shouldn't have believed in you," Naruto said, and started to leave his teacher's room, but before that he used Genjutsu, with which he viewed Madara's entire life. Here is Madara, resurrected, with the help of Izanagi. Madara has been traveling all this time, but he has not forgotten his brother or his disciple for a second. At some point in his life, Madara met a strange man, after meeting whom Madara changed and began to dream about the world of dreams. Flashback: Madara is traveling through the land of fire. He is already on his way for the 3rd day, but he is still quite far from his goal. He wants to find a place that can be equipped for himself and live there in comfort and tranquility. Madara often recalled the blonde miracle that could change him. He did not take the path of revenge and hatred. He did not let him fall into darkness. Madara was very grateful to the boy for his thoughts. The shinobi god did not notice how he crashed into someone. When Madara looked up at him, he saw in his eyes a Mangekyo Sharingan, which immediately imposed an illusion on him. After that, Madara began to dream dreams of a world of dreams and tranquility. And flashback: after watching the life of his teacher, Naruto fell to his knees, tears froze in his eyes. Tears of joy. He was happy that his teacher didn't really want anything like that. It was just a damn Genjutsu. Madara is cleverly controlled, Naruto thought to himself. When Naruto looked at Madara again, his eyes hurt a lot, as if they were poured red-hot iron. Naruto waited for the pain to subside and opened his eyes. Looking back at Madara, he saw someone else's chakra in the brunette's SCC, which imposed an eternal illusion on him. Naruto was able to easily destroy the illusion. This is one of Naruto's Mangekyo abilities. Madara fainted after removing the Genjutsu. Naruto carefully put the already old teacher on the bed and just sat down next to him. I wonder who was able to impose such a strong illusion on the teacher. Moreover, the chakra was powerful, even more powerful than Kurama and me. Is it possible? A person's chakra is stronger and denser than bijus, which are essentially clumps of a huge amount of dense chakra and consciousness. Naruto reflected to himself. A couple of hours later, Madara came to himself. Madara carefully took a sitting position and saw a blonde man who was thinking about something of his own. This voice brought Naruto out of his reverie. It was as if I was looking at myself from the outside. I couldn't control the situation and just looked at what I was doing under genjutsu. Damn. When you came, I didn't even want to listen to your conversation, but I couldn't help but listen to it. I began to hate myself even more. I could not justify the hopes of my student. I'm too pathetic. Madara said, and visibly saddened. Madara hated himself for his weakness, for letting himself be caught in genjutsu and not being able to get out of it. No matter how much I tried to dispel this genjutsu, I couldn't do anything, but you saved me. Saved me again. After all, I never had time to thank you for not letting me drown in the abyss of hatred and malice. Thank you, my dear student. Naruto silently listened to his teacher and looked at him thoughtfully, and then smiled slyly. Madara-sama, although you did not control yourself, but I do not think that you will be able to earn my forgiveness so easily. By the way, I have news for you. However, now I'm not sure that it's good. After a bit of silence, as if weighing all the pros and cons, Naruto began to speak again. The Uchiha clan was destroyed by my hands. Madara abruptly stood up and grabbed Naruto by the neck. Didn't you ask me not to kill them? Didn't you want me not to stumble on my way and fall into the darkness? So why the hell did you do that? Madara said angrily. I don't know. I took revenge for you. Hatred clouded my mind. I decided that the current Uchiha are to blame for your death. Yeah, I've ruined innocent lives. Excuse me. Naruto said, realizing what he had done. But, I also helped one girl from the Uchiha clan. She was given the task to cut out the entire clan. He would have sunk into oblivion anyway, and so I helped the girl, because they put me out as the executioner of the Uchi. They said that the Nine-Tailed took possession of me and cut everyone. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, but suddenly remembering something, he became more serious. Is there something you wanted to know? Madara asked. He recognized this look. Usually such a look appeared in the boy when he wanted to talk about something serious. Yes, Kurama told me that Obito was responsible for the death of my parents. He took the Cu out of my mom Kushina, and then tried to kill me. And then taking Ku under genjutsu set the fox on Konoha. My father, the fourth Hokage, sacrificed his life to save the villagers. He sealed the fox in me. Tell me, teacher, what the hell is Obito doing in Konoha? Explain how it happened. Naruto asked the question. Madara only remained silent in response and stared blankly. He doesn't know why. He sent Obito there. It feels like it was an order that Madara carried out while under genjutsu. Madara did not know the answer to this question. He was ashamed. Because of his fault the real parents of his student died. So you don't know, or you can't explain the reason why you sent him to Konoha. Naruto looked at Madara, who just looked away. You know, from Naruto's voice, Madara shuddered. I'm supposed to hate you for that, right? I wish I could. I just can't hate the one who replaced my father, the one who became my teacher, the one I saved from falling into darkness. I'm disappointed in you, friend, said Naruto and silently left the room. Madara just looked after him. He knew that he was to blame. He knew that Naruto would be back tomorrow and they would talk about everything that happened to them. But Madara will no longer be able to look into Naruto's eyes until he redeems this guilt. Damn bastard, I'll find you and make you regret that you put genjutsu on me/father, Naruto and Madara thought to themselves at the same time. Naruto left Madara's room and came across a girl who had already washed off all the blood and was wiping her hair with a towel. Naruto smiled looking at her. How are you feeling? Naruto asked, who was seriously worried about her mental state. I'm fine. How's the conversation with an old friend? Itachi asked, but when she saw the sad and angry face, she realized that something had happened between them. It turns out that he is responsible for the death of my real parents, but all because of the bastard who used genjutsu on Madara, and controlled him. I'll find this bastard and he'll pay for what he did. Naruto said and looked somewhere in the distance. I am sure that Madara-sama is very sorry for what he did. I am sure that he hates himself for his weakness, that he could not do anything." Itachi said and looked at the blonde, who immediately cheered up from the brunette's words. "Thank you, Itachi," Naruto said and went to his room. Naruto couldn't sleep all night. He tried, but a premonition of something bad kept him awake. Around 2 in the morning, Naruto decided to visit his teacher and say that he doesn't blame him for anything. Naruto quickly found himself in Madara's room, who also couldn't sleep, lying on his bed and thinking about Naruto. The creaking of the door distracted Madara from his thoughts. Turning around, Madara saw the one he wanted to see more than anything in the world right now. Naruto was standing in the doorway, looking guiltily at the old man. "I'm sorry, old man, I overdid it, it's not your fault. But you can't stop me from taking revenge on the one who caused everything to happen," Naruto said, sitting down next to Madara. "Forgive me, Naruto, forgive me for my weakness," Madara said sadly, but quickly cheered up. Madara picked up this stupid habit, a quick change of mood, from Naruto and Hashirama. "I wasn't going to stop you, even more, we'll let him know together that he did something wrong. But I remember you called me Madara-sama or Madara-sensei, and now you're just an old man. Your death has changed me too much. I became very attached to you, and therefore what I saw, I had nightmares for another month for sure. Death changes everyone," Naruto said, looking at Madara. "I still remember your eyes when you saw me with a katana in my heart. This look, there was only despair, pain and a desire to die in it. After I said thank you and started to fall, your gaze became absolutely lifeless, and then I died. Forgive me for this, Naruto. I made a huge mistake not telling you anything, because I almost ruined your life with my own hands," Madara said. "I'm glad you're alive. I'll be able to tell you what I didn't have time to then. I wanted to thank you for accepting me into your family, for training me, for not looking at me askance. I really felt like I had a family. You have replaced my father, Madara, and therefore I am now responsible for what path you choose. I hope you won't disappoint me," Naruto said and smiled his old and kind smile. "You don't change, son." Even for Madara himself, it sounded unexpected. After these words, they both laughed, but the shinobi god could hear a quiet "thank you." Naruto and Madara remembered the old days, but when it was time for dawn, Naruto decided to move on to the most important thing. "Madara, what do we need to do? What organization was Obito talking about?" Naruto asked. "Akatsuki organization, damn, because of my weakness, you now have to clean up everything. You will need to destroy it, and if it does not work out, then you must save the other Jinchuriki, then they will be forced to resurrect me. And we will destroy them together. But until then, you have to do everything as carefully as possible, even Obito should not suspect anything. I'm going to die soon, for real now, so I'll tell you just one thing. My eyes are at Obito's, ask them to transplant you, you will get an eternal mangek and your vision will not deteriorate. And give your eyes to that girl, judging by your stories, she is not indifferent to you." Madara smiled and looked at his student. Madara saw his scythe on Naruto's back. "So that's who took it. Well, then here's another gift for you." Madara began to fold the seals, tears flowed from his eyes again. He did not want to say goodbye to his disciple, who became his son. Madara with tears in his eyes folded the last seal and touched Naruto's forehead. The blonde was standing with a shocked face. He had just received all the information about this scythe, about the fighting style and how it should be used in battle. "Thank you for coming into my life, Naru." He was not destined to finish. Naruto caught the falling body with tears in his eyes and sat down with him on the ground. A long-drawn cry of the boy was heard throughout the shelter. He lost it again. He has lost the person most dear to him again. Again. Lost. Madara. Comment to it's not me. I couldn't. Sorry. As everyone understood, Madara remained alive, but not for long. Escaped with the help of the Forbidden Eye technique, Izanagi. Helps the user to avoid any wounds, even fatal ones. I hope that I have properly described why Madara became like this. In short, Zetsu captured one of the Uchiha's bodies and, adding his chakra, used a powerful genjutsu on Madara, who could not remove it himself. Lines from the song Pyrokinesis, who cut the sky's throat. Just because there is no dream and my eyes are no longer burning, but even if there is no dream I don't want to go back anyway. If you want, go yourself. He lost it again. He has lost the person most dear to him again. Again. Lost. Madara. The boy's cry was full of despair and sadness. Itachi immediately ran into the room from which the scream came. Running in there, she saw only a boy with tears holding the body of the shinobi god. Itachi, he's dead, you know, he left me alone again. Only pain, despair and sadness could be seen in Naruto's gaze. He finally retired. You should be glad that you saw him before he died. The girl tried to calm the boy down. You're right. He didn't want me to be sad or upset about his death. Naruto said and slowly got up with the old man's body in his arms. Naruto, what happened to Madara-sama? Answer me. Why were you shouting? Obito flew into the room. He's dead. Naruto forced himself to say that. What do you mean dead? How did you let this happen? Explain yourself quickly. Uchiha broke into a scream. Obito, I don't think now is the time to yell at Naruto. Look how much he's hurting, ask about everything later. Itachi said and began to approach Naruto. Wait, first I will burn his body, and then you Obito, transplant Madara's eyes to me. This was his last request. And you will transplant my eyes to Itachi. This way we will have an eternal Mangekyo. Said Naruto, and taking the body, began to go outside. All right, Obito said and followed the boy. Naruto, Itachi and Obito were standing on the street in front of the body of the great shinobi. For whom he was an ideal, for someone he was a teacher, father and friend in one person. For some, he was nothing more than a story. Madara-sama, you saved my life. I will finish your business, don't worry. Obito started first. Madara-sama, even though I didn't know you, but I'm still glad that you're finally going to retire. Itachi said and looked at Madara's body. You became my teacher, then my friend, and then my father. You have become the one who is dear to me the most. You've done a lot of terrible things, but I don't blame you for that. The real you would never have committed such actions. I will always remember you and put aside a huge place for you in my soul. Thank you for illuminating my further path. Naruto thought to himself and began to fold the seals. He folded exactly 3 and said in a low whisper, Kato, Hokage Stage 1. Naruto exhaled a powerful jet of fire from his mouth, which was directed at the body of the great shinobi. The body burned up in the first couple of seconds of contact with fire. When Naruto finished, only black soot remained, which disappeared after a couple of seconds. Naruto and the company turned around and went, as Naruto had a feeling that someone had patted him on the head, as Madara liked to do it. Naruto had tears, which he quickly wiped away and nodded to himself and left for the 2 Uchiha. Naruto, why did Madara decide to give you his eyes? You're not an Uchiha, and what's the point of transferring your eyes to Itachi? Obito asked and prepared everything for the operation. In fact, I happen to be an Uchiha. I awakened Sharingan in training with Madara, and Manjik when I saw his death. The transplant is necessary in order to find the eternal Mangek Sharingan and not go blind. Naruto said and fell asleep from the effects of sleeping pills. The day when the Uchiha clan ceased to exist, Sasuke calmly returned after training. He walked slowly to the territory of his clan. The boy recently often remembered Naruto, who behaved strangely, and today he did not come to class at all. When the brunette was already approaching the entrance to the territory, he saw Naruto standing and waiting for him. "Hey, Naruto, what are you doing here? Is it really a date with Itachi?" Sasuke chuckled. In addition, Itachi received a task from Danzo. Naruto began to speak after he placed Sasuke in genjutsu. He ordered her to slaughter her entire clan. "I'm here to help her, and if she turns off her path, then help her get back. Everyone will be cut out except you and Tajiro." That was the order. "Forgive Sasuke, don't blame Itachi, blame me, I'll kill more than her. But don't you dare blame your sister and never dare to embark on the path of revenge and evil." Naruto said, and having stopped the effect of the illusion disappeared with a pop. Sasuke quickly ran to his house. He wanted to see Itachi, mom and dad for the last time. He knew that there was no way to save them. If Naruto had not warned him, then he would surely have hated his sister. Sasuke ran to his house and entered exactly at the moment when his father was talking. "Itachi, take care of Sasuke. We don't blame you." The next moment the katana descended and killed both of them. Sasuke stopped dead in his tracks. He didn't have time. "Itachi, good luck to you. Naruto told me everything. They will pay for this order." Sasuke whispered with tears in his eyes and looking at the corpses of his parents. A Sharingan with 2 volumes sparkled in the eyes of the brunette. "Sorry, Sasuke," Itachi said and disappeared into Shunshin. Sasuke lost consciousness due to emotional shock. When Sasuke woke up, he was lying in a hospital bed. Tajiro was still unconscious next to him. "Damn, now I have to show that I hate my sister and Naruto for what they did," Sasuke thought and made a slightly sullen face, which almost made him laugh. Sasuke felt sorry for his parents, but they said they didn't blame Itachi for anything, which means Sasuke can't blame her. Hiruzen was sitting next to Sasuke, who was looking at Sasuke attentively. "I'm sorry, Sasuke, but your clan was completely cut out. Only you and Tajiro are left," said Hiruzen, which made Sasuke jump. He did not expect that Hokage was sitting next to him. He did not notice him. "Hokage-sama, don't scare me like that. I already know everything about the clan. I'll kill Itachi," Sasuke said with feigned hatred in his voice. Actually, Itachi didn't really kill anyone, another person did it, although is he a person now at all? "We will announce that your sister has nothing to do with it, which means that she will be able to return to Konoha. And who is to blame for the death of my clan?" Sasuke asked with interest. "This idiot Naruto, he killed my father and mother in front of my eyes. I'll kill him," said Tajiro, who was already awake. "You're right, boy, Naruto is the one who is to blame for the death of your clan. Tomorrow we will announce that his body was controlled by the 9-tailed demon fox, who, because of his hatred for you, slaughtered the entire clan. If you declare Itachi not guilty, then she won't come home anyway." Sasuke said. "Why did you decide that? She wouldn't want to become a Nuke-nin and leave her brother to his fate." The third Hokage asked in bewilderment. "It's all about Naruto. He is too dear to my sister. She will always be there for him, no matter what he does. She's there to keep him from falling into the darkness. I think that if Itachi returns, it will only be with Naruto," Sasuke said and lay down on the bed with his eyes closed. "Since you say so, then fine. We'll declare her innocent anyway, and whether she comes back or not depends on her. Okay, rest up, you'll have to be discharged tomorrow," said the third and began to leave the room. Sasuke and Tajiro found themselves in the same room, all alone. No one knew where to start a conversation, so as not to offend a friend by misfortune, and therefore both were silent. "Ask me what you want. I will answer any of your questions," Sasuke suddenly said and looked at his friend. "Are they dead? Parents?" "Yes. But only in reality, you see, I always keep the memory of them, which means they are alive." Sasuke remarked philosophically. Have you awakened Sharingan? 2 Tomo, my parents were killed in front of my eyes, that's why he woke up. I also woke up, but with only 1 volume. Damn Naruto, he slaughtered the entire clan. Sasuke and Tajiro talked some more before going to bed. They both became great friends, which is understandable, both lost everything they had. But one chose the path of revenge, and the other chose the path of forgiveness. In the morning, all the villagers, shinobi, and ordinary people gathered near the residence. Everyone was looking at the roof, where Hokage was going to appear any minute. Sasuke and Tajiro also came. They were wondering what their head would say about the death of an entire clan in one night. A couple of minutes later, Hiruzen finally appeared. This is a huge loss for the whole village. The entire Uchiha clan was slaughtered that night. The boy in whom Kubi no Yoko or the nine-tailed fox demon was sealed lost control, and eventually the demon took over the boy's body. The fox cut out all the shinobi and people from the Uchiha clan. He hated this clan. The demon was able to be subdued and reprinted into another child. He is a hero who restrains the fox alone. After the words of the Hokage, everyone started shouting enough. Finally this demon died. They hated Naruto so much that they were glad that he finally died. Of course, they reprinted it, yeah, said Sasuke sitting next to a friend. They are folding. But this is necessary. If there are spies of other countries here, then let everyone think that the cube has been reprinted, and not the fuck knows where. Tajiro said, you're right, okay, let's go home. The boys turned around and went home. A couple of days after the eye transplant, Naruto finally woke up. Apparently Obito messed up a little with the amount of sleeping pills. Naruto felt that there was a blindfold on his eyes. He did not know whether it was possible to take it off or not, and therefore sat with her for the time being. Obito, give me a drink, Naruto croaked faintly. But Obito was nearby and quickly gave Naruto water. After Naruto drank, he was finally able to talk normally. Can I take off the bandage? Already yes, you slept for a long time. Itachi woke up yesterday. The boy took off the blindfold after these words. Naruto opened his eyes and walked up to the water surface. In the reflection of the water, Naruto saw his eternal Mangekyo. The spiral was preserved, but slightly reduced. Madara's drawing was similar to a circle formed by 3 volumes. Naruto had a spiral in this circle of 3 volumes. Madara gave away his old eyes, even those that he had before he transplanted Izuna's eyes to himself. Itachi also kept his own drawing, and the spiral stripes were slightly visible from behind. Naruto and Itachi went to rest. Now they could not use their eyes in training or use the Mangekyo at all, otherwise they could go completely blind. Naruto and Itachi were sitting on the bed and thinking about what was happening in Konoha. They were wondering who would be declared a criminal. Obito came into the room and started talking from the threshold. Oh, a beautiful girl from Konoha and Nukenin and Demon. Obito jokingly began his story. Itachi, you are not a Nukenin, which means you can return to Konoha. Naruto was blamed for everything. They said that the Nine-Tailed took over your body and killed all the Uchiha. That's it, well and good, Itachi, you can go back. You don't need to become a renegade of your village. Naruto said and looked at Itachi. No, I'm staying with you. It's because of me that you became a Nukenin, because you wanted to help me. Itachi said and smiled at the blonde. So, it's time to move out, they are waiting for us in Akatsuki, will you join? Obito asked and received 2 nods. Great. I am the real leader of the Akatsuki, but only Konan and Pain, as he calls himself, know about it. For the 2 of them, I am Uchiha Madara. And for the rest, I'm Toby the Fool, so don't give away my identity. Okay? He got 2 nods in return. What does the organization do? Itachi asked. Catching tailed ones, but we will do it only in 5 years, and until that time, everyone will train. Obito replied, we agree. Let's go already. Obito moved himself and the company right into Akatsuki's lair. In front of Obito sat Pain and Konan, who were looking at the two newcomers with interest. Naruto and Itachi were also looking at a blue-haired girl with a flower in her hair and a red-haired guy with a lot of piercings. Naruto looked at them with a look that expressed absolutely nothing, but Naruto's gaze was riveted on only one detail. Pain's eyes, damn, it was Rinnegan. Naruto looked at his eyes and thought that with the help of these eyes, Madara would be resurrected. These are the new members of the organization, Naruto and Itachi. Apostates from list. Obito said and looked at Pain. And what did this little thing forget here? Pain asked, pointing at Naruto. This little thing, as you put it, almost single-handedly slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. He was also my student, I vouch for him. Naruto grimaced at the words about the student, but no one noticed it. Okay, you'll get the form tomorrow. Konan, show our guests to their bedroom. The red-haired man said, and the girl approached Naruto and Itachi. With a gesture, she indicated to follow them. They were walking along some corridors. It felt like there was a maze here. Naruto memorized the way to Pain. 5 minutes later, Konan stopped and pointed to 2 doors. Naruto and Itachi went to their rooms. Naruto went to bed almost immediately. Itachi was also not awake for a long time, and therefore, after writing a note to the third that she and Naruto would monitor the organization of Akatsuki, she went to bed. The next morning, Naruto and Itachi came to Pain, where they were given Akatsuki raincoats and straw hats with bells. Naruto carefully examined the clothes. He liked it. The cloak does not restrict movement and it is quite comfortable. The cloak was black, with red clouds that were randomly arranged. The cloak itself was quite long, with a high collar. The cloak was knee-length. Naruto silently took the cloak and put it on himself, leaving the hat in his hand. Itachi also took the cloak, but she didn't have much love for him. I will give you rings so that you can appear as a hologram on Geto Maso's fingers and help in sealing. Naruto had a blue ring with the kanji, sky. Naruto appeared on the little finger of his left hand. Itachi also received a red ring with the kanji, scarlet. Itachi was supposed to appear on the ring finger of her right hand. Thus, Naruto and Itachi became full members of the organization. Why are the heavens burning? Burn forever, the wind is in your eyes. After Naruto and Itachi became full members of the organization, they were invited to tomorrow's meeting. Waking up, Naruto went to Itachi and woke up the girl. Naruto waited for Itachi to get ready. Itachi and Naruto had already arrived at the beginning of the meeting. Everyone who joined the organization was in the den now, namely Kakuzu, Sasori, Konan, Pain and Kisame. Naruto and Itachi fell into place. From today we have new members. Their names are Itachi and Naruto. To begin with, I will say that all Akatsuki work in pairs. I'll be paired with Itachi, it's not negotiable. To which Pain only nodded. That the boy fell in love? Kisame asked Naruto mockingly. Naruto didn't answer him, just looked at him menacingly, but no more. Since everyone understood, I will ask everyone to leave, except Naruto and Itachi. Pain said. When everyone left the room and only Itachi, Naruto, and Pain remained. Madara, come out, it's time to tell them our great goals. Said Pain, next to whom Obito appeared from the funnel. Yes, you're right, it's time to dedicate them. Naruto, Itachi, our goal is to collect all the tailed demons and seal them in a statue of Geto Maso. Naruto, you are not one of them. After sealing all the tailed ones in the statue, we will resurrect the 10-tailed one and Madara will become his Jinchuriki. After that, Madara activates the infinite Tsukuyomi and reflecting off the moon, it will introduce all shinobi into the illusion. In this way, we will establish peace on Earth. We will save humanity from self-destruction, but they will sacrifice their freedom. However, they will be together with their loved ones who died. This is our plan for peace on Earth. Pain said solemnly, and Madara-sama will help us. Naruto shuddered at their idiotic plan. Naruto felt sick of these people, but he couldn't just leave the organization and leave Itachi alone, and therefore he was silent. How do you like our plan? People who have known pain will forget it. People will meet their loved ones again. It will be a real peace on Earth. There will be no wars and murders. Pain said, looking into Naruto's eyes. He saw nothing in them. Naruto masterfully hid in his gaze contempt and hatred for this man. In Itachi's eyes, one could see a misunderstanding. I understand that you are in shock right now, and therefore look with incomprehension, but a little later you will understand everything. You who have known the pain of loss will be able to meet again with those who have lost. Pain said. You can go, tomorrow you two will go on a mission. Said Pseudo Madara, and Naruto and Itachi left the office. What do you think about it? Itachi asked, looking into Naruto's eyes so that he would pull them into genjutsu. I think they are sick people. Whoever they lose there, it's complete nonsense. We need to stop them, but for this we will have to wait for Madara. The two of us will not be able to cope. Madara advised me that now it's worth following orders and waiting for the right moment. Don't show your contempt for them and we will succeed. Naruto said. I will appear near Itachi. Okay. After these words, Naruto dispelled the genjutsu and they calmly went on. What do you think? What kind of mission will they give us? Naruto asked the girl. I don't know, but I'm thinking of eliminating someone. The girl said and went into her room. Good night, Itachi. Naruto wished and went to his room. Good night, the girl answered and went to bed. Tomorrow promises to be interesting. Naruto couldn't sleep for a long time. He just lay there and stared at the ceiling. With nothing to do, Naruto printed out his scythe and went to look for a training ground to practice. When Naruto came out of his room, he almost bumped into Itachi, who was walking towards him. Itachi? What are you doing here, Naru? I was coming to you. I can't sleep. I thought that after sitting at your place, I could then fall asleep. The girl answered a little blushing. I'm going to find a training ground here, or at least a semblance of it, to practice. Naruto nodded at the scythe behind his back. Let's practice together. I want to learn the technique with which you punched my Susanoo. Oh, this one. Well, let's go, even though I'm no teacher, but I think we can do it. Naruto said, and they went in search of the landfill. Closer to 1 o'clock in the morning, they were able to find a semblance of a polygon. Naruto explained the principle of operation of this technique for about an hour. He specially made it so that it could not be copied using Sharingan or Rinnegan. Naruto shared his chakra with Itachi and the girl was able to perform this technique for the 10th time. After all, she was a genius of the clan. Naruto and Itachi decided to arrange a sparring with only cold weapons. Itachi took out her katana, which she used back in the service of the Umbu. Naruto took his scythe in his right hand. The boy and the girl stood opposite each other. The kunai stuck into the ground, served as the beginning of the battle. Naruto and Itachi ran at each other. Itachi activated Sharingan. Naruto even pressed her with a scythe. Madara gave him all the knowledge about this scythe. Now Naruto used his fighting style mixed with Madara's fighting style. Even for an experienced opponent, this style is too complicated and it is not possible to predict blows or movements. A couple of minutes later, Naruto defeated the girl, knocking the katana out of her hands. The girl stumbled and fell from surprise, but Naruto managed to catch her and did not let her hurt herself. The girl and the boy blushed. It seems they fell in love with each other. Then Naruto and Itachi trained separately. Itachi honed her mastery of the katana and the techniques already learned. Naruto also honed the style of fighting with a scythe and a katana. Naruto also tried to master Raiden. Naruto tried to create a new Raiden technique, but so far nothing has come to mind. Naruto and Itachi trained until the morning. In the morning Tobi came to them and escorted them to their rooms, because they got lost. Naruto and Itachi went to the shower, got dressed and came to the leader. Pain-sama, you said that you had a task for us. We are listening to you. Naruto said, getting down on one knee. It's not worth such formalities, otherwise it disgusts me. You need to eliminate a group of robbers who are fishing on the territory of the country of fire. We will be well paid for completing this mission. Robbers most often appear near Konoha, so there is a chance to meet with his former friends. We'll take it. Itachi answered for herself and for Naruto that, great, go and glorify the name of our organization. Naruto and Itachi silently left with the same thought, probably sick. Naruto quickly got ready and waited for the girl at her door. Itachi couldn't comb her hair for a long time after a shower, they dried out and got tangled. Naruto was already tired of waiting, so he knocked and entered. What he saw made him laugh. Itachi was sitting on a chair, a comb was tangled in her hair, and she was red as a cancer. What are you laughing at? You'd better help me. Okay. Just sit still. The blonde man said and went to help the girl. Naruto slowly untangled the comb, and then began to comb the girl's hair. Naruto did everything very carefully, with knowledge of the case. Well, it's not just like that. Recently, Naruto decided to grow his hair. His hairstyle began to resemble the hairstyle of a young Madara. This hairstyle suited him. Naruto combed Itachi's hair and after getting dressed they left the room. Thanks. Itachi said with satisfaction. Contact me, it's not difficult for me to help you. Naruto said and they moved towards Konoha. I didn't think that I would be returning to Konoha so soon. Itachi said, approaching the gate of the village. Pain said that the Hokage asked the organization to deal with the robbers. For full information, we will have to meet with the Hokage. Yeah. Naruto and Itachi quickly passed through the gate, but they were stopped by the eternal guards of the gate. Kotetsu and Izumo, not the one who Uchiha, immediately tensed at the sight of unknown people in strange cloaks. Who are they? The purpose of arrival in Konoha. We are from the Akatsuki organization. Kotetsu thought that he had already heard this voice, but where he could not remember. We have a request from the Hokage for a mission. Okay, you can go through, they will show you where the Hokage residence is located. It's not worth it, we already know where it is. Said an unknown voice. Because of the hat and high collar, it was not visible who was standing in front of them. When the unknown people had gone a short distance, Izumo spoke. The first one had a familiar voice. And the fact that they know where the residence is, all this is strange. Kotetsu only nodded affirmatively and watched Naruto and Itachi leave. Do you think it was logical to say that we know where the residence is? Itachi asked. What's the difference? They'll find out sooner or later who we are and where we come from anyway. Naruto said and went on. You're right. Naruto and Itachi were walking along the main street towards the residence. All the people looked at them with interest. The shinobi were slightly tense, yet two unknown people were walking around the village. Naruto and Itachi didn't walk for long. Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai landed right in front of them. Who are you and why are you here? Kakashi asked. It doesn't concern you, those who let us in here have all the information. Naruto said coldly. This answer did not suit Hatake, and therefore he created a Raikiri and was ready for a fight. So that's how you improved it. Damn, you're a genius, whoever you are. With these words, Naruto first created a Chidori, then Naruto began to pour more chakra into the technique and began to shape the blade, so he managed to create a Raikiri. Kakashi looked at it with huge eyes. In his eyes, someone first created first Chidori, and then Raikiri. Who are you? Asuma asked, to whom the cigarette fell out of his mouth from shock. You're delaying us, which means you're delaying the Hokage. We have a mission here, Hokage should give us more information. Said a female voice, a voice that was painfully similar to the voice of someone Kakashi knew. Kakashi began to remember where he heard this voice. He stood for a couple of seconds thinking. And then Itachi? Kakashi asked, looking at the girl in shock. Damn, Kakashi, you're really a genius, but that doesn't negate the fact that Hokage is waiting for us. Said the remaining unknown. Then who are you? Juhi asked. Does it matter? Why would you want to know my partner's identity? Itachi asked, looking at everyone with an activated Sharingan. It's very important, I think it's him. The one who is responsible for the death of your clan. Yuhi said, looking directly at Naruto. Open your face or you won't go any further. Kakashi said in a commanding tone. Well, you'll have to reveal your identity to them. Naruto said and was about to take off his hat when suddenly everyone heard a voice. Wait, Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, why the hell are you standing here and interfering with them? Quickly miss them, I have to give them a mission. Hokage said. Hi, Hokage-sama. Shouted 3 shinobi and missed the unknown and Itachi. Naruto and Itachi walked slowly to the residence. As it turned out it was not a real Hokage, but a shadow clone. Naruto and Itachi reached the residence without any problems. At first they did not want to let them into the Hokage's office. They said that he had an important meeting with some people. They were not allowed in until Naruto knocked out both guards, putting them in genjutsu. Naruto and Itachi entered the office and saw Hiruzen and another unknown. The unknown man was a white-haired man of about 50 years old. He had red lines under his eyes. The unknown man is dressed in a light green kimono and trousers of the same color, under which he wears a mesh t-shirt, visible on his wrists and ankles. He also wore arm guards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side. On his forehead he had an original protector with 2 small horns and the kanji oil. Naruto and Itachi immediately realized that this was one of the Sanins. Hello Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama. Naruto said hello. Hello, you can take off your hats, there is nothing threatening you here. Hiruzen said and nodded to Jiraiya. My student will now put up barriers so that no one can see your faces and hear our conversation. We'll wait. Itachi said in agreement. After a couple of minutes, Jiraiya put up barriers, and quite strong ones. Well, is it time to get acquainted? Hiruzen asked jokingly. Are you sure, Hokage-sama? The unknown asked, to which he received only 2 nods. Hello, Hokage-sama, haven't seen you for a long time. Itachi said and took off her hat. Itachi immediately got down on one knee, saluting her leader. Get up, Itachi, you shouldn't do this in front of your partner. Hiruzen said. Don't be afraid, I won't tell anyone. Hello, old man 3. Naruto said, taking off his hat. Naruto. You're back. I've been looking for you for 4 years, where have you been? Jiraiya immediately began. Jiraiya, I will explain everything, but first we will listen to the mission, after that at 11 on the head of the first Hokage. Naruto said. Jiraiya just nodded and stood in place. I'm glad you're alive, Naru. I'm sorry that they declared you a traitor and the culprit in everything. Don't make excuses, old man. My old friend also once abandoned the past in order to preserve the present. Naruto said, looking at the head of the first Hokage. In general, your mission is to eliminate a gang of mercenaries who are walking around ancient. According to my information, today they will have to gather together in a village that is located north of Konoha. They'll be there in about 3 hours. Is everything clear? Yes, But I have a request. Yes, Naruto, I'm listening to you, said the third, and looked at the boy who touched the barrier and brought his chakra there to calmly exit. Jiraiya, she treats you more. Don't let Itachi out, I'll handle the mission myself, let her visit Sasuke in her parents' grave, Naruto said, smiling his kind smile, and quickly ran out of the office. Damn it. That's all Itachi said and tried to get out of the barrier, but couldn't. Naruto strengthened it. Ahahaha, and he's good, I think I can fulfill this request. Sannin the Toad laughed. Naruto hasn't changed in any way. Although no, he became kind of more alive, or something, said the third, looking at Itachi. Tell me what you did with Naruto after you left the village, Jiraiya asked. Naruto was able to meet his teacher, who, as it turned out, was still alive, but he was under genjutsu, and therefore did a lot of bad things. Naruto helped him free himself and he died in his arms that night. After that, Naruto was depressed, but he remembered the words that his sensei had told him. He asked him not to be sad about his passing and to move forward with a smile on his face. Itachi said and smiled sadly. And who was his teacher? A third asked. And this is what Naruto will tell you, you heard him, today at 11 on Mount Hokage, at his favorite place. Itachi replied and added, Jiraiya let me out herself, I'll go visit Sasuke. Jiraiya removed the barrier and the girl, wearing a hat, calmly left the office. Naruto ran out of the office, put on his hat, and at a fast pace began to move north from Konoha. The last person he wanted to see appeared in front of him. Get out of the way, Kakashi-sama, I have a mission, all questions to Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama. Wow, you've already seen them, okay, I'll go find out everything from them, but don't think that I won't find out who is hiding under the hat, Kakashi said, and ran towards the residence. Naruto just snorted and ran on. An hour later, Naruto was on the spot. He quietly made his way to the village, and then saw the whole gang gathered in some clearing. Naruto unsealed his scythe and katana and jumped down from the tree. Naruto appeared in front of the crowd of robbers, who was standing with a katana and a scythe. The robbers took out their weapons and started running at a boy of about 10 years old. Naruto just jumped back and removed the katana with a scythe and folded a couple of seals. Kathan, Hokage Stage 4, the boy whispered softly. In the same second, a huge wall of flame was released from the youth's mouth. The flame burned everyone except the leader of the gang, it simply could not reach him. Naruto appeared in front of him and cut his throat with a wave of his scythe. After sealing the body, he decided to return to Konoha and take a little walk around the village. Naruto returned to the village an hour later. There were a lot of people on the street. Today there was some kind of holiday. Naruto decided not to disturb people, but to watch the sunset, as in the good old days. Naruto dropped by the Hokage and gave the scroll with the body of the shinobi. After receiving the money, Naruto headed to Mount Hokage. It was now about 8 o'clock in the evening. In about an hour there should be sunset. Naruto sat on the head of the first and smiled, looking at the village. Naruto rubbed the inscription. He remembered everything. Naruto blissfully closed his eyes and opened them. The Sharingan was burning in them. Naruto began to look at the village. Here is the same old man from the Hokage's office spying on the girls in the bath. Naruto saw Kakashi, who was arguing about something with Asuma and a man in a green leotard. Naruto also saw how the Hokage was wearily sorting through the papers. A figure in a cloak with red clouds did not escape the boy's gaze either. Itachi, Naruto thought. Looking closer, Naruto saw another figure next to Itachi. It was Sasuke. They were heading together from the cemetery to the center of the village. A little behind Sasuke was another guy. After a while Naruto was able to identify him. It was Tajiro. They were walking towards the cafe, when suddenly Itachi looked at Naruto with an activated Sharingan. Naruto waved at her, but the girl only imperceptibly showed her fist. Naruto realized that he was going to get hit today, but he smiled anyway. The sunset began. Naruto looked at it spellbound. The same white-haired old man sat next to Naruto. He also looked at the sunset and marveled at the beauty opening from this place. It's like someone cut the sky's throat, isn't it? I asked a standard question for a blonde. You're right, but it's only more beautiful this way. Looking at the sunset, Jiraiya noted. Did you want to talk about something? Or did you just come here? The blonde went straight to the point. I want to tell you who your parents were. Your father is me. But Jiraiya didn't have time to finish. Naruto interrupted him. I know who my parents were, I know who killed them. It's very difficult, but I want to ask you a favor. Said the blonde. What do you want? Jiraiya asked seriously, who knew what the kid could throw away. I need the key to Kurama's seal. I have been friends with him for a long time, in fact he is very kind, but because of the actions of people he became evil. Said Naruto, stroking the inscription. Then it turns out that the fox did not capture your body? But then why did you destroy the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya asked. It so happened that I almost fell into the darkness. I blamed the current Uchiha for the death of my teacher. I was embittered and hatred clouded my eyes. I couldn't figure out in time that I was doing something wrong. Itachi helped me, she didn't let me fall into darkness, but I still don't regret what I did. You see, Itachi received a task from Danzo. She had to destroy her clan. For the sake of Konoha, they were going to raise an uprising. Itachi was the executioner, but I didn't let that happen and did all the dirty work for her myself. It turns out that I didn't do it just for revenge. Naruto said and looked at the sky, which was even more beautiful today, and my sensei just threw the blame on you. I see. Okay, I'll give you the key, but after I hear your story. In the meantime, let's just sit and enjoy the sunset. Naruto just nodded and started looking at the sunset. Naruto for some reason immediately remembered how he also sat with Madara and watched the sunsets. Next to Jiraiya, he felt the same as next to Madara. Comment on the dreams and goals of idiots. I feel sick. Jesus, why are the heavens burning? Who will you spend your last day on if it's tomorrow? The rest means nothing, lies, truth. So who are you going to spend it on, huh? Naruto and Jiraiya sat and enjoyed the sunset. Naruto really felt close to Jiraiya, as well as with Madara. Naruto involuntarily smiled when he realized this. Naruto was sitting so that Jiraiya could not see his eyes, and therefore, Naruto activated the Sharingan and again began to watch the village falling asleep. Here is a mother taking her son home. They decided to take a walk before going to bed. Shinobi, who tiredly jumps on the roofs, apparently returns from a mission. Here is some team training, apparently genins, who are coached by their jonin. Here Itachi waves to him and points to the exit from the village. Two boys coming. Stop. Itachi shows that it is necessary to leave, almost missed the signal. Sorry, Godfather, but probably next time. Someday you will definitely find out about my teacher. Don't be sad without me. Naruto said and disappeared. Jiraiya didn't even have time to say anything after Naruto. He was a little shocked by the way the boy called him. Naruto found himself next to Itachi in a minute. Both Nukanins began to leave Konoha, who was already falling asleep. Kakashi appeared in front of the two Akatsuki. Take off your hats or I'll have to kill you. The ash-haired man said. Yes, you've already fucked up, Kakashi. Said Naruto and activating Mangekyo looked into Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi found himself in some kind of genjutsu. He tried to take it off, but nothing came out. It won't work, Kakashi, it's impossible to get out of this illusion if I don't want to. I've already surpassed Itachi in illusions. You can stay here forever, do you want to? I'd better call her, though. Naruto waved his right hand and a silhouette appeared out of nowhere. No way, Rin, how do you know her? Who are you? I'm a shadow of myself. The blond man answered mysteriously and dispelled the illusion. Naruto and Itachi calmly walked past Kakashi, who was in an illusion. After a couple of minutes, Naruto and Itachi left Konoha. What did you show him? He didn't even run to catch up with us. A curious girl asked after 5 minutes of silence. I showed him his girlfriend with whom they were on the same team. Her name was Rin. Kakashi accidentally killed her. That's why he didn't chase us. Now he hasn't even recovered from the shock. I know about this story from the mouth of Obito. Naruto replied and slightly increased the pace. Naruto and Itachi quickly reached the lair. The journey took them about 3 hours. Naruto provided the corpse of the head of the organization and gave the money he received for the mission. For such a mission, the old man paid as for a rank A mission, no less. This greatly surprised Naruto, but he did not delve into it. 60% is yours, such are the foundations of the organization. Naruto and Itachi took their share and left the head's office. Naruto, when do you think we will be given the next mission? Naruto just shrugged his shoulders, and then, as if remembering something important, turned around and looked at Itachi. You'd better tell me, how was the meeting with Sasuke and Tajiro? Naruto asked. Flashback, Jiraiya-sama, remove the barrier, I will not leave for Naruto. The girl asked and Jiraiya removed the barriers. Itachi slowly left the Hokage's office. Itachi put on her hat and adjusted the collar of her raincoat. She quietly strolled around the village until her feet brought her to the lake, where she often trained. Now 2 boys were training there, both were brunettes. 2 boys used Kado techniques, such as a fireball or phoenix flowers. Both trained until they lost their strength. They didn't even notice that someone was watching them. At some point, Sasuke turned around and saw an unknown person who was watching their training. Who are you? Why are you on the territory of our clan? Sasuke asked, looking at the unknown, in a black raincoat with red clouds, a straw hat covering his face. The stranger was quite frightening. He instilled some kind of fear. Firstly, your clan is gone, and secondly, I have every right to be here. The girl said and flashed her Sharingan. Uchiha? Then why weren't you in the village before? Tajiro asked. Yeah, Itachi drawled sadly, I didn't think that even my younger brother wouldn't recognize me. Sister? Sasuke looked at her uncomprehendingly. Well, you finally got it. Just don't you dare call me by my name in the village. I'm still a criminal from Konohagakure. Didn't you know that the third one didn't declare you an apostate? Sasuke asked, looking at his sister uncomprehendingly. And you're still as stupid, Sasuke. I crossed out my protector and left the village with Naruto. He and I joined an organization consisting of apostates and traitors, and we are one of them. At the mention of Naruto, Tajiro shuddered. He may be an apostate and a traitor, but clearly not you. Tell me, did he make you go with him? What he did, that you agreed to leave with him, and then did not return to the village? Tajiro asked. You will find out about everything later, but not now. Now let's go to the cemetery, and then we can walk around the village. Tell me how you live and what you do. Itachi, Sasuke, and Tajiro went to the cemetery. They visited the graves of Itachi and Tajiro's parents. After standing there for a while, Itachi saw a painfully familiar outline, near one of the graves. It was Naruto, but what was he doing here if he was supposed to be on a mission? The question disappeared by itself when Naruto turned and smiled. A sad smile disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Itachi looked closely at the grave near which her partner was standing and read, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto's parents. He probably felt sad right now. Damn, I have to be next to him, otherwise he'll do stupid things. Itachi thought to herself. Tajiro and Sasuke followed Itachi's gaze and they saw where he was looking. It was the grave of the fourth. Sister, did you know the fourth? Stupid little brother, how could I know him if I was 4 years old when he died? Minato and Kushina, they are Naruto's parents, haven't you ever found similarities between them? The answer was 2 negative rolls of the head. Well, now you know, Naruto had a hard life, in a short time he lost 2 very dear people to him, indirectly the Uchiha were to blame for the death of one of them. But I won't tell you everything now, the time will come and everyone will know who Naruto Uzumaki is. Itachi said and poked Sasuke in the forehead. Itachi and the brunettes walked around the village for a long time. Itachi listened to their stories about how they live. Itachi, and we will soon become ninjas. I wonder who will be my sensei. It's a pity it won't be you, sister. Sasuke said and looked at his sister. I also wonder who my sensei will be and what he can teach me. Tajiro said. I am happy for you. I hope you will become strong shinobi and will be able to prove that the Uchiha clan is not just some idiots obsessed with revenge and power. Itachi said and patted both boys on the head. Itachi and the boys went towards the cafe. Itachi always went with an activated Sharingan. She thought about Naruto for a second. I wonder how he is. I hope he won't throw anything away. Itachi thought to herself and her gaze involuntarily shifted to the face of the first Hokage, Hashirama. Itachi saw Naruto sitting on her and waving at her. Thank God he's all right. Well, he'll dance with me for what he did this afternoon. Itachi thought and imperceptibly threatened the blonde with her fist. Itachi, pleased with herself, went into the cafe after the guys. Itachi sat with them for about an hour, maybe 2. When the boys were distracted, the girl quietly put the money on the table and disappeared into Shunshin. Appearing not far from Konoha's exit, she looked at Naruto, next to whom Jiraiya was sitting. Itachi pointed to the exit with her hand and it seems that luck smiled on the girl. The blonde noticed her, and therefore stood next to her a minute later. End flashback. I see. So Tajiro wants revenge. Well, it's not surprising, because I killed his whole family in front of his eyes. But I can't regret the past, otherwise what's the point of living now? Naruto said and looked ahead. Naruto, let's practice tomorrow, I think we can already use our eyes. The girl asked and glanced at the blonde. I don't know, I'll ask Madara, and then I'll come to you and tell you what I could find out. Go to bed, I'll come by tomorrow. Naruto said and went somewhere in the distance of the corridor. When Naruto finally disappeared into the darkness of the corridor, the girl went into her room. Itachi lay down on the bed and thought about today. I wonder what Naruto is thinking right now. Although, wait, why do I even wonder what he's thinking about? Itachi thought to herself, looking at the ceiling. Naruto, meanwhile, found Obito's room and knocked on the door and entered. Obito sat on the bed and stared into the void, such a look from people who are seriously thinking about something. It would seem that Obito did not notice the guy who came into his room at all. Why did you come, Naruto? Yes, I wanted to know when it would be possible to use my eyes. Itachi and I wanted to practice mastering Mangekyo. Naruto said and looked carefully at Obito, who seemed to be not here at all, somewhere in prostration, but not in this room. You can already use your eyes, enough time has passed. Your vision is not in danger. Obito said, and then asked, how was your first mission? I think it's fine, we met old friends. It seems that the old man was waiting for us. It seemed strange to me, but I did not delve into it much. No one has harmed me or Itachi, so I am calm. And also, we met your friend there, I tortured him a little in Genjutsu. I think he will definitely stay in the hospital for a couple of days. Naruto said and smiled. Monster. Poor Kakashi. Maybe invite him to Akatsuki? I think he won't mind if he finds out who I am. What do you think? I think he will not betray his village, without any reason. The fact that you're alive won't make him blindly follow you. Although there is a small chance that he will still agree to go with you. Okay, tomorrow you have a free day, you can spend it as you want. But the day after tomorrow, you will be given another task. Maybe you will go for a new member of our organization. I think his name is Deidara. That's right, Tsukuri Deidara. His abilities will be very useful to our organization. What kind of abilities does he have? Naruto asked with interest. Kekei Genkai, Bakutun. Deidara uses Bakutun in the form of Kibaku Nendo. He equips his clay with an explosive chakra, thereby creating bombs of various shapes and sizes. Quite a dangerous opponent, and if you lose your attentiveness, then consider that you are already a corpse. But I think for you and Itachi, this mission will be easy. I understood why we will act only in 5 years. Well, the capture of the tailed, you finally decided to ask this question. Probably so that we gain enough strength to fight against Biju in pairs. For example, you and Itachi are already a pretty strong couple, the abilities of your eyes are amazing, but you have a lot to strive for the rest the same scheme. 5 years is the best option. I see, your words make sense. Naruto threw and left the room, leaving Obito alone. Naruto walked and thought that they needed to become stronger enough in 5 years to deal with Akatsuki without any problems, and then with the one who imposed genjutsu on the teacher. This mysterious man somehow felt that I had dispelled the illusion, but the question is, what will he do? The boy didn't know. Now Naruto quietly reached his door and lay down on the bed. He was too tired for today. I wonder why next to Jiraiya, I felt the same as next to Madara, the boy thought to himself before falling into a sound sleep. And your hair, which is the color of coal, and I do not know how to live, and I do not know how to eat, and I only want to be with you. And I'm ready to do anything, and I'm ready to go to death just to breathe in your fragrance under the moon. Naruto woke up later than usual. It was already about 7 o'clock in the morning, although the boy usually gets up at 5. Naruto quickly got dressed and left his room. The boy quietly approached the girl's door and knocked on it. Footsteps were heard outside the door. After a couple of seconds, Itachi opened the door. She looked quite funny, apparently she had just woken up, her long hair was tangled and most of it fell on her face, her eyes were not getting enough sleep and her gaze was directed to nowhere. Wake up, sleeping beauty, it's time for training. Okay, just let me get ready. And comb my hair, please. The girl asked. Okay, Naruto put Itachi in order, and after half an hour they were moving towards the training ground. Madara said that we can already use Mangekyo. He also said that you and I will go on a mission tomorrow. We will need to recruit one bomber. His name is Tsukuri Deidara, and his abilities will greatly help the organization. Okay, well, at least we can practice today. I want to try to use the completed Susanoo. And I would need to find out the remaining ability of my eyes. Naruto said and added. Yes, and we need to look at Susanoo. Naruto and Itachi reached the training ground in 5 minutes. They had a whole day ahead of them, which they were going to spend on training. Itachi immediately activated her dojutsu and started forming Susanoo. Her Susanoo was red in color, in humanoid form. His face is framed by long locks of hair up to his shoulders, and on his chin is something that looks like a fake beard of the pharaohs. When its armor is fully formed, it resembles a Shujinge with a long nose and a pair of Magatam earrings in each ear. Susanoo Itachi carries a curved blade that resembles a dagger or tanto. However, Itachi rarely uses it, instead preferring the legendary relic Tatsuka blade, capable of sealing everything he touches. Itachi began to train in the control of Susanoo, while Naruto sat and meditated. Naruto finished with meditation, decided to use Susanoo. Naruto did not expect that he would succeed the first time, but the boy was surrounded by yellow ribs. Naruto began to form Susanoo further. In the end he succeeded, but he did not reach the end. The ceiling would have prevented him, and Naruto did not want to break the lair. After dispelling Susanoo, Naruto sat down on the ground and decided to meditate a little more. Itachi is also done with Susanoo's control training. Hey, Itachi, can we fight? I want to use Susanoo to check whose is stronger. Come on, I'm always interested in fighting against you. Naruto and Itachi stood in front of each other. They looked into each other's eyes. It would seem that for everyone they are just standing now, but in fact they fought in the mastery of illusions. Itachi, after a couple of minutes of battle in the illusion, decided to use his trump card, Tsukuyomi. Itachi already thought that she had won this battle, but her Tsukuyomi was abruptly dispelled. What is it? How did you get out? Itachi asked and looked at Naruto, in whose eyes the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was also burning. One of the abilities of my eyes. My right eye is able to remove any illusions from me, even without my knowledge, and I can also remove the illusion from any other person. Thanks to Manjika, I can clearly see whether a person is under the influence of genjutsu or not. I called this ability Hangiki Star. It is quite useful, and thanks to this ability, my genjutsu powers increase a couple of times. I won, Itachi. The blonde man smiled and took out his braid. You're right, said the girl and pulled out her wakizashi. Naruto and Itachi activated their eyes and ran at each other. A second later, they had already clashed in a battle with cold weapons. Sparks were struck from the blows, but no one has yet been exposed to anyone's blow. Naruto hit the scythe from top to bottom, but Itachi went to the right and almost touched Naruto, who managed to dodge in time. This went on for about 5 minutes. No one wanted to give in to each other. Abruptly, the two Nukanons stopped and put away their weapons. A draw? It's a draw, again. The girl agreed, because they always get a draw. This made the girl a little tense. She longed to win, so that later she could remind the boy of her victory. Naruto and Itachi became serious again. They simultaneously began to put the same seals. Kathan, a big fireball, the girl whispered and blew out a fireball. Kato, great fireball, the boy shouted and blew out a ball twice as big as the girl's. You're good at ninjutsu as usual, the girl said and dodged the ball, but fell right into Naruto's trap. I had good teachers, Naruto said and used Kato, phoenix flowers. The technique has achieved its goal. When the dust settled, there was a huge red warrior standing in the place where Itachi should have been. You won again, but you're too strong in ninjutsu. I didn't have a chance, but now I won't lose, Itachi said and rushed at Naruto. Naruto just grinned and called his Susanoo. They were the same size. In the hands of the warrior Itachi was a tanto, and in the hands of Susanoo Naruto was a scythe. Susanoo of red color rushed to Susanoo of yellow color. Everything happened too fast. Susanoo Itachi was fast, despite its size. It was still quite agile and walked away from every blow of the scythe. Naruto, due to his inexperience, lost in the dry. Once again, Itachi strikes at the yellow warrior. From the force of the blow, he begins to crack. Itachi wastes no time making another powerful blow and Naruto's Susanoo disappears, but Itachi did not have time to slow down her next blow and a huge tanto rushed at Naruto, intending to kill him. Suddenly, a lot of black chains fly out of Naruto, which entangled the ghost warrior and prevented him from delivering a fatal blow. Congratulations to you, you have awakened the second ability of your eyes. But I won this battle, said the girl and looked at Naruto, who from shock forgot how not to say what. He forgot how to breathe. Naruto looked at the black chains the color of night. They were certainly beautiful, but also deadly. The sharp tip on each of the chains could kill its enemy in a split second. "Thank you, I wouldn't have woken her up without you," Naruto said and smiled. "Okay, let's rest, and then you will master your chains and Susanoo, and I will try to master Susanoo perfectly. After all, I'm still far from perfect. And then we'll have sparring again. Okay, then go ahead. New abilities won't wait." The boy smiled his widest smile, coupled with his hair color and character. He looked like a little sun that came to light your way. Naruto created one clone who left to train Susanoo. Naruto himself sat down and tried to remember how he felt when he first unknowingly released the chains. Naruto tried to summon the chains for 30 minutes, but they did not appear in any way. Naruto was quite patient, and therefore again and again, over and over again, he tried to summon his chains. An hour later, he still succeeded. 10 black chains appeared. Then Naruto learned to control them. He was good at controlling them, but Naruto didn't know why they were black. The boy removed the chains and tried to summon them again, but invested a little more chakra than usual. Golden chains appeared behind Naruto. Their tip was not as sharp as the black ones, but they were much stronger than the black chains. Naruto wondered how strong they were. The boy called for about 20 chains. "Hey, Itachi, help me!" Naruto shouted and Itachi came up to him. "Did you want something?" Tired asked the girl. "In general, yes, you can summon Susanoo. I want to check how strong these chains are." Naruto pointed to the golden chains that were behind him. Itachi created Susanoo. It wasn't complete, but that was enough. Naruto entangled Susanoo with his chains and squeezed the ghost warrior. Itachi was able to break the chains and free herself, but with great difficulty. Naruto knew that in the future he would definitely be able to restrain even Susanoo's strength. Naruto removed the chains and thanked the girl, then the boy dispelled his clone, who was busy working with Susanoo. The guy received all the knowledge and skills of the clone, but Naruto still staggered from fatigue, after which he sat down and began to meditate to restore his chakra. Naruto meditated for half an hour, during which time the boy recovered all the spent chakra and was ready for sparring. The girl also meditated to restore her chakra. "Shall we start? Or should we wait some more?" Naruto asked, approaching the girl. "I think we can start. This time I will defeat you in possession of a cold weapon," said the girl and jumped away from the guy. "Okay, show me what you can do." It all started like the last time with Genjutsu. Itachi couldn't beat the guy, but that's how she trained in using different types of Genjutsu, including using Tsukuyomi. 5 minutes later, Naruto caught the girl in his special illusion from which it is impossible to get out until the creator himself wishes it. "Okay, I admit I lost, but now the most interesting thing will begin. Ready to lose?" The girl said cheerfully and took out a wakizashi. "Remember, I will fight in full force. You can prepare for defeat," the guy said and printed out his katana. "Oh, today you will be with a katana, it will be interesting," the girl said and rushed at the guy. Naruto did not take long to wait, and a second later the two weapons collided with each other. With their blows, they struck sparks. The force of the blows was exorbitant. If not for the chakra with which they imbued their weapons, they would have already broken after a couple of blows. Naruto made a sharp movement and lunged forward, almost touched the girl, but she only took the katana aside with her wakizashi and broke the distance. They stood and looked at each other for about a couple more minutes. Naruto couldn't stand it and ran at Itachi. Everything happened in the same second. Itachi held on to the injury that the guy inflicted on her. Naruto slightly cut her neck. He removed his katana in time so as not to kill his girlfriend. Naruto was holding on to the wound in his side, which was shallow, but it caused inconvenience. "Did I win? Or not?" the guy said and sank to the ground from the pain in his stomach. "No, it's a draw again, we would have killed each other if we had hit with all our might and with the desire to kill," said the girl and began to treat the guy. With her blow, she touched a couple of important points for life, but due to the fact that it was just not a serious wound, nothing threatened the guy's life. Naruto was lying on the ground and smiling. He was glad that he met this girl. He was glad because they could train together, do anything, they could laugh at each other, but if someone needed help, they would rush to each other's aid without hesitation. Naruto was pleased to realize this. Itachi was also happy and looked at the guy who was lying and smiling now. The girl finished treating the guy and they got up and decided to finish training for today. They sat for some more time at the training ground. They talked about their future. It was quite vague, because no one knows how and what will go. Already in the late afternoon, Itachi and Naruto returned to their rooms, but they went into them only to put themselves in order. Naruto was already waiting for the girl at the door. Probably it has already become a habit. It has become commonplace that Naruto is waiting for Itachi at the door. Itachi came out a couple of minutes later and was not at all surprised by the guy who was already sitting under her door. "Again, you're sitting here. How many times have I said, if you're already going, then either sit at your place or come to me?" Itachi started, but Naruto stopped her with his own words. "I'm used to doing this, there's no getting away from this habit, so you get used to it." Itachi and Naruto headed to the dining room. Now only Pain, Konan and Obito were in the den. The rest were either on missions or outside the lair. "I want to drown this day, like drowning homeless kittens which they wanted, but no longer want. I want to drown this day. I want to give my body to water, and to a doctor who will save. Tell me not to touch, but just wait." After eating, Naruto and Itachi returned to their rooms. For today, they were very exhausted in training. Naruto fell asleep quickly. He spent too much effort today. Itachi fell asleep much later. She was thinking about what awaits her in the future. She was thinking about her mission. What kind of person is this Deidara? She was very interested. She couldn't wait for tomorrow, and therefore couldn't sleep. Naruto woke up as usual at 5 in the morning. The guy combed his unruly hair, got dressed and left the room. When he came to Itachi's door, it was only about 6 in the morning. Naruto knew that Itachi likes to sleep longer, so he didn't wake her up, but just sat down next to the door and began to wait. While Naruto was waiting, he was thinking about Obito's plan. It's stupid, it's a damn illusion, so what's the point of it? Maybe he's also under genjutsu? No, it seems, I was looking at him with my manjek and didn't see anything. Behind Naruto's thoughts, he didn't even notice that he had been sitting for 2 hours. After looking at the time, Naruto knocked on the door. Itachi opened the door already assembled. There was a feeling that she had not slept at all. "Did you even sleep?" Naruto voiced his thoughts. "Yes, but I woke up literally an hour ago and have been waiting for you to knock for about 10 minutes. Itachi said, smiling sweetly. "Okay, let's go. We still have to go to the village of the stone. The journey will take us about 2 or 3 days. Yeah." The girl agreed and put on her hat and left the room. Naruto and Itachi left the shelter and went in search of the bomber, who must be somewhere in the territory of the land of the earth. Naruto hoped that they would find him quickly and recruit him into the organization. "Naru, do you think if we go back to the village they will accept us?" Itachi asked, looking at the horizon. You will be accepted. You have not been declared a nuke-nin, and therefore you can return anytime. I can't, I won't be accepted in the village by ordinary residents and most shinobi. Only Old Man 3 and Jiraiya will be happy to see me. The others hate me because I cut out the great Uchiha clan. And if you are thinking about returning to the village, then I will be glad if you come back. There is a family waiting for you, to which you can always return. Why do you think that I will go to the village alone? If I leave, it will be with you. Especially since you also have a family there." "Who?" The blonde Jiraiya smiled bitterly. I see him anyway. What about Sasuke? After all, you are also an Uchiha, which means me, Sasuke and Tajiro are also your family. Don't deceive yourself, Itachi, or me. I don't like people who deceive others, but I just hate those who deceive themselves. Tajiro wants me dead, Sasuke is still on me. Only you remain, but I won't let you stay with me for long, because it's too dangerous. You're going back to Konoha soon anyway. In a year or a month, it doesn't matter, what matters is that you will return to Konoha during this year. Naruto said and looked at Itachi with a look that does not tolerate objections. Itachi didn't say anything, she was just thinking about the blonde's words. She wanted to know why it was dangerous to be near him, what he was planning to do. Itachi no longer understood anything, but she saw the look of the guy who said, "If you object, you will go to the village today." Itachi and Naruto went on in silence until Naruto told her something that gave her hope. "Someday I will return to the village, but not in the near future," Naruto said and turned towards the girl, who only nodded happily. Naruto and Itachi reached the land of the earth in 2 days. They walked slowly, they had nowhere to hurry. A couple of hours later they found an abandoned temple where the bomber was perfecting his art. Naruto and Itachi found themselves next to the blonde, who jumped on the spot in surprise. Deidara wore a blue-gray kimono-like jacket with a mesh shirt underneath, khaki pants, sandals, and a belt with a bag and chain attached to it. His hair was gathered into a longer ponytail, and he wore an Iwagakure protector on his head. Tsukuri Deidara? The blonde just nodded and reached for the pouch with clay. Naruto, noticing, said, "We didn't come here to fight. We want to invite you to our organization. In Akatsuki, you will be able to do your own thing, improve your art." Naruto knew that Deidara calls his explosions art, and therefore decided to play on it. Deidara, who heard the last words, immediately lost all his enthusiasm for the battle. "Really, someone recognized my art," the bomber thought to himself. "So, do you agree? I learn everything about your art in our organization." Seeing Deidara's reaction, Naruto continued. "I agree. You are the first to recognize my art, and therefore I will follow you," said Deidara and went to Naruto and Itachi. "Great, let's go." Naruto, Itachi and Deidara went back to the lair, but before that, Deidara blew up the temple where he lived for a while. The explosion was spectacular and quite beautiful, and was accompanied by a shout, "Art is an explosion." Naruto and the company went back to the lair. While they were walking, Deidara was talking about his past. It turned out that during his stay in the Hidden Stone as a shinobi, Deidara was trained by Oanoki himself. He possessed an improved genome of the element of explosion, which he used, and thanks to which he entered the Demolition Corps. Although Deidara received quite a high degree of approval for his sculptures, his desire was to achieve even greater heights in his art, which eventually led him to steal one of the kenjutsu of his village. It allows you to enrich substances with your own chakra. Using explosive clay to escape from his pursuers, Deidara found in it the art he so desired, the art of one moment. Naruto and Itachi listened attentively to the blonde, each imbued with his story in their own way. Itachi, for example, did not understand why Deidara left the village, but she was glad that their new friend was quite an interesting person. Naruto also got into Deidara. He was also one of those who believed that art is something that is born in a second and disappears in it forever. Naruto, Deidara and Itachi quickly reached the lair. Deidara was accepted into the organization. Konan showed where the blonde's room was and Deidara went to his room to create masterpieces from clay. Naruto and Itachi went to Pain to report everything that happened on the mission. When Naruto entered Pain's office, he saw an incomprehensible creature that seemed to be half in the floor. The creature looked like a plant. Naruto mentally dubbed it a cactus. It looked quite strange, one half is black and the other half is white. Naruto, Itachi, meet this Zetsu. He is our spy. Thanks to his abilities, he can appear anywhere. Obito said, appearing out of nowhere. Nice to meet you. The girl smiled sweetly, and Naruto just nodded. Nice to meet you. The cactus said something or hissed something. Okay, you're free to go, Zetsu. Pain said, and the cactus began to go underground. Naruto became as serious as possible. When going underground, Zetsu used the chakra. The chakra was exactly like the chakra with which Madara was dipped in genjutsu. Naruto was very wary. He had to find out everything about this Zetsu. It seems he's finally found someone to get rid of. Konoha. 2 days have passed since Sasuke saw his sister again. He and Tajiro had a good time then. Sasuke realized that he needed to become stronger. Tajiro shared Sasuke's thoughts, so they both started training even more than before. Now they often stayed overnight right at the training ground, because they could not walk home on their own. Who do you think is Itachi's partner? There were rumors in the village that there were 2 unknown men in raincoats. And both knew Konoha, one of them Itachi, but who is the second? Tajiro suddenly asked. I don't know and I don't want to guess, because we don't even know who is in this organization, so anyone could have been with Itachi. Sasuke replied and began to fold the fireball seals again. You're right, you shouldn't think about it now. It's time to train, Tajiro said and began folding seals for the phoenix flowers technique. The boys trained again until night, but this time they finished earlier, because tomorrow is the graduation exam from the academy. 2 Uchiha woke up in the morning and went straight to the academy. They came just in time. Teacher Irika handed out task sheets. The first stage of the exam is written. The Uchiha quickly wrote the answers and went out into the corridor. While they were waiting for other students, Sasuke and Tajiro decided to take a nap. They went to bed late, and therefore they wanted to sleep. Then everything was as usual. They went to throw kunai and shurikens. Sasuke hit 8 times out of 10, and Tajiro hit 7 times out of 10. Both passed this part of the exam well. The next one was a taijutsu test, in simple words, sparring. Sasuke was put up against Kiba, and Tajiro was put up against Chuji. Sasuke was able to defeat the dogman without much difficulty, because Sasuke copied Itachi's fighting style with the help of Sharingan, thanks to which he won. Tajiro also defeated his opponent, since Tajiro awakened Sharingan with only 1 volume. When Itachi came he had only 2 volumes. He could not copy Itachi's fighting style as well as Sasuke, who by the way had a 3rd volume awakened when he saw his sister again. Sasuke and Tajiro passed all the stages of the exam without any problems and became genins. I congratulate you all on becoming real shinobi. I am sure that you will succeed in becoming great shinobi. Each of you pursues his own goal of becoming a shinobi, but the will of fire burns in all of you. At the end of the teacher's speech, the whole class cried crocodile tears. They were sad to say goodbye to a man like Irika. Irika, too, could not contain his emotions, and therefore tears rolled down his cheeks, but he quickly pulled himself together and wished everyone good luck. The next morning, Sasuke and Tajiro arrived a little earlier than they needed to. They couldn't wait to find out which teams they would be in, who would be their sensei. 10 minutes later, all the former students of the academy gathered in the classroom and sat down at their desks for the last time. Irika entered with Jonan's mentors. So, children, these are John's mentors. After I tell you who is in which team and who is their sensei, then the 3 of you approach John's mentor and leave the academy. Irika said and picked up a piece of paper. Team number 1, Sasuke and Tajiro did not listen further. They only occasionally heard in fragments. They waited only for their surnames and names. Team number 10, Shikamaru, Ino, Chuji, Sensei Asuma Sarutobi. Team number 8, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Sensei Yuhi Kurinai. Team number 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Tajiro, and Sakura Haruno. When Sasuke and Tajiro heard that they would be on the same team, they were delighted. Sakura, hearing that she was on the same team with Sasuke and Tajiro, with whom she was in love, screamed with joy. Team Sensei Hitaki Kakashi. Then the Uchiha did not listen, they just lay down on the desk with happy smiles on their faces and waited for their sensei. 2 hours later, Hitaki deigned to come to them. Because he was late, he immediately listened to Sakura's angry tirade. Kakashi didn't really listen to this loud little girl. "Let's get acquainted, I'll be waiting for you on the roof," Hitaki said after Sakura fell silent. The clone dissipated and transferred all knowledge to the original. Kakashi grimaced and wished he had sent a lightning clone to them. Hitaki sat on the roof and waited for his students to come to him. A couple of minutes later, Sasuke, Tajiro and Sakura entered the roof. "First impression, I don't like you," Hitaki said as soon as all the students sat down in front of him. "We need you too." Sasuke quipped, "Okay, tell us about yourself, it's time to get acquainted. Tell us what you like, what you don't like, your dreams and goals," Kakashi said, putting the book away. "Sensei, and how? Maybe you can show an example?" said the pink-haired one. "My name is Kakashi Hitaki, I am the Jonin of the village hidden in the foliage, sensei of team number 7. I don't like a lot of things, and I like even less. I don't have a dream, and it's too early for you to know about my goals," Hitaki said and looked at his students. "You start first, but you didn't say anything except your name and rank." Come on, I'm Sakura Haruno, I like my life, but I don't like those who don't see anything in pursuit of their goal. My goal is to become a strong kunoichi. And I hate traitors like Naruto." Kakashi just nodded at her words and looked at Sasuke, letting him know that now is his way out. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke, I like training with my friend Tajiro, but I don't like being alone. I don't have a dream, because what I want can be realized. My goals are the revival of the Uchiha clan, and I also want to return my sister to the village," Sasuke said and looked a little sad. Kakashi nodded and looked at the last team member who hadn't introduced himself yet. "My name is Tajiro Uchiha. I like to train with Sasuke, and I don't like being considered weak. My dream is a world where they won't kill other people for anything. My goal is, like Sasuke's, to revive the clan, and I also need to find out the truth from one person. Why he slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, he will either answer me or die," Tajiro said and frowned at the last words. Sasuke, seeing this, poked him in the side and smiled, which made Tajiro immediately return to normal. "Well, I understand everything, tomorrow I will conduct a test, if you do not pass it, you will go to the academy. At 7 in the morning at the 7th training ground, and it's better for you not to eat anything, otherwise you may vomit," Kakashi said and smiled, although it was not visible through the mask. "But sensei, we've already become genins, you can't send us back to the academy," Sakura screamed, but there was no one near her anymore. Sasuke and Tajiro left immediately after the teacher disappeared into Shunshin. Having gone a decent distance, they heard Sakura's angry screams. Sasuke and Tajiro just giggled, and then went home. They need a good night's sleep to pass tomorrow's test. Sasuke and Tajiro woke up at 6 in the morning, and after having breakfast, they went to the training ground. When they got there they saw Sakura, who had recently come here. "Hi Sakura, how are you? I'm sorry we left yesterday and didn't say goodbye," Tajiro said and smiled guiltily. "Nothing, I survived." The angry girl snapped. "I wonder if sensei will come in time?" "Well, at least today," Sasuke asked the void, because no one knew the answer to this question. "I think he's going to be a couple of hours late, so we can either take a nap, practice, or discuss strategy," Tajiro said, yawning. "We won't be able to discuss strategy, because we don't even know the essence of the task, so this option immediately disappears." Sasuke said. "I suggest you sleep for an hour, and then work out. Any objections? Sakura asked and looked at the guys who shook their heads negatively. Well, that's nice, now you can sleep. Sakura said more to herself. Team number 7 lay down in the shade of a tree and fell asleep. Everyone was asleep except Sasuke, who was now thinking about his sister. I wonder how she is. And how is Naruto, Sasuke thought to himself, looking at the sky. Abruptly take everything and finish it. No, I'm just too lazy, or maybe it's just scary, but not for yourself after all. A couple of loved ones are still alive, like a family. Sometimes I hear her voice calling me to Jiro. Sakura and Sasuke slept for about 3 hours. Sasuke still fell asleep, because he realized that there was no point in waiting for Sensei before 10. Team number 7 woke up when Sensei called out to them. Hey, why are you sleeping? I told you to be here at 7, and that meant you wouldn't be sleeping. Kakashi said, displeased. We won't even ask you why you're late. It's pointless, right? Rather approved than asked Sasuke. The cat crossed the road. I was right, it's pointless. Oh, if Itachi would come back, she would rinse you in genjutsu and you would stop being late. Sasuke said cheerfully, and Kakashi immediately became gloomy. He does not want to get into Itachi's illusion, because it is believed that she has the strongest illusions. Okay, enough for you already. What kind of test do you have for us? We are ready to prove that we will cope with everything together. Tajiro said. He didn't even know that with these words he helped them pass the test. It doesn't matter anymore, you passed. I wanted to give you a teamwork workout, but looking at you, I see that you will work well together. Kakashi smiled, although it was not visible through the mask. Tajiro and Sasuke in the world cheered up, and Sakura was confused. Akatsuki's lair, Naruto and Itachi went back to train at a kind of training ground. Naruto printed out his katana and prepared for battle. Itachi, on the other hand, looked at everything that was happening with detachment. She could not understand why Naruto was trying to return her to the village. Itachi looked into the blonde man's eyes in search of answers. She was not mistaken, because there was a Mangekyo burning. Naruto placed Itachi in an illusion and started a conversation, appearing out of nowhere near the girl. Let me guess, now you're thinking about why I'm trying to bring you back to the village, right? The girl just nodded. Then listen. I want you to live a normal life, not the life of a criminal with a bounty on his head, but a normal life. You deserve a normal and peaceful life. Next to Sasuke, it will be easier for you. He is your brother and I see that without him it hurts your soul. He's your kin, just like Tajiro, so you should go back to the village. That's not the only reason, right? The girl asked and looked suspiciously at the guy. You're right, but the second reason has appeared recently. Namely, when I saw this Zetsu. His chakra, I am 90% sure that he imposed genjutsu on the teacher, which means that he wants to gather all the tailed ones and immerse the world in an endless illusion, but it is unlikely that everyone would be close to their loved ones, so that there would be peace on earth. I think he pursues his goals, but I didn't know about them yet. Well, actually there is a third reason why I want you to go to the village. And what is that reason? You're behaving like a little one. Keep in mind, if this reason is not weighty, then I won't even think about leaving here. The girl set her condition and carefully looked at the guy. Naruto created this illusion and therefore he could control everything here. Naruto started showing excerpts from his life. Here he was near Madara, here he began to train with him and spend a lot of time next to him. Naruto has become attached to him and considers him his father, but Madara is dying. He was pierced through the heart with a blade, he was killed by his own friend. Then Naruto shows all his meetings with Itachi, all their conversations. Naruto shows her absolutely everything. He did not hide anything, and what's the point if you want to protect someone who is dear to you? Naruto showed everything he thinks about next to Itachi, everything he feels. Naruto showed all his thoughts and his attitude towards Itachi. In the end, Naruto uttered only one phrase that unsettled the girl. "You see, Itachi, you are very dear to me. You saved me from falling into darkness. I will never stumble again. I can't risk putting your life on the line. I love you, Itachi. But now is not the time to be together. You need to go back to Konoha and live a normal life. One day I will return to the village and then everything will depend on your answer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you this sooner." Naruto looked at the girl, as if he wanted to remember her as best as possible. There was a feeling that he was looking at Itachi for the last time, and therefore he was trying to remember everything in the smallest detail. Itachi was silent for about 10 minutes, all the while she was looking at the sunset, which Naruto created in an illusion. Naruto has always loved sunsets. They have their own romance, the romance of a fading day. A lot of thoughts were spinning in Itachi's head, each one was confused and created a huge whirlpool. Does he really love me? I'm just dear to him, that's why he wants to send me to the village. I love him too, I can't leave him. But in his gaze I read only two emotions, regret and pain. He regrets that we will have to separate for a while and it hurts him that he sends me alone and makes me worry about him. He's so selfish. Damn him. Itachi thought, and her thoughts were confused by others again. And what should I say to his confession? Of course you need to tell the truth, but I can't just tell him that I love him too. I'm a girl after all. How difficult everything is. Okay, you need to calm down. Egoist, you're a fucking egoist, did you know that? The girl asked with tears in her eyes and looked at the guy. Pain and regret were still visible in his gaze, but there was something else. It was contempt, but self-contempt. Naruto began to despise himself for his actions. I love you too, how can I leave you? Explain to me how. How? I'm sorry. A tear flowed down the cheeks of the guy. Naruto was next to her and hugged her. He hugged her tightly and stood with his face buried in her hair. The girl responded to the hug and buried her face in his shoulder. You're a fool, but that's why I love you, because you're worried about me. I will do as you said, just because you are important to me too and I respect your opinion. Just try to die, I'll never forgive you. The girl said and pulled away from the guy. Dispel the illusion, I have a gift for you. Itachi said, slightly embarrassed. Naruto and Itachi are standing opposite each other. During the illusion, Naruto managed to approach the girl. Itachi was 10 centimeters away from the blonde man, who was looking at her intently. Itachi gathered all her will into a fist, leaned forward and hugged the guy and kissed him. Naruto was taken aback by this, but responded to the kiss. They kissed as if it was their last meeting in life. The girl broke the kiss and from embarrassment buried her face in the guy. Naruto hugged her tightly with one hand and stroked her hair with his free hand. Naruto was happy. He finally found another person who is dear to him and to whom Naruto himself is dear. But it hurt him, because they would have to part for an indefinite time. Naruto stopped hugging the girl and slightly pulling away from Itachi. Naruto created a shadow clone, which he sent to Obito. Naruto himself sat down on the grass and pulled the girl, who did not resist much. Naruto lay down on Itachi's lap and looked at her face. It was dazzlingly beautiful. Naruto saw in Itachi all the most precious things in his life. Itachi looked at the blonde with love. She stroked his hair and was really happy. At this time, the clone reached Obito's room. He knocked on it 3 times and entered. Naruto saw Obito, who slightly raised his head and looked at the newcomer. And this is you, Naruto. Obito said. Were you expecting someone else? I don't think my teacher will rise from the grave and come to you. And in general, do not hold on to the past. You are not the only one who is hurt by his death. I actually survived it twice, said Naruto, which made Obito slightly perked up. He still hasn't moved away from Madara's death. That's why I came. Here's the thing, Itachi will have to leave the organization. I'll stay, don't worry. Why should she leave? Obito asked. I don't want to expose her to the danger that awaits her in the organization. Still, I love her. Moreover, she is not an apostate of her village, and therefore she still has a chance for a normal life. She has her brother in the village. Naruto said and looked at Obito. Okay, I'll tell Pain that Itachi will leave the organization. She can leave tomorrow. Thank you, Obito. Naruto sincerely thanked him and left the room to unwind. The original Naruto just smiled when the clone dissipated. Itachi of course noticed this and looked questioningly at the smiling blonde. Madara gave the go-ahead for your departure. Now no one is keeping you here for sure, but you will leave only tomorrow. He needs to discuss it and pass it to Pain. Naruto said and smiled even wider. The girl did not object that she was being held here by a blonde man with whom she was head over heels in love. Itachi only smiled sadly, but when she saw Naruto's smile, she cheered up and no longer thought about sad things. Naruto and Itachi spent the rest of the day at the training ground. In the evening they returned to their rooms. But Itachi couldn't stand it and came to the guy's room and they talked all night. Itachi told stories from her past, and Naruto from her time travel. Itachi learned a lot about his harem and Madara. Somewhere closer to 9 in the morning, someone knocked on the blonde's room. Naruto opened the door and saw Obito. Naruto, Itachi can already leave. Oh, Itachi, you're here, what have you been doing? And although it doesn't matter, before meeting Itachi, we'll see you again, I was glad to meet you. Obito said and left the room. Itachi and Naruto slowly began to gather. Itachi packed all her things an hour later. Naruto all this time tried to remember every second next to her, the feelings that now overwhelmed him. Naruto stood in his favorite Akatsuki cloak and looked at the girl who was leaving the organization. A girl who has become one of the most expensive people for a blonde. The girl kissed the blonde goodbye and hugged him. Don't you dare stumble again, because I won't be around. Please don't fall into the darkness and come back soon, I'll be waiting for you. I love you, Naruto. Turning to a whisper, Itachi said, tears were coming from her eyes. She didn't want to leave, but she had to. I promise I won't do anything stupid without you. I will miss you, but I promise that we will meet soon. I will write letters to you, and therefore you will not get bored. Naruto said, and tears flowed from his eyes, which he had been holding back with difficulty until that moment. See you later. I love you, you have become my light in the darkness. Remember, don't forget. The girl began to move away from the shelter, and one of the inhabitants looked after her. Soon even the silhouette was no longer visible, but the guy still looked where the girl had gone. Still, I hear you say you want to end your life now and again. We try to just stay alive. Naruto sat and looked in the direction the girl had gone for another 3 hours. A tear rolled down his cheek. The guy firmly decided for himself that he would quickly cope with his affairs and return to Konoha to Itachi. Itachi has already approached Konoha in these 3 hours. She was running at the maximum speed for herself, and therefore in a couple of minutes she had to be near Konoha. Itachi didn't know what she would say to Hiruzen or Sasuke. The girl reached the village gate, where she was immediately recognized by Izumo and Kotetsu. Itachi-san, have you decided to come back? Well, finally, otherwise we've been waiting for you. Kotetsu said cheerfully. Kotetsu is right, everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. You should stop by the Hokage, you have something to talk about. Izumo said and lay down on the table. Thank you. Itachi said and quickly ran towards the residence. Along the way Itachi tried to pass Umbu and other jonins. She wanted to get to the Hokage, explain everything to him, and then go to her home. Itachi soon got to the residence. Knocking, she opened the door. Itachi went into the office and got down on one knee. Hiruzen raised his gaze and froze. Itachi, who left the village about a year ago, stood in front of him. Hokage-sama, I returned to the village, irrevocably and finally. Itachi smiled sadly, which did not escape the attentive gaze of the old man. Did you come back yourself? He asked you to come back, didn't he? Hokage asked. He still remembered how Itachi treats Naruto and how Naruto treats Itachi. You are right, Hokage-sama, but I myself expressed a desire to return. Itachi said, and thought to herself, aha, I wanted to come back 100 times, I could do it for the 101st time. Okay, tomorrow we will restore you to your rank, and now you can be free. Sasuke should come from a mission soon. They helped with the purchase of products for the orphanage. I think he's coming in about an hour, so go home, you have something to think about. There is a Hokage-sama. Thank you. Itachi said and disappeared into Shunshin. Itachi quickly reached her former home. The girl called a crow and wrote a note, after which the crow flew away. She wrote a note for Naruto so that he wouldn't worry about her. Itachi was lucky that Sasuke did not change his place of residence, but stayed at their parents' house. Itachi sat down on the floor and closed her eyes. All she could think about now was how Naruto was now, and why did he give her this ring? Flashback. Itachi started to pull away from the guy and leave, but Naruto called out to her. Itachi, wait, I almost forgot, wear this ring on your right hand, the most important thing is not to take it off. A little later you'll find out what it's for, but I won't tell you yet. Naruto said, grinning. The girl took the ring and put it on her finger. She did not know what it was for, but she was used to trust the guy, and therefore did not ask about anything. End flashback. Itachi sat and thought about this ring. It is very similar to the ones they were given in Akatsuki. Red color, with the kanji, love, so the ring on the girl's ring finger looked like. I wonder if the crow has already reached him? If so, he will have to fly back soon. Naruto sat there until something black appeared on the horizon that was moving towards Naruto. Naruto easily recognized Itachi's call, and therefore got up for the first time in 4 hours. The crow flew up to the guy and he saw a piece of paper fixed on her paw. Naruto involuntarily smiled when he read it. Naruto, I got to Konoha, the third one took me back and said that Sasuke should come in an hour, which makes me a little nervous. What else did you give me that damn ring for? Is it really for beauty? Naruto closed his eyes and concentrating appeared near Itachi, who jumped away from surprise. In front of the girl was a hologram of a guy who was looking at her and smiling. So that's what these rings are for, you really are a genius, said the girl and smiled. I programmed these rings so that if you concentrate and put the chakra into your ring, then you will appear near the second ring. Naruto said and sat down next to him. Well, tell me what it's like in the village. I'm worried, Sasuke is coming soon, and I don't even know what to tell him. I left him to his fate, I'm a terrible sister. Come on, I think he's not mad at you, and if anything, tell a couple of stories about our travels. I think he will be so interested that he will forget about all his grievances. At the last words, the girl smiled, because Naruto was right. Naru, what are you doing? I've been waiting for your letter all this time. I sat and waited. After Sasuke comes to you, I'll go train in Susanoo's control and maybe ask for a mission. Naruto said and started to get up. They're coming, they'll probably be here in a minute. What, but how did you know that? The girl asked, but then she saw his activated Sharingan and the way he was looking towards the window. Good luck to you, Itachi. If you want to see me, then just give me the chakra and focus, thanks to this you will be near me, or just give me a small amount of chakra and then my ring will light up. It's a kind of beacon, it makes it clear that you want to talk. Naruto said and disappeared with a smile. After a couple of seconds, Sasuke flew into the room and froze, followed by Tajiro, but also stood rooted to the spot. Kai. Both boys said at the same time, but the girl did not disappear, which means that the illusion is either too strong, or it's real. It's not an illusion, calm down, I'm back in the village. Itachi even said something sad. So that's what the third one was talking about. Today is the best day of my life, Sasuke said and hugged his sister. Tajiro was glad that now they would not be alone, now someone would be able to teach them. Itachi, will you teach us how to use Sharingan? Sasuke asked and pulled away from his sister. Sure, but I'll get some sleep first. I didn't sleep all last night, so I want to sleep. Where can I lie down? The girl said and looked questioningly at the guys. Go to your own room, we cleaned there too, because we knew that you would come back one day. Everything there remains in the same form as it was before you left, Sasuke said proudly and looked at his sister. Okay, thank you. Itachi went to her room, she lay down on her bed and quickly passed out, yet she had not slept for about 2 days. Naruto, after talking to Itachi, got up and went to the lair. Obito appeared from the funnel, who said that the leader was waiting for him at his place. Naruto went to Pain's office. He didn't know what the conversation was going to be about, but he guessed. In Akatsuki, they work in pairs, they want to shove it into someone's pair. Naruto slowly entered Pain's office and saw the newcomer there, whom he and Itachi had brought here. Hi, Deidara. Pain-sama, did you want something from me? Yes, Naruto, as you already know, Akatsuki work in pairs, and since Itachi has left, then you need to be paired with someone. I want it to be Deidara, you have similar characters, you should make friends. I don't mind, if Deidara wants to be paired with me, then I'll even be glad. Naruto said and looked at the bomber. I agree, what will be our first task? Deidara asked impatiently. You will need to eliminate a group of robbers who are fishing near a village hidden in the rain. Most often they were seen to the north of the village. Your task is to kill them all. Hi, Leader-sama. They both said in unison and left the office. In half an hour at the exit, Naruto said, to which Deidara only agreed. Naruto and Deidara coped with their task without any problems. They were ordinary bandits who did not know how to use the chakra, they did not pose any threat to the guys. Naruto and Deidara successfully completed their first, but far from the last mission as a couple. Soon this duo will become the most famous of the Akatsuki, two blondes who will be called the duo of instant death behind their eyes. They always killed their enemies instantly so that they would not feel pain or other emotions. Naruto and Deidara did not like to kill, and therefore they did it only when there were tasks to eliminate, well, or if it was necessary. And the distinguishing feature was their rings. Naruto had 2 of them, one was blue with the kanji, sky, and the second was black, with the kanji red, hate. Deidara had only 1 ring, blue with the kanji, blue. At the anger station, I feel at home, I look at people, they come to us in the pool lost in nowhere, here is my check-in, look, I sent Goddam on my own, what the cosmos has become a year later. Konoha Itachi was reinstated in the rank of Jonin, the girl went back to the Umbu and became the captain of the squad. Sasuke and Tajiro have become much stronger. Kakashi did not nominate them for the Chunin exam last year, but they will participate in this. Itachi often trained Sasuke and Tajiro, who were glad that they had another teacher who was much more skilled than the past. Kakashi taught Sasuke to use Chidori, and Tajiro will not be able to learn it, his second element is earth. Itachi often saw Naruto, they talked almost every day. Naruto told her how things were going in the organization and what and how. Itachi missed the blonde, she wanted to kiss the guy and stand in his arms forever. Itachi taught them a lot so that they could protect each other and themselves, but Tajiro never gave up his desire for revenge. It turns out that Itachi trained someone who wants to kill Naruto, but Itachi hoped to convince the guy. Umbu under the leadership of Itachi became the best fighters of the village. The girl prepared them in every sense, taught them to resist genjutsu, taught them to fight against several opponents at once. All this, Naruto taught the girl, a long time ago. One day Naruto asked Itachi to call Jiraiya to him. The blonde needed to talk to his godfather. When Jiraiya came, he was very surprised at first when he saw it was unclear whose hologram, but when Jiraiya identified Naruto in it, he calmed down. Naruto asked Jiraiya for some key and he agreed to give it to him. As Naruto later told the girl, he met with his godfather and opened the cage with Kurama. Flashback, Naruto, are you sure you want to open the cage with me? The fox asked once again. If you don't shut up, I'll lock you up forever, so shut up and let me get you out of the cage already. Naruto said, to which Kurama only nodded and lay down to wait. Naruto broke the seal and when he started to open the cage, a fourth Hokage and a red-haired girl appeared next to him. You shouldn't do that, son, Minato said and grabbed his son's hand. Naruto completely freed the fox, who, when the cage disappeared, just lay down and smiled. This impressed Kushina and Minato so much that they even tried to dispel the non-existent illusion that, calm down, this is not an illusion. I became friends with Kurama a long time ago, when I was 5 or 6 years old. I have a lot to tell you. I let you down. What are you talking about? Come on, tell me what you've done. The girl, who had 9 red strands that looked like tails, asked angrily. Minato only looked at his son seriously. Okay, let's start with the fact that I am a nuke-nin. At these words, Minato and Kushina immediately became serious. I helped the girl to fulfill Danzo's order. I didn't want her to suffer alone. She is from the Uchiha clan, and her order was the complete destruction of her clan. I helped her, did all the work for her. They declared me a nuke-nin and said that Kurama took possession of me and cut out all the Uchi because of his anger towards them. Itachi, that's the name of the girl, and I left the village. We joined the organization, but a year later I sent her to the village, because she did not have the stigma of apostate. Her younger brother and his friend remained in the village, whom we did not kill, because Itachi could not raise her hand to a brother, and his friend is alive because of the order to keep him alive. Itachi left for the village 6 months ago, or rather I forced her to leave. She has the right to a normal life, especially since it will soon become dangerous next to me. Naruto fell silent and thought what to say next. We do not blame you for this, we will accept any decision you make. You are our son, whom we love with all our heart. Therefore, we will support any decision that you make. Kushina said, looking at her son. That's not all. I would like to tell you about another person who replaced my father. He became one of the people close to me, and no, it's not Jiraiya. Everyone knows this person, even you know him. My teacher was Madara Uchiha. I got into the past when I was about 5 years old. I lived in the past for 3 years and trained with Madara all these years. And when he died, I woke up Mangekyo Sharingan. When I came back, I was defeated and then Itachi helped me, and then we cut out almost her entire clan. But it turned out that Madara was alive and moreover he was waiting to meet me. An unknown person plunged Madara into a powerful genjutsu, which he himself could not remove, and the idiot Obito did not see that an illusion was imposed on the teacher. When I took it off, I found out that the world is in a huge ass, and I have to sort everything out. Naruto said and sighed heavily. Mangekyo? Can you show me? Kushina asked, after which, Naruto showed his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kushina just smiled. It's time to reveal to you your not-so-distant relatives. You are Izuna Uchiha's grandson, he is your grandfather and my father. As it turned out, Izuna was in a relationship with a girl before his death, who later gave birth to me. I am the son of Izuna, but I have not awakened Sharingan. But you apparently did it. I'm proud of you, son. Minato said and patted his shocked son. Mom, Dad, I'd like to tell you something. Minato and Kushina looked at their son questioningly, and Naruto became serious and continued. I know who killed you and attacked the village then. It was Obito Uchiha, your student dad. Now I'm in the same organization with him. My goal is to kill Obito and Black Zetsu, who used genjutsu on Madara. Is there anything you can tell me? Obito. So you survived, then? Minato said and became sad. You've chosen the wrong path, little Obito. Kushina said and also became sad. Naruto, you can at least try to reason with Obito. He needs to show that all he was striving for was an illusion. But, okay, I will fulfill your request, and now I want to talk to you. How did you live before I was born? Naruto asked and sat down next to Kurama. I was the fourth Hokage, and your mother was called a bloody habanera. She was one of List's strongest jonins. Well, then she got pregnant and we were waiting for you, but we didn't have time. You forgive us, Naruto, for leaving you alone. For sealing Kurama in you. You've been through too many bad things through our fault, and therefore you have the right to hate us, Minato said and then received a punch in the stomach. I can't hate my family, but if you think that I will hate you, then you are fools. After all, I love you and it hurts me that you have such an opinion about me. Forgive us, we didn't do it on purpose. We have sealed part of our chakra when Kurama seals, and therefore we will not be able to stay here all the time. Soon we will disappear. But before that, accept our gift with Minato. And be so kind as to say hi to Jiraiya from us. After these words, the two of them began to fold the seals and simultaneously touched the forehead of the guy. They passed on their knowledge to him. Spa, Sibo, I love, you are all that the boy managed to say with tears in his eyes before he fainted. Kushina and Minato were also crying, but the blonde turned to the fox and respectfully bowed to him with the words, please don't let him fall into darkness, protect our son. He and Kushina spoke the last words together. I'm sorry for sealing you in our son. I'm not mad at you, it's fun with this guy, which means I don't miss you. He has a man who will not let him fall into darkness, but I will also put all my strength into it. Now go and hug your son before you disappear. Kurama said when he saw that Minato and Kushina were slowly disappearing. Minato only nodded gratefully and he and Kushina hugged their son and with tears disappeared forever, leaving only the fox in the boy's subconscious. A worried Jiraiya was sitting next to Naruto. 2 hours ago he gave the key to the fox cage to the guy. Sannin was afraid that the fox would seize the boy's body, but after about 20 minutes, Naruto still came to his senses, tears poured out of his eyes. Jiraiya immediately picked up the guy and hugged him. Jiraiya, they said hello to you. Naruto said, holding his head. Who could have sent me greetings from? Sannin asked warily. From Minato and Kushina. I met them when I opened the cage. Jiraiya, hearing greetings from the other world, turned pale. Naruto was funny, it's not every time you see Sannin, who turned pale with fear. Of course, I'm glad they were able to meet with you. Have you removed the seal? Jiraiya asked and smiled. Yes, I can show you a fox, do you want? Naruto jokingly asked, and Kurama, who heard this, took offense at his Jinchuriki, but still got out of it. The fox cub was small, slightly larger than an ordinary cat, but 9 fluffy tails, red in color, dangled behind him. Jiraiya walked with Naruto for 2 more days. They had something to talk about, but all good things come to an end one day. Jiraiya returned to the village. He was very pleased that he had seen his godson. Naruto went to Akatsuki's lair, and flashback Naruto was now sitting on some mountain that was next to the lair. It became a favorite place of the blonde. The sunset was clearly visible here. Naruto often disappeared here after that conversation with his parents. Now Naruto will have to contact Itachi to warn her that they will come to the Chunin exam to declare themselves. But more on that a little later. now Naruto was once again watching the sunset when the kanji hate glowed red on his ring. Naruto immediately focused, and after a couple of seconds he was standing in the girl's house. "Hi Naruto, how are you?" As usual, the girl asked. She got prettier this year, she grew up a little, but it was still a long way from Naruto. The blonde had grown tall this year and his height was somewhere around 80 meters. "Itachi, you look good as usual. You know, I've already missed you, but we'll meet soon." "In what sense will we meet soon? Are you going back to Konoha?" Itachi asked happily. "Not really, Deidara and I will come to Konoha for the third stage of Chunin. Our goal is Orochimaru, who is going to kill the old man. Pain is sending us today. In a couple of days we will be north of Konoha, about 10 kilometers away. I hope you'll come." Naruto said and disappeared. As he heard footsteps, it was Tajiro and Sasuke who returned from training. Itachi went down and met the guys. They were all dirty, tired, and their clothes were singed. Itachi just smiled. She remembered her training with Naruto. "We're back, Itachi. Why are you so cheerful? What happened?" Sasuke asked. "Yes, it happened. You have an exam for Chunin in 3 days. How can I not be cheerful? And also, in 2 days I will send to a meeting with an old friend whom I haven't seen for about a year, but that I will go to a meeting with him to anyone. If you want, you can come with me." The boys just nodded, and Itachi continued. "Then there is one condition if you come with me. If you do something stupid, for example, attack this person, then I will leave the village. Do you understand?" The boys nodded again and went to their rooms. "Naruto will be surprised when he sees that I didn't come alone," the girl thought to herself with a smile. On the same day, Naruto and Deidara moved towards Konoha. They walked slowly, they had nowhere to hurry. The third stage was only in a month, but Pain ordered them to move now. Naruto and Deidara have become very close friends over the past year. Naruto began to trust the bomber, and therefore told the whole truth about Obito and Madara. Deidara agreed to help Naruto in his plan. Naruto and Deidara arrived earlier than planned. A day later they were already in place. Naruto waited for Itachi all night, and in the morning he saw a familiar silhouette of a girl, but 2 more people were walking next to her. Naruto frowned and pulled on his hat, covering his face. Itachi and 2 Uchiha approached a strange guy in an Akatsuki raincoat, who was holding one of the hands with 2 rings on his hat. "Yeah, Itachi, I didn't think that you wouldn't come alone." The unknown sighed heavily. "Sister, who is this? Why did we come to a meeting with an Akatsuki member?" Sasuke asked, and Tajiro only nodded in agreement and looked questioningly at Itachi. "And all because I'm dear to your sister, Sasuke. I called her because we haven't seen her in a year. But I'm glad she came, even if she wasn't alone," Naruto said and started to get up. Suddenly the door of the house opened and Deidara appeared from there, who looked at the newcomers in surprise. "Dana, what are the Konoha shinobi doing here?" "Oh, wait a minute, Itachi, is that you?" asked the second unknown, who was wearing a mesh t-shirt and blue pants. "Hi, Deidara, how are you?" Itachi asked and smiled. "I'm fine, but did you come to Naruto?" Deidara asked and smiled. He had known about their relationship for a long time. After Deidara's words, Sasuke and Tajiro froze in shock. Everyone had their own thoughts. "I can take revenge on him right now, but even if I succeed, Itachi will leave the village, and Sasuke will hate me. I'll have to postpone my revenge." Damn, Tajiro thought to himself. As long as Tajiro doesn't throw anything away, otherwise his sister will leave the village. And what do his words mean, that he is dear to my sister? "Yeah, thanks Deidara, but I still thought to reveal my identity a little later," Naruto said and took off his hat. When he did this, Sasuke and Tajiro at first thought that Madara was sitting in front of them, only with different hair. It's been a long time, Sasuke, Tajiro. Naruto said and started to get up from the ground. Naruto, I understand you're going for a walk now? Naruto nodded. Then I'll go to sleep, good luck to you. Itachi was glad to see you again. Deidara said and closed the door. Well, let's go for a walk or something. Naruto said and walked up to Itachi and hugged her. Tears sprang from the girl's eyes. She had been waiting for Naruto's embrace for so long that when he hugged her, she burst into tears. I missed you, you know. Itachi said, wiping away her tears. Me too. Naruto replied and hugged the girl even harder. Sasuke and Tajiro looked at them with shocked eyes. Who would have thought that Konoha's best fighter was in love with an apostate and traitor who slaughtered her entire clan? It just didn't fit in the head of those who didn't know the details. Naruto pulled away from the girl and looked at Sasuke and Tajiro, whose jaw from shock was somewhere on the ground. Are you coming? We'll take a little walk, then I'll practice with Itachi, and then we'll go somewhere. Naruto said and everyone followed him. Itachi talked about life in the village. Sasuke talked about how he and Tajiro teamed up with Kakashi, who is very strong. Naruto smiled listening to the stories of the guys. He was glad that they trusted him. Even Tajiro, seeing that everyone treats Naruto normally, changed his opinion about him. His desire for revenge disappeared, only the desire to find out the reason and motives remained, but he was in no hurry to ask. Naruto brought the guys to a spacious clearing. Well, Itachi, are you ready for sparring? I won last time. Shall we begin? Naruto asked and jumped away from Itachi. Yes, I have become stronger, this time I will not lose. And you look carefully, it's better to activate your Sharingans, but don't even try to copy any Naruto techniques. You won't be able to do it anyway. Watch our fight carefully. Itachi said, and Naruto just smiled and activated his Mangekyo, just like Itachi. Who? Two Uchi yelled in unison. Where did you get the Sharingan? Are you an Uchiha too? Or, only not that, don't worry, he woke up his eyes at the age of 5, and at 8 he already had a Mangek. So he is an Uchiha, but even I do not know who his relatives are. Itachi reassured the guys that, do you wonder who my relatives are and where I got the Sharingan from? Itachi just nodded, then I'll tell you. My grandfather was Azuna Uchiha, the brother of Uchiha Madara, so I look like his younger brother. From this statement, everyone fell into a stupor, but Naruto did not give time to questions, he began to attack. Without Sharingan, it seemed that Itachi and Naruto were just standing and looking at each other. But if you have a Sharingan, then you can easily see the battle of two masters of illusion. Everyone wanted to defeat their enemy. Now the sister uses Tsukuyomi and will win without any problems. Sasuke said, and Tajiro just nodded in agreement and they continued to watch the fight. At some point, Itachi uses Tsukuyomi on the blonde, but he gets out of it without any problems and uses his strongest illusion on Itachi. He called her Sakurao Star. Naruto put Itachi in an illusion. Itachi tried to get out, but everything was in vain. No one can leave the illusion until the blonde wants it. Itachi admitted defeat and the blonde dispelled the illusion. Did you see this, Sasuke? I'm not the only one who saw someone come out of Tsukuyomi Itachi, so I also defeated her in creating illusions? Tajiro asked, shocked. I saw it too. How is it possible? The sister is the best in this business. And your Tsukuyomi has become even more dangerous, but not against me. You've become much stronger than Itachi, but don't think that I was standing still too. Naruto said, and he and Itachi began to fold the seals at the same time. Itachi folded some, and Naruto others. Kathan, the royal fire dragon, Itachi said and exhaled a huge fire dragon that rushed at Naruto. The blonde finished folding his seals and jumped up and whispered to Kato, the great fiery destruction, a huge jet of fire, began to grow and eventually rushed like a wall at Itachi and her dragon. Itachi managed to escape from the attack, but Naruto was waiting for her again, which Kato used. Hokage Stage 1, he exhaled a jet of blue flame, which immediately rushed at Itachi. She didn't have time to get out of the line of fire, so she used Susanoo to defend herself, but the wall of fire didn't seem to notice the ghost warrior, and started punching him. Itachi, seeing this, began to get nervous, but the situation was saved by Naruto himself. He was next to Itachi in a second and grabbed the girl, removed her from the line of fire. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used this technique, it became too destructive." The blonde man scratched his head guiltily and broke the distance again. Did Itachi lose again? He is so strong that it is not surprising, probably he is now equal in level to Madara. Or maybe even stronger, Tajiro said, and Sasuke just nodded. "Well, now it's your turn to lose, Naruto," Itachi said and took out her wakizashi. "Heh, let's see," said Naruto and printed out his black katana, on which a large white kanji was drawn, love. Naruto took the katana in his right hand and took off. Itachi did not take long to wait and also ran forward. After a second their blades touched each other. Naruto's blow turned out to be stronger, which is why Itachi almost missed the blow. Itachi jumped back and began to push the blonde again. The girl crowned the speed and strength of the blows. Time after time she became faster and faster. But Naruto did not lag behind. There was a smile on his face. He was again fighting a strong opponent with whom he could not restrain himself. Naruto opened the scythe and began to fight Itachi with two weapons. The girl started to lose, but quickly gathered herself and activated the Sharingan, after which the situation returned to an equal battle. Naruto and Itachi fought for 10 minutes. Sasuke and Tajiro were closely watching the fight. No, not a fight, rather a dance. It was the dance that their battle was like. And so Naruto and Itachi jumped away from each other, and after a couple of seconds they rushed at each other again, bringing their weapons to strike. Naruto's face was twisted into a semblance of a smile, but he remained serious at the same time. And now they are standing behind each other. Itachi had a cut on his neck out of nowhere. If the cut was a couple of centimeters deeper, then Itachi would already be dead. Naruto also had a wound. A kunai was stuck into him, which Itachi took out before the last attack. It was stuck with masterpiece precision. A little more and Naruto would be dead with kunai in his heart. Another draw? Someday I will definitely win. But a little later. Itachi said and touched her wound. Again. Well, never mind, I can still win in the ability to wield a katana. Naruto said and smiled with the corners of his lips. Well, then let's go to the last stage of our training? Itachi asked and glanced at the guys who were sitting in complete shock. They couldn't believe in such power. It's about time, are you ready? Naruto asked Naruto and looked at the girl who just nodded. After a couple of seconds, two huge ghost warriors appeared in the clearing. One was yellow, looked like a samurai, a black katana rested in a sheath on his belt, and in his hand he held a white scythe with 3-blade star. There was a red one opposite the yellow one. In his hands he held a shield, one of the artifacts, the Yato shield, capable of reflecting anything, and in the other hand was Tanto. The two warriors rushed at each other. The battle was not long. Itachi used the Tatsuka sword to seal the chakra that Naruto poured into Susanoo, which caused it to dissipate. Thanks to your artifacts, you are stronger than me, Naruto said and caught the girl, who, having scattered her Susanoo, began to fall down from a great height. Thank you, the girl replied and kissed the guy. Naruto landed with Itachi near two Uchiha who were watching their fight and trying to remember everything. Ask what you want, I see that you are interested in learning something, Naruto said and sat down on the ground, while Itachi put her head on the guy's lap and fell asleep. What kind of technique was that? Well, with a blue flame. This technique was able to destroy Susanoo. Sasuke asked and looked at Naruto with interest. You won't be able to learn it. I made it forbidden, it requires a huge amount of chakra, you will simply die if you use it, from the exhaustion of the chakra. This was only the first stage. With the help of the fourth, I can destroy any village, but I myself will die after that. Naruto said and pointed to his mouth, which was badly singed, there were a large number of burns on it. This is a fee for the use of technology. You'll just be burned. I see, then what kind of technique was it with which you were able to defeat Itachi in illusions? Tajiro asked. This is my technique, again, without my eyes you will not be able to use it, then one of the abilities of my Mangekyo. I called it Saku, which is an abbreviation of the full name of the technique. The technique creates an illusion that is subject to me, it cannot be dispelled and it is also impossible to get out of it until the user himself wants it, that is, me. Naruto said and stroked the girl's hair, causing her to wake up. Who was your teacher, where did you get such power? Tajiro asked. Who my teacher was, I won't tell you, but I can only say one thing, he was a wonderful man and a strong shinobi. But he died because of Uchiha. You want to know my motive and the reason why I killed them, don't you? Naruto asked head on and looked at the guy, who just nodded. Naruto looked at everyone, simultaneously plunging into his illusion. There are no unnecessary ears that can eavesdrop on us. Naruto said and appeared out of nowhere. Why did you kill them? For what? Explain it to me. Tajiro almost shouted. The first cause of their death is indirectly the fault of my teacher's death, I wanted to take revenge and I was able to do it, but I was blinded by hatred, my mind was clouded, I knew that the current Uchiha were not to blame for his death, but I decided not to take this fact into account. And the second reason lies in the order that Danzo gave. Itachi had to cut out her entire clan, except for you and Sasuke, because your father started a coup, which was supported by all Uchiha. There was no choice, I couldn't let Itachi drown in darkness, and therefore I did all the dirty work for her and became a nuke nin. A little later I was shown that I was wrong when I blamed all the Uchiha for the death of the teacher. But I did it mostly because I loved Itachi even then and couldn't let her do it alone. I'm sorry, Tajiro, but I didn't have a choice. Naruto said, and there was regret and pain in his gaze. I can't blame you anymore. I'm sorry that I didn't understand the situation and started blaming you. Tajiro said and sat down next to Naruto with a smile. How long have you and Itachi been together? Sasuke asked. I'm not asking you to understand, I'm not asking you to leave. Why should we lose each other? There's a whole world for the two of us. You are the angel of my winter, I am a child that I have not forgotten, but why am I in the shackles of your darkness again? How long have you and Itachi been together? Sasuke asked. It's been like a year, probably. Itachi answered her brother's question. Naruto, what are you here for? Just to meet Itachi? Tajiro asked incredulously and squinted at Naruto. I can't tell you the secrets of the organization. In order to find out why we are here, you must become apostates of your village and join us. Naruto said with a smile and looked at the two Uchiha, who exchanged glances with each other. Naru, when are you going back to the village? Itachi asked when she woke up. You already know when, I have unfinished business. And I had more things to do after meeting with my parents. Naruto said and stroked the girl's hair. Oh, I remember you told me about your meeting. The girl smiled sincerely. Itachi, I don't want to tell you anything, but they have. Naruto pointed his finger at Tajiro and Sasuke. Tomorrow is the exam for Chunin, it's time for you to return to the village. After all, you are Konoha's best fighter. At the last words, Naruto twisted into a grin. Oh, but it's true, I completely forgot about it. The girl said guiltily and began to get up reluctantly. Lie down, in a couple of hours I will create 3 clones that will take you to Konoha in a couple of minutes. Naruto said and bent down to kiss the girl. Sasuke and Tajiro fell asleep, for them today was full of emotions, and therefore they passed out pretty quickly. Itachi and Naruto talked about everything for a while, but soon the girl also began to feel sleepy. Itachi fell asleep, and Naruto gently picked her up, an hour later and created 2 clones. The clones picked up the sleeping shinobi and together with the original rushed to Konoha with the cargo. Naruto used on himself and on henge clones, now he looked like an ordinary person. He did this so that there would be no questions to Itachi why a member of the Akatsuki organization brings it, if they are seen. Naruto got to Konoha in a couple of minutes. Naruto decided not to wake the girl, and then went to Konoha. Naruto and the clones quickly reached the girl's house. Naruto put them all on the bed, he kissed the girl and left the house. Naruto was heading to the Hokage residence, he felt that Old Man 3 and Jiraiya were there now. Naruto quickly found himself near the residence and seeing an open window, he entered the office through the window. The conversation between the teacher and the student was interrupted by an unknown person who entered the office through the window, and not through the door as usual. Jiraiya and Sarutobi were preparing for a fight, but quickly put the idea aside when the unknown turned around and said, "Old man, Godfather, haven't seen you for a long time, how are you?" "Naruto?" Jiraiya and Sarutobi asked in unison. "Yes, it's just a henge, you can't have a criminal walking around Konoha," Naruto said and sat down on the sofa. "You're right there, but what are you doing in Konoha?" Hiruzen asked, while Jiraiya studied the guy carefully. "Sorry, old man, we'll talk later, I'll just say one thing. Be careful in the 3rd stage," Naruto said and disappeared into Shunshin. "Is Naruto really going to kill me?" The village head asked in shock. "No, just the opposite, it looks like he wants to protect you, but why he's here I even wonder myself." "Who can threaten you, sensei? Any ideas?" Jiraiya asked, but he didn't have time to talk. Itachi burst into the office. "Excuse Hokage-sama, but have you seen anyone suspicious?" Itachi asked, who had bite marks on her neck. And her lips were swollen. Jiraiya only smiled mysteriously when he remembered their relationship. "Are you talking about Naruto by any chance?" Hokage asked wearily. "Was he here?" Itachi asked and was about to run further after him. "Wait, he's already gone, if you catch up with him," the village head said, to which Jiraiya only nodded. "Forgive me, Hokage-sama, and you are Jiraiya-san. It's okay, you can be free," said the third. "So that's why Naruto was in Konoha." Jiraiya spoke cryptically and only smiled. Itachi jumped out of the office and returned home angry. Of course, Naruto left a small gift, which upset the girl. Naruto didn't leave a small hickey on the girl's neck. And on the table, the girl found a note apologizing for it. Naruto was already in the village where he and Deidara were staying. Deidara was already asleep, but when Naruto opened the door and entered the house, he heard, "Are you back yet, Dana?" "Damn, well, stop calling me that, it's a little annoying, because I'm younger than you," Naruto said and sat down on the bed that was next to him. "I just respect you immensely, you are an example for me to follow. Okay, we still have a month before the 3rd stage. And I have some things to do. I'm going to the world of summoning, I need to master the summoning. I'll be back in a month, if Itachi comes here, then give my apologies and tell me where I am," Naruto said and bit his finger and began to fold the seals. Naruto, using the technique, disappeared into the white smoke, leaving Deidara alone. Again, Naruto found himself in a strange world. There was a dense forest around him. In this world it was very beautiful, a clear blue sky that begs to be looked at. Dense forest and fresh air, mountains could be seen in the distance. But for a long time Naruto could not enjoy the nature around. He was surrounded by 5 enemies. When Naruto looked down at them, he was very surprised. What the hell, Kurama? The fox was laughing hysterically. He couldn't stop laughing because there were foxes standing around Naruto. He got into the world of Kitsune, a man. One of the foxes surrounding him said in shock. What are you doing here and how did you get here? Damn, and you're so cute, I'll stay here forever. I am Naruto Uzumaki, I came to you to sign a contract. Using the summoning seals without a contract, I ended up here. Naruto answered honestly. We need to go to the elders, we will take you there. Follow us without tricks. Said one of the foxes, he was red in color, they all had one fluffy tail. Naruto silently followed them and admired nature. Aori-sama, we have a man here. He said he used a summoning technique without a contract and was transported here. Said one of the foxes that accompanied him to the elders. The elder was a red-haired fox, he had 7 tails, from which Naruto fell out of reality. Can I ask a question? Naruto asked and saw an affirmative nod from the elder. And how are you all connected with Kurama? You just have more than 1 tail too. Naruto asked and released a miniature version of the Kubi. All the foxes stood in a stupor and looked at Naruto, then at Kurama. Kurama, as it turned out, was very revered here, because he had the most tails, and he was also one of those who founded the Kitsune clan. Interesting. Boy, did you want to sign a contract? Aori asked, to which Naruto nodded and looked at the elder. Fine, you will sign a contract with us, but you will have to live with us for 3 years, we will teach you Kitsune fire techniques, which are much stronger than the usual Kato techniques. I can't, I'm sorry, but my friends are waiting for me, I have to be in my world in a month, a very dear person for me is in danger. Naruto said and let Kurama go for a walk. Don't worry, boy. Time flows differently in this world than in your world. 3 years here is about 28 days in your world. You will become stronger and more mature, so choose. The elder said. I'll be all for it, I'm ready for anything. Said the boy, and the foxes took him to the training ground to look at the level of his Kato. Naruto's Kato proficiency was at a high level, which means it will be easier to learn from foxes. The Kitsune flame requires huge reserves of chakra, but Naruto didn't have any problems with that either. The elder warned Naruto that a little later they would try to master the Sannin regime. Naruto was happy, and therefore with triple diligence assimilated all the information that he was given in this world. 3 years later or 28 days later, over these 3 years, Naruto has become even stronger, he has perfected all the techniques of fire with Kitsune flame. His own technique is Kato. Hokage also underwent changes, not only Naruto's own chakra was poured into this technique, but also the Kitsune chakra, which appeared to him after a long stay in the world of foxes. Now Naruto had 3 types of chakra: Kurama, the blonde's own chakra, and the Kitsune chakra. In fact, the use of the Kitsune chakra is a kind of hermit mode. The Kitsune chakra is one of the types of natural energy that Naruto has mastered. When using the Kitsune mode, as Naruto called it, the guy has fox ears. Naruto became the best friend for the foxes, they began to appreciate him and now they will always help him in battle. Naruto was glad to find allies. Naruto said goodbye to his new friends, but promised that he would say goodbye for a while. Naruto used the seals and appeared in the same place where he used the technique last time. Naruto was in the house, Deidara was nearby. When Deidara heard a bang from somewhere behind, he automatically created a small spider and threw it at the unknown. The bomber was about to say, cats, but he saw a blonde, his hair grew even more, they stuck out in all directions and now he looked exactly like Madara. Are you a fool or something? You almost blew me up. Naruto said and threw the spider back to Deidara. I'm sorry, Dunna, I didn't expect you to show up. And you've grown up, said Deidara, and Naruto just looked in the mirror. A tall blonde man was looking at Naruto. His left eye is covered with bangs, but it doesn't really prevent him from seeing, yet thanks to Manjek he can see through his bangs. Long messy wheat-colored hair. Now his hairstyle was exactly like Madara's. Naruto involuntarily smiled. He became more mature. Of course I grew up, I spent 3 years in the world of conscription. From here we can now say that I am now 15 years old. The blonde man smiled to himself. Then tell us about your call, please. I asked Deidara and started packing. And now, it's time for us to move out. You're right, I'll go get a new raincoat and be ready. Naruto said and looked at his cloak, which had lost its color in 3 years. In many places it was worn, and in some places it was scorched by the kitsune flame. Naruto put on a new raincoat and he and Deidara left the house. They headed to Konoha, a village hidden in the foliage. Naruto was glad to return to the village after 3 years. All these 3 years, he missed Itachi madly. Now the blonde was eager to meet her, he could not think about anything else. Deidara and Naruto reached the village in 3 hours. They walked slowly, that's why it took so long. The third stage was to begin in 2 days. Naruto and Deidara used the henge and calmly went through the post, saying that they had come to see the third stage of the exam. Naruto and Deidara rented a hotel, and then went for a walk. Naruto looked at Konoha and mentally compared her with Konoha from the past. Obviously, the current Konoha was much more than the Konoha from the past. Naruto looked at people. They were all similar in character to people from the past, only their people, having learned that he was a Jinchuriki Kurama, did not look at him askance. People from the past were much better than the current ones. Naruto was a little sad that he was born now, and not in the time of Madara and Hashirama. Naruto and Deidara walked until they came across a girl with black hair. Itachi. And I would give up everything. Only here I am throwing everything at random, but it turns out the opposite. Naruto and Deidara walked until they came across a girl with black hair. Itachi. Naruto beamed. He finally met her, and therefore I don't even think he just rushed to hug her. Itachi, who immediately recognized Naruto in the unknown, gave herself a hug. Itachi kissed the guy. You've been a long time. Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, the third stage will already begin. We can only go for a walk today. Itachi said and smiled. How did you know who we are? Deidara asked and looked at Itachi, whose eyes were burning with Mangekyo. That's it, the question has disappeared. Let's go home. I know you don't really like to walk under the henge. Itachi said and took the guys to her house. And there are so many genins from other villages in the village. It's unusual to see this. Naruto said, looking around. Itachi and Naruto and Deidara quickly reached the Uchiha's house. When they came in, they immediately took off the henge. Itachi saw Naruto, but was very surprised. Now there was a tall blonde man standing in the room, whose hair was sticking up in all directions, and the hair itself was quite long. The bangs covered the left eye, which made Naruto easily be confused with the young shinobi god. Naruto smiled and hugged the girl tightly. He definitely got older. Hey, why do you look older? It feels like I haven't seen you in 5 years. Itachi said and looked at the guy. I was in the world of summoning. Time flows differently there. 28 days have passed here, and I've been there for 3 years. But I've become much stronger. You will soon be able to see my strength, but I will not show it yet. My chakra has changed, it has become much heavier, and has become more violent, like a storm in the ocean. I see, but why are you here specifically? What is Orochimaru up to? And what is the true purpose of his murder? Itachi asked and looked at the guy. He tried to kill Pain, but it didn't work out. He had to run away and hide. We've been looking for him for a couple of months, now we're on his trail. Do you have any news? Naruto asked. Yes, I just wanted to talk about Orochimaru. He showed up at the second stage, about a month ago. Konoha. The first stage of the Chunin exam. Team number 7 came to the venue of the first stage. They easily recognized the illusion and went up to the third floor, where Kakashi was waiting for them. You are definitely ready, be careful and good luck. Kakashi smiled and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone, everyone thought, and went into the office. Many genins were already sitting in the office. There were genins from the village of sound, sand and grass. Also in the office were genins from Konoha. There were about 26 teams in the office. Marino appeared, who put pressure on the genins with his ki. It didn't work on Tajiro and Sasuke. Itachi has much stronger ki when she gets angry. Team number 7 easily passed the first stage, but about 10 teams were eliminated from all those present. They could not withstand the psychological pressure of the 10th question. The remaining 16 teams left together with Enko for the 44th training ground. Enko appeared spectacularly. She just flew through the window with the words, "Wow, how many of you?" Enko promised that only half of those who are here now will remain. Enko explained the essence of the second stage, told about the scrolls and about the fact that the genins have only 5 days to get to the tower and pass the second stage. At the second stage, Sasuke and Tajiro met Orochimaru. During the battle they were able to inflict damage on him, but still he was a Sannin, and therefore, becoming slightly more serious, he easily scattered the Uchiha. Orochimaru put a cursed seal on both Uchi. He gave them a power that they cannot control. Kakashi's students, of course, have passed the second stage, but this seal haunts Itachi. I see, you want me to help you take it off. Naruto asked head on and looked at the girl. You're right as always. Yes, I want you to remove this seal. Call them here, it's time to meet again. Naruto smiled with the corners of his lips. For some reason he had a bad feeling. Itachi left the house and went to the training ground in order to call Sasuke and Tajiro home. I have a bad feeling, be careful. Understood? Naruto asked and glanced at the bomber, who only nodded. Itachi and the 2 Uchiha came in a couple of minutes. Sasuke and Tajiro were surprised when they saw Naruto, but quickly recovered. Hi, it's been a while. I take it you don't know what I'm here for yet, do you? In response, the boys just nodded. Well, then I'll tell you, the seal that stands on your neck is the main reason. This seal is a Juin asterisk. It is not an ordinary seal. It is able to saturate you with the chakra of the one who put it. And Orochimaru gave it to you. He wants both of you or one of you to come to him in order to become stronger, but in fact, he will simply capture your body and you will disappear, giving him a Sharingan. I know him well, so everything I say is true, but we lived under the same roof for a couple of months. Naruto is right, Orochimaru is a terrible person, so don't even think about going to him. The girl said and looked seriously at the genins. I am here to remove these seals from you. Do you want this? Answer honestly, otherwise I won't be able to take it off. Naruto said. I agree. Sasuke said and walked up to Naruto. It's just an illusion of power. Apart from diligent training, nothing will give you strength. And I'll keep the seal for myself. I'll learn how to use its power, but I won't go to Orochimaru, don't worry. Tajiro said and looked at everyone. I'm not going to dissuade you from this venture, but remember one thing. If you go to Orochimaru, you will become a traitor who will die by my hand and no power will help you. Naruto said and slightly released his ki, from which both children immediately felt bad. They had a feeling of primal fear. Tajiro only nodded at Naruto's words. Dana, your ki is strong as always. Even I felt uneasy, and it wasn't to the fullest, said the cheerful Deidara. Naruto silently approached Sasuke and folded a long series of seals. He put 2 fingers to the seal. Fuinjutsu removing the Juin, Naruto said, and the seal on Sasuke's neck lit up with a white light and began to crack, and after a couple of seconds it completely disappeared. That's it, you don't have to worry, Itachi," Naruto said, and taking Deidara started to leave. Itachi wanted to say something, but she saw Naruto's gaze. Disappointment and contempt were visible in his gaze. Naruto was disappointed that Tajiro had not changed. He despised him for the choice he made. He had a second family, which he wants to give up for the sake of strength. Naruto knew that he would go to Orochimaru anyway. Intoxicated by the possible power, he would run away to him. Naruto didn't say anything, just looked at Itachi and left. The girl realized that if the guy stays here for a couple more minutes, then there will be a corpse of one of the Uchi, namely Tajiro. Tajiro was in the clouds right now. He was already thinking about getting power from one of the 3 Sanins. Itachi looked at the boy with sadness. Sasuke didn't understand what happened, but he didn't ask questions. He was always a smart guy. Naruto and Deidara quickly left the Uchiha house and went to their hotel. "Can we kill him right away so that there won't be any unnecessary problems later?" Deidara asked, looking ahead. "Don't, Itachi won't forgive me. By the way, my feeling that something bad is going to happen has only intensified." What could it mean? Naruto asked himself. Deidara only nodded in agreement. He also had this feeling. It annoyed him, but he could not do anything. It remained only to wait. Naruto and Deidara woke up at 7 o'clock. The beginning of the 3rd stage was scheduled for 10 in the morning. The bomber and the blonde man threw on their raincoats and used the henge to hide them. Both blondes left the hotel and slowly moved towards the arena where the 3rd stage will take place. On the way, Naruto met Jiraiya, who apparently did not recognize the guy and passed by, or maybe pretended that he did not recognize him. Naruto was not up to it. He was consumed by a sense of impending danger. Naruto knew that something unpleasant would happen. Behind these thoughts, Naruto and Deidara reached the arena. Taking seats closer to Kage's bed, they began to wait for the beginning. This time, the 4th Kazekage race was invited to the exam. Now Hiruzen and his guards were sitting on Kage's bed. He came early. People were already gathering in the arena and the 3rd decided to watch everyone. Here are ordinary shinobi who came to look at the new younger generation. Here are the heads of different clans who came to watch their children perform. Here are 2 unknown people sitting and looking directly at him. One of them smiled slightly from the corners of his lips when he saw that the Hokage was looking at him. Probably ordinary civilians, Hiruzen thought, and continued to observe the people who came. Soon, Kazekage appeared next to the Hokage, who looked at the gradually filling arena and the pier nearby. Race and Hiruzen were talking about something. Naruto was looking only at them. Something was bothering him about Race. Naruto watched them closely and a little later he realized what was wrong. The manner of sitting and talking was very similar to Orochimaru's demeanor. Now we go out and climb on the bird. We will fly over the arena. Orochimaru is here. Naruto started to leave, and Deidara followed his partner. After leaving the arena, Deidara created his bird out of clay and jumping on it together with Naruto, they began to rise and circle over the arena. No one paid attention to the bird that had been circling over the arena for about 30 minutes, except for an Umbu fighter in a raven mask. Itachi watched the bird. She saw with the help of Sharingan that this is far from an ordinary bird. It contains the Deidara chakra, which means it is his bird made of explosive clay. Did they find Orochimaru? But then why didn't you tell me? Itachi thought and continued to carefully observe the arena. She tried to find Orochimaru, who was somewhere here. The 3rd stage of the Chunin exam has begun. The first fight was Tajiro versus Neji. The fight was on an equal footing, and all thanks to the fact that both used dojutsu. Neji, who was from a side branch of the clan, showed a couple of techniques that are only available to those who are in the main branch. Tajiro unknowingly used the cursed seal and broke Neji's leg with special bloodlust. He wanted to continue, but the representative of the Hyuga clan gave up. However, it still didn't stop the guy who was confidently walking and was going to end the life of a guy with a Byakugan. Tajiro stopped a blow to the neck that knocked out Uchiha. It was the examiner who announced the defeat of Niji and the disqualification of Tajiro, because he violated the rules. Naruto, who watched the fight with Deidara, grimaced. He began to despise the guy even more, since he decided to use this force against his friend. Deidara watched with the help of a rangefinder and was surprised at the bloodlust of this guy. Then there was the fight of Shikamaru against Temari, which was not particularly interesting, because Shikamaru, having thought through the plan and caught Temari, just gave up. Problematic was the only thing Shikamaru said before leaving the arena. The next one was a fight between Sasuke and Gaara. Naruto knew that the latter was a one-tailed Jinchuriki. Sasuke must be having a hard time right now, but as soon as the fight started, Uchiha used Chidori and activated Sharingan, ran at the enemy. He was too fast for Gaara to catch him with his sand, and Sasuke saw traps and sandstone attacks with the help of Sharingan. After 5 minutes of running, Sasuke was still able to put Chidori in the shoulder of the enemy. From the sight of his own blood, Gaara began to lose control. He was going to release Shikaku right now. Orochimaru saw this and gave a sign that it was time to attack. Large white feathers began to fly over the arena. Upon contact, they put their victim to sleep. Genjutsu of rank B. All the Umbu and Jonin fighters were able to throw off the illusion and looked towards the Hokage. At the place where Kage's bed should have been, there was now a purple barrier. And opposite the Hokage stood Orochimaru, who had already taken off the face of the fourth Kazekage. "It's time for Deidara, we're going downhill, you can get into the barrier from above," said Naruto, who saw the whole situation. The shinobi of Sand and Sound attacked Konoha, the Jonins and Umbu were forced to repel their attack, and the Hokage was left alone. "Hello, Sarutobi-sensei, long time no see." Snake Sanin hissed and grinned maliciously. "What do you need? Why do you want to destroy Konoha?" Hokage asked and looked at his old student. "I'm here for revenge. You all threw me out like a toy, because I conducted experiments that could help the village." Almost shouting, said Orochimaru. "You have taken the wrong path, my dear disciple," Sarutobi said, and was about to fold the seals when he saw 2 coffins appear from the ground. The covers were signed, the first, the second. Orochimaru just grinned. When the lid fell, the third saw those who should already be in the grave. Has Hiram and Tobaram. "Damn, why am I here? Have we been resurrected?" the first Hokage asked. "With my technique, Sarutobi? Why are you so old?" Tobarama asked, and then turned his gaze to Mount Hokage. There were 4 faces. "So. Hey brother, do you know what time we're in now?" Tobarama asked in shock. "Really, Konoha of the future? For Hokage faces on a rock, I wonder why Hiruzen is now Hokage. He's like the third, what happened to the fourth?" "This is not the time to talk, we will have to be taken under control, we cannot let this happen," Tobarama said, but he was too late. "You are right, Tobarama-sama, I will control you, you will kill the Hokage, and then destroy the village that you built and preserved with such difficulty. You will do everything with your own hands," said Orochimaru, and placed kunai in 2 Hokages. They did not lose the ability to speak and think, but they could not control their body. Both Hokages rushed at Hiruzen, who froze in shock and could not even move. "It looks like this is the end," flashed through the head of the third. He did not have time to escape from the attack, and therefore was preparing for death. The old man closed his eyes and began to wait. A second later he heard an explosion. Opening his eyes, Hiruzen saw 2 blonde men in Akatsuki cloaks. "Old man, stop counting crows here, Orochimaru is on you, Deidara will help you." And this, Naruto pointed to the 2 Hokages, who began to reassemble in pieces after the explosion. My opponents. Yes, Dana, I will try not to hurt the third Hokage. Good luck to you. Thanks, Naruto. Naruto? Really? Hashirama began to speak and saw a blonde man who was looking at them with a smile. And you've become even more like him. I'm glad you're alive, Tobirama said, noticing the similarity between Naruto and Madara. I know that you have questions, but I will answer them later. Now I have to stop you and help the old man third. Naruto, say one thing. Why did you leave us then? Explain why. I didn't have time to apologize for killing him. After all, I began to hate myself for this. Naruto, tell me why you left us. Calm down, Hashirama, I came to you from the future, and when the time came, I was pulled back. I never blamed you for the death of the teacher, you did what you had to do. Madara would have done the same in your place. Naruto said and printed out the katana along with the scythe. I hope you have become stronger to defeat us. Tobirama said hopefully. You won't believe how much, Tobirama-sama. I am insanely glad that you don't blame me for Madara's death, because he became a father to you. Hashirama said and involuntarily rushed into battle. I'm sorry that I made you worry and hate yourself, I was waiting to meet you to explain everything to you. Naruto replied and also rushed into battle. Time is not worth it, time does not go, which means I am not who I was, but I am who I have become. Time is not worth it, time does not go, which means I am not who I was, but I am who I have become. I'm sorry that I made you worry and hate yourself, I was waiting to meet you to explain everything to you. Naruto replied and also rushed into battle with a semblance of a smile on his face. He was smiling because he met his old friends, but he was also serious, because this is a fight against two past Hokages. Naruto rushed on two Hokages with a katana in his hand. His attack was met by Tobirama, who also took out a katana. Hashirama at this moment used all his abilities to the maximum, namely Mokuton, the birth of the forest. Naruto had a feeling that in a second he found himself in a strange forest where the trees literally intertwined with each other, but no one other than Tobirama distracted the boy from his thoughts. Swithin, the water dragon technique, Tobirama whispered, and a huge water dragon rushed at Naruto. Katon, the breath of the fiery kitsune, spoke to Naruto and he grew fox ears on his head. Naruto blew out a huge jet of fire, which not only suppressed Tobirama's technique, but also touched the second Hokage. While Tobirama was recovering, Naruto found himself near Hashirama, who reacted instantly. Makoto, wooden stakes, a huge number of wooden spikes began to grow out of the ground. Some managed to pierce the boy, but only touched his legs and one pike landed in the side. Naruto jumped away from Hashirama, holding his side with one hand, began to fold the seals with his free hand. Kato, Kitsune no Hokage Stage 2, the boy said so softly that it seemed that it was just rustling grass, but no. Naruto blew out a small ball of blue fire, which after a moment grew and turned into a huge wall of fire, which moved straight at the two Hokages, who began to put seals in order to protect themselves. However, they were well aware that they could not stop this fire, and the radius of destruction was too large for them to escape. Hashirama folded the seals and covered both with a thick wooden dome, which Tobirama covered with water from above. Naruto's technique did not even notice from the defense, and therefore the Hokage were defeated. But they began to gather again in parts, but it was no longer their fate to join the battle. Naruto was near each of them and put a seal of suppression and a seal of paralysis. Both Hokage stood and could not move. In front of them stood a blond man with a grin. There was no living place on him. His legs were pierced in many places, there was a through hole in his side, and there were many terrible burns around his mouth. His chakra was almost at zero. Hashirama and Tobirama looked at him in surprise. This is the price for victory, said the guy who noticed the surprised looks. Naruto just plopped down on the ground and waited for questions from the two Hokages. As always, this technique is terrifying in its power. Tobirama praised the guy. Naruto, who are you? How did you and I meet in the past? Hashirama asked. It's simple, I was watching the shinobi of my time, and due to the fact that I was just a child, I messed up the seals and I was dragged into the past. Who am I? I am often asked this question, but every time I know the answer. After all, I am Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed, the son of the fourth Hokage and grandson of Izuna Uchiha, a disciple of Madara Uchiha and the one who is trying to save this terrible world. Why are you going to save him? Tobirama asked, who absorbed the information faster than his brother. The organization I'm in now, they're going to resurrect the Ten-Tailed and plunge the world into an eternal illusion. Madara was supposed to help them, but I was able to free him from the influence of genjutsu before his death. Having said this, the boy saw two shocked faces, and therefore did not remain silent for a long time. Madara survived, Hashirama. He programmed his eye to Izanagi in the event of his death. And then he just went to travel the world, but in one of the towns, a powerful genjutsu was imposed on him, which he could not remove on his own. Madara under genjutsu, saved the boy from death, who in the future killed my parents. When I helped one girl to cut out the entire Uchiha clan, I was declared a traitor. This same boy offered us to join his organization, but before that I had to meet someone. As you have already understood, someone was Madara Uchiha. I took off his genjutsu and we talked all night. But towards morning Madara died of old age with a smile on his face. I'm glad I saw him, but I let him die again. Naruto said, and visibly saddened at the last words. I always knew that Madara was smart and wouldn't die just like that. And who ordered the girl to cut out the clan? Hashirama asked, and Tobirama nodded in agreement. Danzo. Danzo ordered Itachi to carve out his own clan, kill relatives and friends with his own hands. I will never forgive him, but the girl was not enrolled in the Nikkenani, and therefore a year after we left Konoha, she returned. Naruto said and allowed himself to smile with the corners of his lips. Do you love her? Hashirama suddenly asked and looked at the guy seriously. Stronger than ever. The serious guy also replied. Then take care of her, otherwise in case of her death you will definitely go off the rails. Finished my brother's thoughts, Tobirama, I already know that. It's time to say goodbye, friends. I know you want to talk to me, but not right now. The dead have no place among the living, we'll talk when I die. Naruto said and cancelled Edo Tensei. You have become one of those who can be proud of. I am proud to say that I am glad that you are my friend and brother. Tobirama said before disappearing. You have become one of those whom I can easily call a brother, Naruto. Remember this and take care of that girl. I am sure that together you will save this world from eternal genjutsu, Hashirama said and disappeared. Naruto stood and listened to the words of his old comrades with tears. Naruto couldn't hold back the tears, he stood and cried. After a couple of minutes, Naruto pulled himself together and hearing the explosion hurried to the battlefield of Orochimaru and the third. Naruto ran as fast as he could to the place of battle. When he came running, he saw how the third, with the help of the god of death, was trying to seal Orochimaru. Kusanagi was sticking out of the chest of the third. Deidara is sitting next to him and looks guiltily at Naruto. He has no chakra left, and about 20 shinobi of sound are lying around him. Naruto fell to his knees. He again looked at the death of someone who was dear to him, someone he could call his grandfather. Naruto jumped up and in a second was near the third. He began to help the god of death to pull the soul out of Orochimaru, but did not have time. Sarutobi was left without strength, and therefore the god of death took only the snake's hands and disappeared. Orochimaru took advantage of the moment to start running away, but received a black chain in the back. The chain pierced the snake's heart, but he changed his body and ran away. Forgive me, my boy, I could not defeat him, but don't even think about hatred, this is not the way. I always wanted a better life for you, and when you disappeared I couldn't find a place for myself. Where did you really disappear?" asked the third, who was struggling to stay alive. "In the past, my teacher was Madara. I don't want to lose you, old man. Why is it like this again? First Madara, then you. I'm tired of losing those who are dear to me. Do you understand?" Naruto said with tears in his eyes. Again, the one to whom he owes everything is dying in his arms, the one who became his family, and the guy can't do anything. So it was you who was the mysterious disciple of Madara. I'm glad, Naruto, that fate brought me together with you. Minato would be proud of you, just like Kushina. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about them earlier. I have to leave. Old man, I will never forget you, you will always take a place in my soul. Naruto didn't say anything further, but just kept silent. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, he couldn't stop them, and he didn't want to. I'm sorry, my boy, I'm sorry. These were the last words of the great shinobi, who saved the village at the cost of his life. Naruto realized that the third one had died and more tears sprang from his eyes. The boy did not scream again, he just looked at the Hokage's body and shed silent tears. Words were inappropriate here. Deidara came over and tried to calm his partner down, but he didn't succeed. Naruto looked at the third with an empty look. Naruto stopped understanding what was going on around him. Deidara tried again and again to bring the blonde to his senses, but nothing worked. Naruto didn't hear anyone or anything. He saw no one and nothing but the Hokage's body. Deidara realized that he would not be able to reach the blonde, knocked him out with a blow to the neck. Having created a bird from the last clay, they flew away. Itachi, who was fighting against the shinobi of sound and sand, had a bad feeling. She was used to trusting her feelings, and therefore prepared for the worst. Thanks to the power of his eyes, Shikaku did not have time to wake up, and now the boy was lying unconscious. He looked more like an abandoned toy than a Jinchuriki. The army of sound and sand was quickly defeated. Itachi, as soon as she finished with the last sand shinobi, ran to the side where the third Hokage was fighting. When she arrived there, she saw the traces of a terrible battle that seemed to take place in two different places. In one place there were a lot of scorched trees that came out of nowhere. There were two bodies of shinobi sound lying there. And in another place, there were 20 bodies of shinobi sound and the body of the third Hokage with Kusanagi in the chest. Itachi, being a good sensor, was able to catch Naruto's chakra near Sarutobi, and therefore immediately began to panic. She knew how much Hiruzen was dear to the guy, and if the third died in the hands of the guy, then she was afraid to think what would happen to him. Umbu immediately took Hiruzen's body. Jiraiya, who returned to Konoha, immediately received an offer to become a Hokage, but refused it. He offered another candidate, Tsunade Senju. The council agreed to his proposal and Jiraiya went on a search, but before that he looked at Itachi, who could not find a place for herself. Itachi, what happened to you? You're kind of nervous, said Jiraiya, who appeared in the window. Naruto, he. Apparently Hiruzen-sama died in Naruto's arms, Itachi said, and Jiraiya abruptly became serious. The white-haired man also knew perfectly well what kind of relationship Naruto and his sensei were in. They could safely be called a grandson and grandfather. Where do you think they are now? Maybe in the village they were in a couple of days ago. Itachi said. I'll go see if they're really there, then we need to find Naruto. I'm with you. Jiraiya only nodded at the girl's statement. Two shinobi leaf were moving north of the village. They were heading to a small village where Naruto and Deidara last stopped. Luck smiled on two shinobi. Deidara, who left Konoha, couldn't find a better place to wait for the blonde to come to his senses. Naruto was still unconscious when they arrived. Itachi and Jiraiya arrived at the village in about 20 minutes. They came to the house where two blondes used to live. The door was opened by Deidara. When he saw Itachi and Jiraiya, he calmly exhaled. He was glad to see them, because only they can help Naruto. "Where's Naruto?" the girl asked anxiously. "Second floor, first room. How is he?" Jiraiya asked the blonde when the girl ran away to the second floor. "If you are in terms of physical condition, then not in the best way. The burns around the mouth have disappeared, but the wound in the side has not yet healed. And if in terms of the psychological state, then everything is completely bad here," an empty look, as if he became someone else, but not himself. "Things are not going well, are they?" said Deidara and nervously knocked on the table at which they sat down during the dialogue. "Damn, why did I just decide to leave the village shortly before? If I had been around, then everything would have been fine. I'm an idiot." "Don't blame yourself, Jiraiya, I'm sure no one blames you for what happened," said Deidara and looked out the window. Then they sat in silence. Everyone was waiting for the girl, but she did not go back down in any way. "It looks like Naruto woke up." Itachi in a couple of moments found herself in the room of the blonde, who, as it turned out, had already woken up and was looking at the ceiling with empty and lifeless eyes. The girl's heart was squeezed by this. It became very painful for her from what she sees. Naruto did not even pay attention to the one who entered. He already knew perfectly well who it was, but did not even consider it necessary to turn around. "Listen, let's stop. They're worried about you here. Itachi is going to cry just from the sight of you," Kurama said in his subconscious, who had been silent before. "I already know that, but I don't want anything. I'm tired. Maybe let you out and die at last?" The guy mentally asked questions. "And you just spit on those who are dear to you? On those to whom you promised that you would not let this world perish?" Kurama asked. "I don't know. Remember, don't forget." Kurama said only 3 words, but memories began to rush furiously through Naruto's head. Here he is sitting with Madara, here he loses his teacher and returns to his world. Here he meets Itachi, he is sure that she is his light. Memories fly by with great speed, but the blonde saw them all. When it was over, Naruto said only 3 words. "Remember, don't forget, Naruto." The girl rushed to the blonde, whose eyes were beginning to fill with life again. The girl was glad. She hugged the guy and started crying. "Come on, don't cry, I'm fine," the guy said and hugged the girl even tighter. "I'm worried, I can't watch you kill yourself. If something happens to you, I won't be able to continue living," the girl said, and Naruto realized that he still has close people to thank you, Itachi. The blonde whispered and kissed the girl. "I have nurtured this tree in myself slender so that the wind can always break my will, give me a new day. Where is life in beautiful colors on their canvas? But life overtook us where we were waiting for death, and I look into the darkness, reflected in it forever in chains of ugly thoughts, but with them, the mind is as pure as the temptations of youth. Let us dedicate these odes to space where dark waters will not hide stupidity. Thank you, Itachi." The blonde whispered and kissed the girl. Naruto thought to himself that if something happened to her, he would kill anyone. Itachi became very dear to the boy. She became the one who helped the blonde to emerge from the darkness into which he walked so confidently. Itachi was for the blonde something like her own personal son. She was everything for the blonde. He would never let her die. "I will always be on her side, no matter what she does. Even if she kills me one day, I won't be mad at her, I'll always be on her side. Always." Naruto thought to himself and pressed the girl closer to him, who, from the outburst of emotions, easily fell asleep in the arms of the blonde. Naruto laid the girl on the bed and involuntarily stared at her. She was beautiful. Her hair was the color of coal, which smelled of lavender. The smell of her hair made the blonde dizzy. The eyes were the color of night, which was a hallmark of the clan, but Itachi's eyes seemed to be darker. Naruto was drowning in those eyes. When they looked at him, the guy could not refuse the girl, which the latter often used, asking the blonde about something. Naruto silently lay down next to the girl and hugged her to sleep. He was very confused, but fatigue and emotions experienced told too much on the blonde, who fell asleep as soon as he wrapped himself in the girl's hair, inhaling the delicate scent of lavender. "Naru? Have you woken up?" the girl asked, and also hugged the guy in response to, "Yes, Itachi, let's go for a walk. I think we should unwind, otherwise I'll be heading back in a couple of days," Naruto said and smiled with the corners of his lips. Itachi only nodded at Naruto's words. The brunette and the blonde quickly got dressed and went out, but before that they went to the shower. Naruto and Itachi went downstairs, where they saw the sleepy but cheerful Deidara and Jiraiya. Naruto seems to have already guessed why they were so funny, but the girl did not. Naruto just looked at them menacingly and then pointed at the girl with his gaze. The guys sitting at the table immediately understood that it was not worth talking about it in front of Itachi. "Hi, I see you didn't get enough sleep?" Naruto asked. "Please. Yeah, I didn't sleep well, it's always like that in a new place," Jiraiya said and stretched it. "Itachi and I are going for a walk, we won't be back soon, so probably until the evening," the guy said, and he and the girl went out, but before that he created a clone, who immediately sat down at the table with two shinobi. "Ask already, otherwise you're tired of pushing the liba," said the clone, and frowned at the sight of two shinobi who were smiling impudently and contentedly. "Judging by the moans, she was satisfied with everything, right?" Jiraiya asked directly. "Yes." Naruto replied dryly. "Come on, we actually decided to congratulate you, and you're sitting here all sullen. Shall we celebrate?" Deidara asked and took out a case of sake from nowhere. "I'm a clone, what's the point?" Naruto's clone asked and looked at the two in surprise. "And the fact that alcoholic intoxication at your disappearance will pass to the original, you estimate, he will become drunk from nothing in a second," said the cheerful Jiraiya and began to pour sake. They were drinking until the evening. Jiraiya finally fell silent at all, although he usually always rushes to talk when he is drunk, but it turned out that he was so drunk that he could not walk, he could not talk, so he lay in silence. Deidara was not in the best condition, he also got drunk and at some point just passed out. Naruto's clone dissipated and the original immediately fell, he got drunk in a second. Naruto looked with bleary eyes at the girl, who seemed to have guessed the condition of the guy, and therefore silently took him and carried him back. "You opened the night, everything you could afford." He tore off the masks, kept his soul in captivity. "Let there be blood on your cheek, you'll blame it on the lipstick. To hell with the barrier of words, the angel does not need words." Itachi and Naruto walked through the forest until it started to get dark. The guy and the girl found a clearing and sat enjoying each other's company. They talked about everything. In the end, soon they will part again. Suddenly Naruto's gaze clouded, and the guy himself lay down on the grass. He suddenly felt sick. Itachi looked at the guy carefully and guessed that he was just drunk. Itachi sighed and silently carried the guy back into the house. When the girl entered, she saw two bodies lying on the floor. One of them was passed out, and the other was mumbling something. Itachi carefully walked past them. She still had to find out in honor of what they were drinking here. The girl with Naruto reached the second floor and went into the room with him. The brunette undressed the guy and laid him on the bed. The girl undressed herself, and later lay down next to him, hugging him. She fell asleep. Naruto woke up in the morning. He had a bad headache, and his throat was dry. Naruto remembered what the clone was doing yesterday, and therefore was not particularly surprised at his condition in the morning. There was a girl lying next to the guy, who carefully brought him here and laid him on the bed, although she could have thrown him somewhere. Naruto lightly hugged the girl and closed his eyes and enjoyed the silence. Itachi woke up an hour later. Naruto had been admiring the girl all this time. She really was dazzlingly beautiful. Naruto could not take his eyes off her for an hour. When the girl woke up, the first thing she saw was the smile of the blonde man, who immediately hugged her. "Naru, have you been awake for a long time?" the girl asked and rubbed her eyes. "About an hour, maybe more. And now, try to explain to me, what did you celebrate yesterday?" the girl asked and looked expectantly at the guy, who was noticeably nervous. The death of the third, although Deidara did not know him, but still he also decided to drink to the old man with us. Naruto said, and his smile disappeared from his face. His funeral is scheduled for today, we should go back. Jiraiya will go in search of Tsunade, and I will return to train Sasuke. Said the girl. Okay, then it's time to move out. The guy said, and they started to get dressed slowly and go out. Naruto got dressed and threw on his favorite cloak with red clouds. The girl was in her usual clothes, a black blouse, gray pants that do not restrict movement. Descending, the guy saw that Jiraiya was sitting on the floor holding his head, while Deidara was lying on the floor unable to say a word. "Hello to drunks, what's not in the best condition?" Naruto said cheerfully. "I should have drunk less yesterday." Jiraiya only nodded, and Deidara mumbled something, but apparently he also agreed. "Itachi and I are returning to the village, the funeral of the third is scheduled for today. They meet me at this house tomorrow and head back." Deidara again mumbled something in agreement. "Old man, don't you die too?" Naruto said and went out the door, where Itachi was already waiting for him, who came out through the window. Naruto and Itachi went to Konoha. 30 minutes later, they were already there. Naruto imposed a henge on himself, but it was not required. No one was on duty, everyone was at the cemetery now. Naruto cancelled the henge and quickly found himself in the cemetery, on the farthest tree, but from here the whole process was clearly visible. Naruto sat down on a branch and began to watch. Now the elders of the village were saying goodbye to Hiruzen, who often disagreed with the policies of the third, but were always the ones who would support him. Right now, after the elders, let's go to the Jonins. Everyone was crying when saying goodbye to Hiruzen, but what will it change? The old man never liked when someone cries, and therefore I won't, not here. Naruto thought to himself and smiled with the corners of his lips when he saw that Itachi was coming to say goodbye to the third. Naruto waited a long time for all the residents and shinobi to disperse. After a couple of hours there was no one left in the cemetery except Kakashi, who lost another Hokage. A guy in a raincoat with red clouds landed next to the ash-haired one. Kakashi instantly jumped back and waited for the attack, but it was not there. Akatsuki just took off his hat and bowed to the grave of the third. Tears were streaming down the guy's cheeks, but he couldn't help crying, the third one was dear to him. Kakashi, when he saw that it was Naruto, became even more wary, but when he saw tears and a bow, he immediately understood everything. He's not here to attack while Konoha is weak without Hokage, he's here to say goodbye. Hokage was dear to him. Kakashi thought to himself and again approached the grave, standing next to the guy. He was the one who always helped me. And I couldn't save him, I didn't have enough strength then. Damn Orochimaru, I swear he'll regret it. Old man, soon you will see your wayward disciple. Naruto whispered and, putting on his hat, disappeared, leaving Kakashi alone with his thoughts. In Konoha, everyone knew that someone from Akatsuki helped Hiruzen in the battle against Orochimaru. Kakashi now knew who it was. Naruto appeared near Itachi's house. He knocked on the door and it was opened by a boy of 11 to 12 years old. It was Sasuke. "Hi, Sasuke, will you call your sister?" the unknown man in the cloak with red clouds asked. "Naruto?" The unknown only nodded. "Then wait a couple of minutes." "Okay, is something wrong?" "Yes." "Well, I think Itachi will tell you everything." Naruto didn't understand what could have happened, what had happened. Naruto obediently sat and waited for the girl at the door. Like in the good old days, Naruto chuckled to himself. 5 minutes later, a girl came out to Naruto. Her eyes were swollen from tears, and her lips were bitten in some places. Is something wrong? Tajiro, he ran away, you know? Itachi said and started crying again. Naruto silently got up and took the girl in his arms. He stood and whispered soothing words to her. Soon Itachi stopped crying and now she could tell everything normally. He went to Orochimaru, Sasuke said so. Tajiro wished for strength, that's why he left. Sasuke tried to follow him, but Tajiro beat him and left. The girl said and again tears appeared in her eyes. I always knew this would happen. The next time we meet, I'll kill him. Naruto said and hugged the girl tighter. Itachi understood that Naruto would not give him another choice, and therefore did not even try to convince him. But why kill him? Itachi asked and looked at the blonde. Because he beat Sasuke, brought you to tears, betrayed my trust and yours, because he left the village and became an apostate. The blonde said, bending her fingers, and then added. Still continue. No, it's not worth it, the girl whispered softly, who buried her face more deeply into the guy's chest and burst into tears. She needed to do this so as not to keep it to herself. Naruto understood her emotions, but did not even think to change his mind. He just stood and hugged the girl. He waited for her to calm down. Let's go inside, otherwise if they see me crying in the arms of an Akatsuki member, I don't think they'll pat me on the head. The girl said after a couple of minutes. Naruto agreed and they went home. A sad Sasuke was sitting on the sofa, who apparently still did not understand why Tajiro left it. Sasuke, we haven't seen each other for a long time, don't be sad, because this idiot himself left your life, and therefore there is no point in being sad for him. It is better to become stronger and, when meeting, pile on him so that he understands his mistake. Naruto said and Sasuke immediately cheered up. Naruto took Itachi and went towards the chair. When he sat down, the girl perched on his lap. Naruto talked to Sasuke and Itachi about everything until the evening, and then Sasuke went to bed. Itachi and Naruto were talking about everything. Naruto was glad because he still has such a person with whom you can just talk about everything. Naruto memorized every second of the conversation, because soon they would break up again. Naruto didn't want to leave, but it was necessary. He will return to Konoha, but not now, but later. He will definitely return to Itachi. Closer to the morning, Itachi began to feel sleepy and she didn't even notice how she fell asleep while Naruto was telling how they were performing a task to eliminate an influential person in the land of the earth. Naruto only smiled with the corners of his lips when he saw the sleeping girl. He gently picked her up in his arms and carried her into the room. It was now about 4 in the morning, the blonde had 2 whole hours before going out. Naruto laid the girl on the bed and just began to admire her. He remembered every moment spent with her and from this there was a smile on his face. Naruto was really happy. Naruto sat next to the girl for 2 hours, and then after writing a letter and kissing her on the lips, he left Konoha. 10 minutes later, Naruto was near Deidara and the two of them moved towards the lair. Let's go on the bird, otherwise it's a long walk. Deidara only nodded. He also wanted to offer to fly on a bird, but Naruto beat him to it. Day created a bird and the two of them jumped on it. The two blondes quickly got to the shelter, somewhere in 2 or 3 hours, when the road on foot would have taken a couple of days for sure. Naruto and Deidara immediately went to Pain's office with a mission report. Over the past year, Naruto and Deidara have not failed a single mission. They have completed about 100 missions of different ranks. Naruto, Deidara? How's the assignment? Pain asked when the guys entered the office. Leader-sama, the task failed, but Orochimaru lost his hands, now it will be easier to kill him. Naruto said and lowered his head. I am surprised that you failed the mission, it means that you are also capable of it. Pain smiled. Sorry, this won't happen again, Deidara said this time and looked up at the leader. It's okay, the mission itself did not carry much significance. Tell us in more detail how Orochimaru lost his hands. Pain asked and prepared to listen. The third Hokage, with the help of the god of death, tried to seal Orochimaru, but he did not have enough strength and he could only seal his hands. Orochimaru himself summoned the two past Hokages. I fought against the first and second Hokage, and Deidara against the shinobi sound, so no one could help Hiruzen. After that, we spent 2 days recovering, and then we went back. Naruto said and closed his eyes. He wanted to sleep, yet he had not slept for almost 2 days. I would like to add, may I? Seeing the affirmative nod, Deidara continued. I managed to attach a small snake from my clay to Orochimaru. I can find the place where Sannin is hiding. Fine, very good, come out in a week. Now go, I see that you need a rest. Said a satisfied Pain, and the guys left his office. Naruto quickly got to his room and lay down on the bed. When the blonde's head touched the pillow, he immediately fell asleep. Itachi woke up a few hours later. She realized with horror that she had fallen asleep when Naruto was telling her a story. The girl quickly jumped out of bed and was about to run out after Naruto, but quickly realizing that it was already evening, she discarded this stupid idea. When the girl got dressed, she noticed a letter lying on the table. Hi, Itachi, it's funny to write this when you're lying next to me, but still. I want to say that I'm leaving the village, even though I don't want to leave you alone, but I have to leave. I will return to Konoha soon, please wait for me. When you wake up, I'll already be in the Akatsuki's lair, so don't run after me. I love you, Itachi. I hope to see you soon. Naruto. Itachi smiled after reading the letter. She was glad that Naruto at least left something before leaving. The girl with a smile on her face went down to the kitchen to cook something. Sasuke was already awake. He was waiting for his sister to wake up. He wanted to talk to her. Itachi, I'd like to talk about Naruto, Sasuke said when Itachi came down to the kitchen. What do you want to know? Itachi asked and looked at her brother. Do you really think you can trust him? The younger brother looked at Itachi incredulously. Sasuke, you probably forget that if it wasn't for Naruto, then I would be an apostate and a traitor to the village. You would be left alone, you wouldn't have a sister who wakes you up in the morning and helps with training. You have all this thanks to the fact that Naruto took all the blame on himself. He shielded me and now he is the object of universal hatred, although it should have been me. Naruto always helps me and you. He is a kind person, just life has battered him a lot. He has experienced something that I would not show even in the worst nightmare. Okay, I realize that you trust him. Then another question, Sasuke added after a while, what does he intend to do with Tajiro when he sees him? Naruto said he would kill him. I couldn't convince him. Itachi said seriously. And you're going to let him do it? I almost shouted at Sasuke. I'm sorry Sasuke, but Tajiro made his choice and now I'm completely on Naruto's side, because Tajiro did what he shouldn't have. He had a chance, he found a second family that took care of him, but he sold it and chose strength. He's a fool, Sasuke. Moreover, he is a traitor to the village. He beat you and brought me to tears. Naruto never forgives this. He will either kill him or re-educate him and bring him back to Konoha. The third is not given. Itachi said and poured herself some water to drink. I see. Sasuke replied dryly. I should have gone with him, then Naruto wouldn't have killed Tajiro, because he would have had to kill me, and he wouldn't have done it. You're wrong, Naruto wouldn't hesitate to kill you both. I wouldn't change anything. When Naruto decides to do something, he will never be persuaded. Stop thinking about this Sasuke. Tajiro has made his choice and there is no place for us in his life. You're wrong. This is for Naruto. There is no place in his life and as long as we are with him, he will never come back and will not be with us. The guy shouted at his sister. If this is the condition, then I'd rather also leave after Naruto than stay in your company." Itachi snapped sharply and Sasuke instantly fell silent. Sasuke looked at Itachi, who, without saying anything, just went outside, leaving the brunette alone with her thoughts. Naruto spent the next week practicing. He spent all his time at the training ground, and all in order to protect the people dear to him. He must become stronger and not let anyone die. Naruto and Deidara came out exactly a week after that conversation. Deidara led them to one of the shelters of the snake Sannin, of which there were hundreds around the world. Deidara and Naruto spent 7 hours on the way, even though they were flying on a bird. Orochimaru's lair was far from Akatsuki's lair. Naruto and Deidara finally flew. They landed neatly near the entrance and jumped off the bird and went inside. Naruto and Deidara had been walking for several minutes, but they didn't go anywhere. Deidara said that his snake was looming 100 meters away from them. Naruto and Deidara walked on in silence. They wandered through the corridors until they reached some door, behind which the sounds of battle could be heard. "The snake behind this door is 10 meters away from us," said Deidara and dipped his hands into a clay pouch. Naruto just nodded and took out the door with a kick from his foot. Going inside, the two blondes found themselves in a spacious room. Apparently it was a training ground. In the center stood Snake Sannin and a boy who was as old as Sasuke. Naruto immediately recognized Tajiro in him. Anger began to boil in the blonde, but still he was able to restrain himself. Orochimaru and Tajiro looked in surprise at those who took out the door and entered the landfill. They were two men in red raincoats and straw hats. Orochimaru and Tajiro immediately understood who it was, but they didn't understand why they were here. Akatsuki means interesting, but what are you here for? And how you found this shelter? Apparently, it was not a problem for you. Snake Sannin asked. It was easier than I thought, but we still spent time on the road. It took 7 hours to get there. And we're here to kill you both. You are two criminals. One Snake Sannin Orochimaru was expelled from Konoha for inhuman experiments on people. The second Tajiro Uchiha, he is just a rotten person who has achieved nothing and will soon die. I have no intention of letting you both live, said one of the unknown. If you have found yourself, buy a book for dummies, and if you've lost yourself, come home. Forget the word envy. You need to take from the best. You need to appreciate all your own, and to take, you need to give. Always remember about love. Here love always decides. If you dream, then dream, and I have always dreamed with sadness. I'm not going to let you both live, said one of the unknown. The voice seemed familiar to Tajiro, but he could not remember where he had heard this voice and also this manner of speech. Tajiro immediately guessed who was standing in front of them. The voice that he had already heard, this manner of speech, and also the Akatsuki cloaks. Orochimaru immediately prepared for the worst, yet two unknown Akatsuki easily found his shelter, and they are not going to let them go alive. The snake's instincts told him to run away, but he couldn't leave Uchiha. All because of his desire to master Sharingan, Orochimaru decided to take the fight. This was his main mistake. What can a couple of idiots do to Sannin? Orochimaru asked with a sneer, even though he remained serious inside. Don't get conceited, Orochimaru, soon you will meet your sensei. I swore on the grave of the third that I would make you regret what you did, and then you will apologize to the third yourself. In the next world. The guy said, and Madara's scythe appeared in his hand. Now Tajiro was as sure as possible that Naruto was standing in front of him. Orochimaru-sensei, Naruto grimaced at these words. He is very dangerous, be careful, he is stronger than my sister. Thank you, Tajiro-kun. Apparently you know each other? So maybe let's go have some tea. You don't want to kill one of the last Uchi? Orochimaru asked hopefully. I don't even think Snake, the kid will die today, for betrayal. But I swear he will die quickly. Taking off his hat, he said, and Orochimaru saw the second Madara. What kind of betrayal are you an idiot for? I went for the power. Tajiro said proudly and took a step forward. This he wanted to show that he was not afraid of Naruto. Naruto only activated the Mangekyo and looked into his eyes and found out everything he needed. You're even worse than I thought. Seriously, up to this point I was thinking of keeping you alive, but now, you will die in agony, I promise. Naruto said, and his face was distorted by a maniac smile. Tajiro shuddered at the change. And why did you change your mind about your decision, Dana? The bomber asked. After receiving the power, he was going to kill Orochimaru, then find me and kill me. By the way, he seriously thought that he had enough strength for this. And if he didn't have enough strength, he would have killed Itachi and Sasuke first. He decided to kill me morally, like I did him, but unfortunately or fortunately, his plans will not come true, and his death will only bring me satisfaction. Naruto said, and Tajiro realized that he was serious. There were a lot of questions in the thoughts of the brunette. The guy could not answer them, but what he knew for sure was one thing: that I shouldn't have done that. The brunette voiced out loud and fell to his knees. He already understood what was waiting for him, but desperately did not want to believe in such an end to his stupid and worthless life. Naruto, who saw the suffering of the guy, was morally satisfied. Okay, enough of this, it's time to get down to business. If anything, you'll cover for me. Naruto said and ran at Orochimaru with a crazy smile. Naruto was as confident as possible in his victory, but he was still cautious. Naruto found himself near Orochimaru, who managed to get his Kusanagi and blocked the blonde's attack. Naruto deactivated the Sharingan, and therefore became even more serious. He wanted to win without any dojutsu and the like. Orochimaru barely restrained the blonde's scythe. Noticing this, Naruto printed out a katana with Madara's chakra and struck a backhand. The katana went through Sannin's body like butter and cut him in half. Orochimaru immediately changed his body. Naruto looked surprised and noted to himself that it was disgusting. Naruto became even stronger and gave Deidara a sign to blow up his snake, which was now near Sannin's neck. Art is an explosion, shouted Deidara, and at the same second there was an explosion in the direction where Orochimaru was now. Snake Sannin did not expect such a setup, but still managed to change his body again and stood absolutely unharmed in front of two blondes who looked at him as a worthy opponent, which made Orochimaru go on the attack with a smile on his face. Naruto met his Kusanagi with his katana. Both of them had a crazy smile on their faces, and cold calculation and seriousness in their eyes. They both did not underestimate the opponent. Orochimaru, realizing that he would not win in Kenjutsu, jumped as far away from the blonde as possible and began to fold the seals. Futon, the blade of the wind, Orochimaru said, and created a huge number of blades that were going to cut the blonde, but he stood and did not move. Katon, an explosion of dancing flames, Naruto whispered and blew out a jet of fire, which immediately twisted into a spiral and rushed to attack the enemy. After coming into contact with the wind technique, the fire exploded and destroyed the enemy's technique. Naruto and Orochimaru began to fold the seals again. Orochimaru folded and said, "Kato, Royal Fire Dragon." Snake Sannin exhaled a huge fire dragon, which made a loop over the owner, flew into the blonde, intending to burn him. Naruto finished folding the seals and only whispered, barely noticeably, "Futon, an air dragon." Naruto blew out a dragon of the same size, which, without making any unnecessary movements, moved towards the dragon from the fire. The two elements collided again, but neither was destined to win in this confrontation, because they were equal in strength. Orochimaru folded another seal, decided to strengthen his dragon, Futon. A stream of air broke from Orochimaru's side and rushed towards Naruto, simultaneously strengthening the fire giant. The guy assessed the situation, folded only one seal and shouted, "Kato, Hokage Stage 1, a blue flame flew from the guy's mouth. It was much faster and more destructive than its counterpart. The blonde's technique easily passed through ordinary fire, simultaneously dispelling the technique and heading toward Sannin. Orochimaru didn't even have time to blink, as a jet of blue fire pierced through him. Blood flew from Orochimaru's mouth, he sank to the ground. Naruto's technique, before defeating the enemy, took the form of an arrow from fire and pierced Sannin. Changing the body will not lead to anything. Orochimaru realized that he had lost, but he was not afraid of death, but on the contrary was glad that he would die at the hands of a strong shinobi. You know, Orochimaru, death changes everyone. I think you're no exception. Naruto said and walked up to Sannin. The boy's appearance left much to be desired, terrible burns around his mouth and burned fingers. Orochimaru realized that the guy was right, because he himself had already realized that he had acted stupidly with Sarutobi, with someone who treats him like his son. Orochimaru was glad that he would meet Sensei and be able to apologize for his actions. I will be glad to die by your hand, you were right, I already want to apologize to him faster for what I did, said Orochimaru and closed his eyes. You know, the boy began, and Orochimaru paid attention to him. He doesn't blame you, he knows that you just went off the right track. He was sure that you could change. As you can see, he was right. Yet death changes everyone, said the guy and sat down opposite Sannin. You're not going to kill me, but why? Explain to me, Orochimaru croaked and spat blood on the floor. The old man would be against it, I promised him that I would not turn off the path. If I kill you, the old man won't forgive me. I will let you live, but you will meet with Jiraiya, and if he is not angry with you, then you will stay with him. You need each other, so go ahead, as in the good old days, become friends again and the third will be able to sleep peacefully. Naruto said and a tear rolled down his cheek. I agree, hissed Orochimaru after 5 minutes, which he pondered the words of the blonde. This guy turned out to be right again. Who is he, if he understands people like that? This is quite interesting, the snake thought to himself. Naruto has already started treating Snake Sannin, he entrusted it to the clone. The original himself got up and walked towards Tajiro, who could not move. Kill him? Sannin asked. Yes, he threatens my family. The blonde man answered dryly and stood in front of Tajiro, in whose eyes there was fear. Fear for your worthless life. You're funny, Tajiro, but you deserve it. You were going to kill those who are dear to me, I don't care for what reasons, you were going to do it. But you always have to be prepared for the consequences, right? When I killed Uchiha, I was prepared for the consequences, that I would be hated and despised even more, although much more. And you probably only realized it now. Naruto said and smiled faintly with the corners of his lips. Naruto took out a katana and pierced the guy's heart without regret in his eyes. Tajiro stared blankly and glassy-eyed at Naruto, then at Katana. The boy could not believe that he would end up like this. Naruto looked at him with lifeless eyes, they were always like that when he was serious. The moment the katana pierced his heart, Tajiro realized that he was a stupid boy who deserved such a death. I'm sorry, but I have to protect those who are dear to me, my family. Tell your family I'm sorry I had to kill them, Naruto said and pulled out his katana. Still, he was right again. Death changes everything. Open wide all the windows, don't let yourself die alone. Look for me in the dark streets, look for me if you just remember. I'm sorry, but I have to protect those who are dear to me, my family. Tell your family I'm sorry I had to kill them, Naruto said and pulled out his katana. Still, he was right again. Naruto silently turned around and began to walk away from the dying Tajiro, who had already fallen to the floor. Blood was oozing from his chest, which stained the floor scarlet. Naruto killed for the sake of the future, so that nothing threatens his family. The guy will kill anyone who threatens his family and loved ones. He chose this path himself. Tajiro bled out without saying anything and was almost dead, but still managed to say the last words. Sorry, Sasuke. I'll give him your apologies. Naruto coldly threw and lifting Orochimaru began to leave the shelter. Hold Orochimaru, I'll burn the body. Naruto said and handed it to Orochimaru. Naruto slowly approached the dead guy and began to fold the seals. Kathan, the last flame of the kitsune, the guy whispered and fox ears grew on his head. Naruto exhaled a huge amount of flame that burned everything in its path. Tajiro's corpse was burned and Naruto and the company went in search of Jiraiya. Sasuke couldn't find a place after talking to Itachi. He was really against Naruto killing Tajiro. Tajiro became Sasuke's best friend, who needed to be given a second chance. Sasuke was about to run away from home and go in search of a friend, but Itachi came into his room without knocking. Naruto, Deidara and Orochimaru appeared in the doorway. Sasuke was already hoping to see his friend Tajiro, but he was not there. The mere thought that Tajiro was dead made Sasuke's stomach clench. I think you've already understood why I'm here? He saw 2 affirmative nods. I think it's time to talk about Tajiro. Where is he? Don't tell me you killed him. Sasuke interrupted the blonde. He's dead. Naruto replied dryly and was about to leave, because he would not be given anything to explain how. Why did you kill him? Itachi asked and looked at Naruto seriously. I have looked through all his memories and all his thoughts at the moment. He wanted to kill Orochimaru after training, and then me. If he had failed to kill me, he would have killed you too, which would have killed me mentally. He was a threat to my family, but at the very last moment, he apparently realized everything. He asked me to convey his apologies to you, Sasuke. If you hate me now for what you've done, then tell me right away and I'll leave here forever. Naruto said and didn't even turn around. The guy was waiting for an answer from 2 Uchiha. He had already mentally said goodbye to Sasuke and Itachi, yet they would not pat him on the head for killing Tajiro. There was complete silence for about 5 minutes. Everyone was thinking about their own. I hope Itachi understands Dan's thoughts and experiences. I hope she doesn't make a mistake. Deidara thought to himself. I wonder how all this will end. Orochimaru mentally licked his lips. Still, if they say they don't want to see me, then I will leave their lives forever. I will save this terrible world from Akatsuki and finally be able to die. The blonde's thoughts were not the most rosy. He did it anyway. Tajiro wanted to kill me and my sister. But he couldn't, I wouldn't allow it, he could just talk to us and decide. Damn, I hate him, I can't see him. Mused Sasuke. Naruto did everything for us. He is ruining his reputation again. He is ready to be a soulless demon even in our eyes, in order to protect us. How stupid he is, probably now thinks that if we tell him that we don't want to see him, he will silently leave and never show his face to us. Life has battered him too much. He was once a kind boy, but after so many deaths of loved ones, he became the one who would kill everyone who threatens his loved ones without hesitation. Itachi thought and everyone heard the voice. I understand why you did it, but I can't forgive you for it. Tajiro became my best friend, and you just killed him. Do you really think I'll forgive you? Why did you come here at all? I don't want to see you. And I think my sister is too. A Mangekyo pattern appeared in Sasuke's eyes, tears flowed down his cheeks. Naruto only turned towards Itachi. He didn't care about Sasuke's opinion, because Naruto already knew that Sasuke would hate him. Naruto looked straight into Itachi's eyes, in which Mangekyo was burning. Naruto was pulled into an illusion in which Itachi appeared next to him and hugged him. I believe you. I want to believe you that you wouldn't have killed him for no particular reason. You're right, he wasn't just thinking about it, he was planning it. You can hate me and say you don't want to see me, then I'll disappear. I will not harm your family and your loved ones anymore. I'll just disappear from your life with Sasuke. Naruto said and looked at the girl. Itachi just silently walked up and slapped the blonde with a powerful slap. Naruto didn't say anything, he just looked at Itachi again, with eyes in which hope mixed with fatigue splashed. Fatigue from this life. Did you really think I could leave you? I never thought you'd think that of me. I don't care who hates you there and doesn't want to see you, even if it's my father and mother, but I will never turn away from you, I will always be with you, after all. I love you. Itachi said and hugged the blonde. I'm sorry, please don't think next time that I will betray you. Itachi said and smiled. I wouldn't have survived your deaths, he had to die. I couldn't have done it any other way. I know, okay, now let's get out of the illusion and I'll give you my answer. Wait, the guy stopped the girl. Let's say you don't want to see me, because if you say now that you're on my side, then your relationship with Sasuke is over. I don't want you to suffer because of this, so tell me to leave. Why? I can leave with you or stay with Sasuke, he should understand that you did it all for our protection. He won't understand. He wants revenge now too, you have to stop him from taking this path. Or will I have to kill him too? You don't want that, do you? The guy asked and the girl nodded in agreement. Dispel it, it's time for us to go. Said the guy and the girl dispelled the illusion. Naruto still stood in his place and looked at Itachi. Itachi gathered her courage and blurted out. I can't lie to Naruto, I think you assumed this development option. Unlike Sasuke, I perfectly understand why you killed Tajiro, but this does not mean that I will forgive you. I am staying with Sasuke, and you should leave. The girl said and winked weakly at the guy. Deidara saw it and visibly relaxed. Like I said, even your sister won't forgive you, look at what a monster you've turned into. You're soulless. Sasuke said and looked into Naruto's eyes. He shuddered because the blonde's eyes were lifeless, they expressed absolutely nothing. I'm not interested in the opinion of some brat at all. And then Naruto broke through, he wanted Sasuke to know the reason for killing Tajiro. Tell me Sasuke, do you know why Hashirama killed Madara? Do you know what for? Hashirama killed Madara because he wanted to be Hokage, but the people were for Hashirama. Said Sasuke, who sincerely did not understand the reason for this question. I didn't think that everything was so twisted, in fact. Hashirama killed Madara because he wanted to destroy Konoha, the most precious thing for Hashirama. Hashirama killed Madara, who had been his best friend since childhood, who became his brother. He killed him to protect what was most precious to him. Killing Madara, he said only one thing, I will sacrifice the past for the present. Do you understand Sasuke? Hashirama killed his childhood friend, so that the most precious thing would continue to live. I did the same thing, I protected the most precious thing for myself. I sacrificed your opinion so that you could continue to live. Now, in general, the opinion about me has changed, you consider me a murderer and a soulless demon, but I have become such that you continue to live. Naruto said, and tears had already sprung from Itachi's eyes, and Sasuke stood silently, he pondered every word of the blonde. Goodbye. I love you Itachi, and you Sasuke was like a younger brother to me. Naruto said, and the trio left Sasuke's room. Naruto and the company quickly began to move away from Konoha. Naruto stopped at one of the vacant lots. He folded a couple of seals and bit his finger, putting it to the ground. A fox appeared out of the white smoke and immediately bowed to Naruto. You need to find one person and then tell me where he is. The fox just nodded and disappeared in a couple of seconds into the horizon. Is this your call? Quite useful animals, said Orochimaru, who looked at the blonde. Yes, Now we'll wait a couple of minutes, Aizu will arrive soon. Naruto said and sat down in the clearing. Orochimaru and Deidara followed the blonde's example and also sat down on the grass. Everyone sat in silence. They were all thinking about something of their own, but it was something about the blonde with Madara's hairstyle. Naruto was looking at the setting sun. It was hard to see the sunset from here, which made Naruto a little sad. I wonder how Itachi and Sasuke are doing, flashed through the blonde's mind. Itachi and Sasuke stood silently for the first 5 minutes and looked at where Naruto had been before. Everyone pondered Naruto's words. Sister, tell me how he knows so much about Madara and has harem. He spoke so confidently, as if he saw it with his own eyes. Said Sasuke, who could not find an explanation for the fact that Naruto knows this. Do you know who Naruto's teacher was and where he disappeared for 3 years? Itachi asked and sat down on the sofa. No, tell me if it's not difficult, I want to learn as much as possible about Naruto. Sasuke said and sat down on a chair. At the age of 5, he repeated the seals for some shinobi, but due to his age, he messed up a few and used a completely different technique. He was in the past. During the time of Madara and Hashirama, Madara became his teacher. Naruto's taijutsu style is the result of mixing Naruto's personal taijutsu and Madara's taijutsu. Naruto spent all these 3 years training with the shinobi god, learning the art of shinobi from him, and not only, Madara replaced his father, and therefore, when Madara died in front of Naruto's eyes, he awoke his Mangekyo from shock. Naruto returned to our world a day after Madara died. I found him near the lake, his gaze was completely extinguished, and I was able to return him to normal. And then we fell in love and thus I became the most precious thing left in this world for him. And you, as my brother, also became dear to him. He's willing to do anything for us. Itachi said and smiled sadly, because Naruto is already doing everything for their safety. Sasuke was silent, he was processing all the information received. So that mysterious Madara student is Naruto? Sasuke asked after 5 minutes of silence, to which the girl only nodded. Now it is clear why he is so eager to protect us, because we are dear to him. Why didn't you tell me anything before? You see, the fact that Naruto was Madara's disciple and knows only 3 people, you are now the 4th. Naruto doesn't need to say this, he doesn't need it. Naruto is not someone who likes to show off. Itachi said and smiled warmly. After his story and yours, I can't blame him. Damn, I turned out to be a fool again. Forgive me sister, because of me you had to tell Naruto that you don't want to see him. Sasuke said and guiltily lowered his gaze. Don't be afraid, Naruto knew that you would hate him, and therefore we agreed on everything in the illusion. The girl smiled and hugged her brother. 5 minutes later, the fox ran back to the owner and the trio moved out after the fox, which showed the way to Jiraiya. Naruto and the company got to the blonde in a couple of hours. He was sitting in a brothel as usual. Naruto went in there and, finding Jiraiya with his eyes, approached him. Hi, Godfather, I've found one person to take care of you here, will you take it? Naruto asked and smiled slyly. Hi, Jiraiya-kun. Orochimaru hissed and licked his lips. Orochimaru? Jiraiya shouted and sobered up in an instant. And Selena will dance like a whirlwind and in the light of the lights, the tiara will shine real, you can touch it with your finger the goddess of the moon, drowned in a waltz that I swear I won't forget this night, and the eyes shine like 2 emeralds, but the day is approaching, and while we haven't parted, I'll risk inviting the crescent moon to dance, Orochimaru? Jiraiya shouted and sobered up in an instant. Naruto already laid his ears because he was standing next to his godfather. Well, don't yell and it's sick without you. Naruto said and sat down next to him, ordering sake for himself. Naruto, explain, what the hell is Orochimaru doing here? Well, just explain to me, didn't he kill the 3rd one? Jiraiya asked and looked at Naruto, who had already been brought a bottle of sake, to which he immediately took a sip. No, rather Naruto changed me, he showed that I was wrong, would like to make amends to sensei, said Orochimaru and glanced nervously at Naruto, who was still drinking sake. Is that a genjutsu? Jiraiya asked himself. You're wrong, Jiraiya, it's true, he really has changed, I think you've already noticed it yourself, but you just refuse to believe it, said Deidara and sat down next to Naruto. Okay, we've dealt with that. I'm glad to see you, friend, Jiraiya said and shook hands with his old rival and friend. What happened to Naruto? Naruto didn't even listen to the conversation. After finishing the first bottle, he immediately ordered a second one. When the second bottle was brought, the guy, without words, took a sip of it again. He killed Tajiro and told Itachi and Sasuke everything. But as I understand, Itachi is not angry at him, but Sasuke began to hate, said Deidara, and then he turned to Naruto. Dana, will that be enough? You're probably right, but the money is not going to disappear, so we need to finish it. Having detached himself from the bottle for a couple of seconds, Naruto said and fell back to sake. Then everyone sat in silence, they were waiting for Naruto, who was already finishing his drink. Suddenly one of the rings on Naruto's finger glowed red. Itachi wants to get in touch. Naruto put the money on the bar, took the bottle and went outside. Jiraiya was about to rush after him, but Deidara stopped him. No need, Itachi wants to contact him. These rings were invented by Naruto, based on Akatsuki rings, so they can always communicate. Yes, I saw it once, but I didn't think that it was possible to warn about the appearance. Why did he kill Tajiro? Jiraiya asked and also took a sip of the sake bowl. Naruto left the bar for fresh air and quickly reached the clearing. Itachi appeared next to the blonde in the form of a hologram. Naruto, sitting with a bottle in his hand, did not even pay attention to the hologram that appeared, but as it turned out in vain. Itachi, why are you here? I thought you hated me. Naruto said and started drinking again. Won't you have enough to drink? I actually asked the first question. I don't think it's worth answering. I can't hate you, because I love you. And I'm here so that you don't do anything stupid, Itachi said, and Naruto smiled faintly at the corners of his lips. I see, I don't think I'm going to do anything stupid today. I delivered Orochimaru to Jiraiya, Naruto said and took another sip of the bottle. Naru, of course I understand that you are wildly busy right now, but they want to talk to you. And not just me, Itachi said, and Naruto finally turned around and looked at the two holograms. Itachi, why did you take Sasuke with you? In order to take revenge, I need to stand right in front of me and not in the form of a hologram. He asked for it himself, he wanted to talk and tell you something. The girl answered and ignored the last sentence. Naruto, I'm sorry, I didn't know the whole truth. Itachi told me everything about your past. Now I understand your motives and reasons for killing Tajiro. You really wanted to protect us. I'm sorry I didn't understand right away. I can't hate you anymore, Sasuke said and looked guiltily at the blonde, who finished the second bottle and started talking. Go away, what? Sasuke asked and looked at Naruto. Go away, I asked you not to tell anyone about my past, it's too personal. Now go away and let me be alone, I need it now, Naruto said and incinerated the bottle, after which he got up and walked towards the mountains. Fortunately they were nearby and there was to be a sunrise soon. Come on Sasuke, he really needs to be alone. One of the holograms disappeared, and the second silently followed Naruto. Naruto did not notice the tail behind him. The guy quickly reached the mountain and easily climbed higher. Itachi has been following Naruto all this time, she wanted to talk. Naruto found a place and sat down. Sunrise was due to start any minute. Naruto calmly sat down and began to look at the rising sun. Tears welled up from the blonde man's eyes. Damn, she will definitely be offended now, because I drove her away, what a fool I am, but I asked her. CSR. What to do? I need to apologize. Naruto reasoned out loud. Forgive me, Naruto, I shouldn't have told him about your past, but I didn't listen to you. Sorry. Itachi said, and Naruto almost flew down the mountain from surprise. How long have you been here? Naruto asked when he was more or less calm again. From the very beginning, even before you came up here. I see. Naruto knew perfectly well that Itachi had seen his tears. Now I regret only one thing. Itachi suddenly said, and Naruto looked at her questioningly. I'm sorry that I'm not with you right now, that I can't hug you and tell you that everything will be fine. I'm sorry, Itachi, but I think we'll see each other soon. Such a premonition. Naruto said, forestalling Itachi's question. Let's enjoy the sunrise together? You don't mind? Naruto asked and sat down more comfortably. Itachi just nodded and sat down next to her. The sunrise was surprisingly as beautiful as the sunset. Naruto and Itachi stared at the horizon for a long time until Naruto began to leave, yet they and Deidara had to fly to the shelter. Naruto said goodbye to the girl and returned to his companions. Returning to their friends, Naruto and Deidara said goodbye to Sannin and flew away on a bird towards the Akatsuki shelter. Naruto and Dei quickly got to the house. As it turned out, a new member joined their organization. An unknown voice was yelling from the kitchen, all that could be heard was Matt's. Two blondes went into the kitchen, where they saw Kakuzu and an unknown. Wow, fuck. What blondes? My name is Hayden, and you, Naruto, Deidara. I fucking think that you and I are going to be friends. Naruto and Deidara just nodded and went to hand over the mission report to the leader. Naruto only now realized that they had failed the task again, but he was not afraid of pain, yet before that they had many other missions that they completed perfectly. They took tasks for elimination so often that they had the nickname, Wheat Death, among the people, and all because of the color of their hair. Naruto and Deidara did not pay attention to their nicknames, yet soon they will have to act, and therefore both trained. For their reflections and thoughts, they reached Pain's office. The leader is herself. Oh, and you're here, Madara-sama. Naruto said as he entered the office. Oh, it's you, Naruto. Okay, tell me. The mission failed. Orochimaru was able to escape and is now under the protection of San and Jiraiya. Naruto said and looked at his leader. Failure again, but come on, Sannin's strong people. Even if you had won, you would have suffered a lot. Said Madara, and Naruto smiled with the corners of his lips. Your next mission will also be in Konoha. After these words, Naruto immediately remembered his premonition. Your target is the village elder, namely Shimura Danzo. You have to eliminate it, failure is not accepted. Are free. Pain commanded and the blondes bowed and left. I will remain your imaginary god in the city of convulsions. I don't want to stay where I'm not with you. I'll kill myself, but I don't want to make you sad where there is no strength. There is no strength for promises. All your deeds will be told for you. You will remember, your target is the village elder, namely Shimura Danzo. You have to eliminate it, failure is not accepted. Are free. Pain commanded and the blondes bowed and left. Naruto quickly went to his room and started packing. All he took with him was a new raincoat, the old one was already completely worn out. Deidara filled his pouches with clay. After a couple of minutes, the two blondes were already ready and were preparing to be sent to Konoha. Tell me why we have all the missions lately connected with Konoha in one way or another. It really pisses me off. Deidara muttered with displeasure and frowned. He just returned from Konoha, how to get into it again? Maybe we should just stay in Konoha and remotely receive tasks. Anyway, all tasks will be related to Konoha, as usual. Don't complain, Day. After this mission we will start catching tailed ones. I think you remember what we have to do?" Naruto asked, walking slowly. Deidara just nodded and put on his hat. They got to Konoha in a couple of days. Naruto and Deidara were once again standing on one of Konoha's defensive walls. They were looking at a village where life is now fading away. Soon all the villagers will fall asleep in the village, yet night falls on the courtyard, and with it brings a long-awaited sleep for many. After about 20 minutes, there was no one left on the street except the ambushnik, who sometimes comb the territory of Konoha. Our heroes calmly passed all the patrols and approached the route base. Obito, as it turned out, was here quite often. He perfectly remembered the entire route base and could easily navigate here. Obito also told how to get into Danzo's office. Naruto remembered everything perfectly, but he did not expect one thing: that someone would start coming out of the base. That someone was Shimura. Naruto involuntarily licked his lips. After all, a couple of days in the company of Orochimaru made themselves felt. Shimura did not immediately feel the uninvited guests, and therefore calmly walked towards the house. His path always passed through one of the farthest polygons. Naruto and Deidara, it was to their advantage. They silently and quietly followed the head of the route. When Danzo came out into the clearing, two renegades in black cloaks with red clouds appeared in front of him. Danzo immediately became as serious as possible. "Akatsuki, I suppose. What do you want from me? It is unlikely that you have come to drink tea. We need your death. It's time for the next world," said one of the unknown, but so far no one has even moved. "I would like to know why they decided to remove me?" Danzo asked. "Well, in general, the organization has its own accounts on you, which I do not know about. But I have a personal reason to kill you, for your order to destroy the Uchiha," Naruto said and took off his hat. He looked at Danzo with contempt. "Jinchuriki means a great opportunity to bring you back, Fox, because you are Konoha's weapon. You belong here, not anywhere else. It's time to reprint the Kyuubi into yourself, and then become a Hokage. I'll be the best of them all," Danzo said and began to take off his bandages and locks. Danzo revealed his implanted Sharingans to the world. Naruto, seeing this, began to wish for the death of this old man even more. Naruto did not hesitate to open his katana and in an instant, being next to him, cut off his head. Naruto started wiping his katana when he heard a scream from behind. "You idiot!" It was Deidara shouting. Naruto already thought that he had won, but it turned out to be not so simple. Danzo used his Izanagi and appeared behind Naruto. The old man threw 4 shurikens at the blonde, which almost overtook Naruto, but he turned on the Sharingan, easily left them dead. Izanagi means Sharingan means. Both expressed their thoughts. Naruto printed out the scythe and became as serious as possible. Danzo was also assembled. Naruto rushed at Danzo again and activated the Mangekyo. Danzo dodged, but it was not there. A black chain flew into his heart. And 10 meters away stood Naruto, from which 5 more chains were coming out. Danzo used his Izanagi again and looked at Naruto with shocked eyes. Naruto got tired of it and he again rushed at the old man, who managed to untie his eye. Under the bandage was Shursui's Sharingan, which Danzo had taken away. This eye possessed the most powerful genjutsu in history. Danzo did not hesitate to use this eye on the blonde. Naruto did not reach only 3 meters and stopped. "Ha ha 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 ha, I won, I could. It remains to reprint the fox and become the new Hokage. You pathetic sucker decided that you can beat me? You're a fool, Naruto Uzumaki." The old man rejoiced in his victory. But the moment he stopped mocking, he lost his hand, which contained Sharingans. Naruto chopped it off with a scythe. KKKK. AK? It can't be that you could dispel Koto Amatsuki. Who the hell are you? Danzo asked and began to panic. Fear gripped him in a tight grip. Danzo began to be afraid. He didn't want to die, but he understood that now he had 0 chances. My eyes have the strongest genjutsu, but I haven't used it. I am not affected by any genjutsu, they are all removed from me after a few seconds. You lost to Danzo, said Naruto, who had been silent before. It's time to pay the bills, you will answer for all your actions. I will be your executioner and the one who reads the verdict. You will be killed for what you did to the Uchiha clan. It's time to die, you've brought too much pain to my loved ones. Naruto said, and black chains appeared from him. Danzo seriously panicked, but there was nothing he could do. Tell me, Danzo, do you regret your past actions? No, not like that. Do you regret giving the order to destroy the clan? The blonde man suddenly asked. No way. I was doing everything right, and the Uchiha clan was just a hindrance to me. I am glad that the mother and father of this fool Itachi are dead. How did they recognize the murderer of their clan again? It's a pity that she didn't die together with her dear parents. I would have looked at it. The white chains that appeared from Naruto sharply pierced Danzo in some places. They were not vital, and therefore he would not have died. Did not let him finish. Danzo went into a terrible scream. He was in great pain. The white chains used a technique in which the perception of pain increased. In other words, the pain threshold disappeared. You were hurt literally by the wind. Danzo was in terrible agony right now. He was screaming for help. But no one came to help, and the only thing Danzo saw before his death was Naruto's look. A look full of contempt and at the same time expressing absolutely nothing. Danzo died a few minutes later. His death was terrible. Naruto did not think long and sealed the man's corpse. Naruto returned to Deidara and said, "We need to leave a message at the Hokage residence." Hearing this, Deidara went after Naruto, who was now in a good mood. Naruto and Deidara quickly got to the residence. They didn't even try to hide from the Umbu patrols, but even so they got to the residence without any problems. When they reached the entrance to the Hokage's residence, they saw all the Jonins and the Hokage herself, who was standing in front of everyone. They were obviously waiting for the blondes. What do you need in Akatsuki village? Tsunade asked sternly. I need the elders, I have a message for them. You can leave the Jonins, they won't mind finding out the truth. We have already finished our business in the village, but if you want to learn more than now, then you should stay. Naruto said and sat down on the ground. Deidara jumped in and sat on his bird. Akatsuki showed with all their appearance that they were not going to attack. Everyone immediately calmed down and waited for the Hokage's order. Okay, I'm even wondering what you have prepared for us. Raven, dog, urgently for the elders. And you're a wolf for Danzo. Tsunade commanded, and the wolf had almost disappeared, but he was stopped by a member of the organization sitting on the ground. Don't call Danzo, because of him you are all standing here. Can you at least tell us what we're here for? The girl with black hair asked. Naruto was surprised when he saw Itachi. He thought she was under the mask of a raven. Why isn't she in Umbu uniform? What's going on here? It's all strange. Naruto thought to himself and answered the girl. You are all here to find out something interesting about Danzo and the true reason for the disappearance of the Uchiha clan, said the Akatsuki sitting on the ground. He interested everyone with his words, and therefore everyone began to look forward to the elders. They were all interested. Hokage also wanted to find out the true cause of the death of a powerful clan, and therefore did not attack. Itachi immediately realized who was sitting in front of her. And you were right, Naruto, we saw each other again. I hope you'll drop by before you leave. the girl thought to herself and smiled, looking at a member of the organization who seemed to smile too. 20 minutes later, two disgruntled people approached the Hokage residence. They were elders. "Tsunade, why are they pulling us out of bed and saying that we urgently need to come to the residence? There is also some kind of pandemonium here. What's happening?" Koharu asked. Tsunade just pointed at the two Akatsuki and added, "They wanted to see you. You are completely out of your mind. They are criminals and traitors to their villages. Why are you even still standing on the ground and they are still alive?" Hamura asked nervously. "Hush, Hamura-san, I have a surprise for you too. And for Shinobi Konoha and Hokage, too. Firstly, the reason why the Uchiha clan was cut out, and secondly, the true face of Danzo." After the words of the unknown elder, they instantly tensed up, which did not go unnoticed by many shinobi. Danzo and the elders, in secret from the third, gave the order to cut out the Uchiha clan. A certain Itachi Uchiha became the executor of the sentence, but she met me in time and I did all the work for her, after which I left the village and was declared a traitor. With these words, Naruto took off his hat and revealed himself to the world. All this time I was a criminal for not letting the girl cut out her entire clan and drown in darkness. I took the whole blow on myself, because I'm not sorry. Danzo argued that the Uchiha clan was plotting against the Hokage, but in fact, he decided that the Uchiha could interfere with his plan. He wanted to become a Hokage, but Fugaku had a much better chance of becoming the fifth Hokage and he almost achieved this title, for which he was later killed. That's how your elder solved the issues. But the most interesting thing is ahead. I think even you Itachi can't stand it and want to kill him, not like the others. Naruto said and printed out Danzo's hand, in which Sharingans were implanted. Everyone was speechless. Itachi looked blankly. She refused to believe what the blonde had just told. "Are these Sharingans?" Suddenly someone from the crowd asked. "Yes, and he took them for himself, and not only on the day when the clan was cut out, but even before that." "Seriously, were you not alarmed by those very strange deaths of teachers on easy tasks? It's ridiculous, how stupid you are. I'll tell you right away that the third one didn't know anything. As well as the fifth actually." "You're right, I didn't know anything. Hamura and Koharu, in the name of Hokage, I sentence you to imprisonment and subsequently to death," Tsunade said, and the elders were quickly pinned down. "Itachi, here, Shirsue's eye, I took it from Danzo's corpse." With these words, he appeared near the girl and imperceptibly winked at her, gave her the jar with the eye. "Danzo's corpse is here, by the way. He wanted to kill you by Tsunade-sama, so consider that I did you a favor and saved your life. See you again, Shinobi Konoha. Now you know the truth. What do you intend to do?" "I can't wait to find out, but unfortunately I have to leave. I have an important task. If you want to know about it, Hokage, then contact Jiraiya-sama," Naruto said, and also jumped on the bird made of clay. Deidara and Naruto left the Hokage residence. What they told will soon change the life of everyone in the village. The world is just ashes, and time is sandy will fly by comet, between millennial forests, and that's it. I'll put it on the stones of the coffin, just in a few words: lived, burned and died, and left after playing the episode. I don't care about immortality or graveyard, but dear, I ask you to answer me one question, I beg. To live to have a memory or fleeting, art in one moment or in infinity? When the two blondes flew away, none of the shinobi could say a word. Everyone looked in shock at the elders, then at Itachi. Itachi was tired of these looks, in which one could read sympathy, and went home after leaving the crowd. Naruto will probably drop by to see her. No one dared to stop the girl, and therefore she calmly went about her business. After a couple of minutes, moving away from the shock, all the other shinobi also dissipated. Tsunade threw two elders into prison, and Danzo's body was burned. In addition to Sharingans, Tsunade saw a hand from the cells of the first Hokage, her grandfather. Tsunade was furious, but no one saw it, and if they did, they would immediately forget about it, forever. Naruto had been sitting on the roof of the house for several minutes. The house where Itachi lives. The guy was waiting for the girl, she should come any minute. The blonde man sat and obediently waited for her. After a couple of minutes, Itachi came. She immediately saw Naruto, who was sitting on the roof and smiling. The girl, without thinking twice, jumped on the roof and sat down next to the guy. They sat in silence for the first couple of minutes, but Itachi decided to interrupt the silence. "I thought you wouldn't come to. Who do you think I am?" The guy jokingly responded. I'm sorry. You seriously puzzled all those shinobi. Now everyone is thinking about your nuke-nin status. I think Tsunade-sama will remove the traitor's stigma from you and you can return to the village. I think so too, but first I'll do what I'm doing everything for now. My mission is too important. Are you right? Soon you will start catching tailed ones and sealing them? After this mission. As soon as Deidara and I return, the organization will start catching. Who do you think Pain will send you for? I hope not for the eight-tailed. Raikage guards him well, of course, because Jinchuriki is his brother. Are you worried? Well, actually, yes. You don't have to worry about a traitor with blood up to his elbows. They became like this because of the desire to protect loved ones, so don't even think that I will stop loving you. I'm glad of what? I'm glad that we met. Without you, I would certainly be on the path of revenge and hatred. I would have drowned in the darkness. Come on, it's not difficult for me. And in general, it's not difficult to do something for the person you love. You have become the most precious thing I have for me. I love you too, Itachi. The guy said, and then they started talking on different topics, until Jiraiya landed next to them. Hi, Naruto. How are you? I already heard what you did near the residence. Tsunade is looking for me now. Do you really want to tell them the reason for joining Akatsuki? Yes, I want you to tell them everything, but keep silent about Madara. A little later they will find out everything themselves. The guy said and looked at the horizon. Well, then I won't bother you, lovebirds. Jiraiya said and disappeared into Shanshin. Naruto and Itachi talked until the morning. Dana, we have to go. I think the leader is already waiting for us. Let's fly on a bird, said Deidara and flew up to Itachi and the guy, of course. Okay Itachi, I have to go. I think we'll see each other soon. I'll finish saving this damn world and come back to you. Just wait for me. The guy said and kissed the girl and jumped on the clay bird. Good luck, the girl whispered, but no one heard her anymore. Itachi stared at the receding dot for a couple of minutes. After a couple of minutes, the dot disappeared altogether. The brunette was about to leave, but Hokage and Jiraiya appeared next to her. Hokage was shocked. As it turned out, the renegade of the village, Nuke-nin, the one who left this very village, he turned out to be the one who defended it from the outside. He did more for Konoha than anyone else, even more than Hokage. Flashback: Tsunade was sitting in her office and drinking sake. After the blonde told the whole truth about Danzo and the elders, about the true reason for the destruction of the Uchiha clan, many shinobi who were at the residence then went to drink. They just couldn't believe it, but all the facts were against the elders. Hokage couldn't do anything, such were the thoughts of everyone who heard the blonde's story. Tsunade looked up from her lesson only when Jiraiya entered the office. Isn't it too late to drink now? Jiraiya asked and sat down in a chair. You have not heard the story of Naruto. As it turns out, he became a Nuke-nin because of the execution of an order. I don't even know what to do now. Probably it's worth calling a council of the Jonins tomorrow, there to raise the issue of removing the traitor stigma from the guy. said Tsunade and fell back to the bottle. No need, I'm here to tell you about his purpose. In fact, this guy has done more than anyone to protect this village. A village where everyone hated him and wanted him dead. However, he continues to protect her even as a nuke, and all because his beloved lives here. He protects the village so that his girlfriend is not in danger. He's in Akatsuki right now just to disrupt their plans. Akatsuki are going to resurrect the ten-tailed and immerse the whole world in endless Tsukuyomi. Naruto is waiting for the right moment to destroy this organization. However, until such a moment comes, he will perform all the tasks of the organization. Deidara, Naruto's partner, is on our side. The two of them are going to save the world. Save us all, but it seems to me that he will save this world only to protect his loved ones. That is, me, Itachi and Sasuke. Said Jiraiya. He did not mention Madara, because Naruto asked him about it. Jiraiya has long known Naruto's true goals and who was his teacher. After the blonde met with his parents, he told the hermit everything. Itachi and Sasuke? How did they get in here? He destroyed their clan with his own hands. Initially, Itachi was supposed to carry out this order, but Naruto did not let her do it. He took all the blame on himself. And even more so, Itachi and Naruto are engaged. As soon as it's over, the guy will return to the village and either stay in it, or he will take Itachi away from here and leave with her. Said Jiraiya and added a little later. And I'll leave with him. I see, then this changes everything. I need to know Itachi's opinion. Let's go to her urgently. There's also Naruto. You can ask everything you're interested in from him. Tsunade and the hermit jumped out into the street and rushed to the Uchiha quarter. But as it turned out, they didn't have time. Naruto was no longer here. End flashback. How long has he been gone? Jiraiya asked and looked at the happy girl. Apparently she was glad to see the guy again. About 5 minutes ago, probably. I am sure that we will meet him again soon. I will be looking forward to this moment. The girl said and turned her gaze to the newcomers. Itachi, have you been together with Naruto for a long time? Tsunade asked and looked at Jiraiya. So it was you, Jiraiya-sama, who told about our relationship? Seeing the guilty nod, the girl continued. Come on, I think Naruto won't mind if someone knows about it. I fell in love with Naruto at the moment when he said that he would not let me step into the darkness alone, at the moment when he cut out the entire clan instead of me. I fell in love with this guy and now I will always be with him. The girl said and smiled warmly. Talking about Naruto brought her pleasure. She was happy that there were people who were interested in him. I see, so you've been together for a long time. Okay, Itachi, that's not really why I came here. I wanted to ask you your opinion, but I think I already know your answer. Said Tsunade, and Itachi just looked at her questioningly. I'm going to remove from Naruto the stigma of a traitor and apostate of the village. I'm going to make him a hero who protects our village from the outside, one who wasn't afraid to spoil his honor for the good of the village. He deserved it. I don't think it's worth doing now. Naruto, as you already know, has an important mission. I think it would be better to remove this stigma from him when everything is over. And it seems like he told me that he would return to the village with his teacher. Itachi said after 2 minutes of thinking. After the last words of the girl, Jiraiya's jaw dropped. All he could squeeze out of himself was, Kakak? The Akatsuki are going to bring him back to life with the help of some technique, but he will not be on their side and together with Naruto they will destroy the Akatsuki. Naruto told me this, he said it quite confidently and as seriously as possible, so I'm ready to bet that he will be resurrected and they will return to the village together after the destruction of the Akatsuki. The girl said, and Jiraiya was even more surprised. And who is Naruto's teacher? Who are you talking about anyway? Jiraiya, why are you so surprised? Tsunade asked, who didn't understand anything. It was the first time she had seen Jiraiya so surprised, and she was very curious about who Naruto's teacher was. Excuse Tsunade-sama, but Naruto asked not to tell anyone about this. He will tell everyone himself when the time comes. I can only say that you will be surprised. The girl said and started to leave, but it was already morning, and the girl did not sleep. Jiraiya? Do you know who Naruto's teacher is? Tell me. I'll do anything if you tell me, I promise. Hokage began, and then she was surprised again. No, I can't tell you, but as Itachi said, you will be very surprised. His teacher is quite a famous person in the shinobi world. I think that if they really return to the village together, then we will become the strongest hidden village. Tsunade, all in good time. Jiraiya said and gave Hokage a friendly slap on the shoulder. The received parchment with one sad news, clutching with trembling hands that she was dead and there was no way to fix it, and hatred was maturing in him. Only her chosen one found out about everything, and he returned from a distant land immediately banging the glass. He filled everything around with a long-drawn hull. It was already scary, but it's also insanely hard, and it can't go on like this. If you no longer love, then you are ordered to destroy, having long forgotten about forgiveness and not understanding the motives of God, and spitting on the essence of things, and obsessed with revenge, and so getting rid of fear and in general from the remaining sensations. Naruto and Deidara quickly reached the shelter. The blondes also quickly reached the leader's office. After knocking, they entered and saw that Madara was also in the office. Madara-sama, Pain-sama, the mission has been successfully completed. Danzo was eliminated. Naruto said and bowed. Well, now I recognize the old team of two blondes who performed any task without any problems. Okay, it's time to call a meeting. I'll call a meeting in a couple of hours. If you want, you can appear in the form of a hologram. Pain said and started to go somewhere with Obito. Naruto and Deidara followed them out and went to their respective rooms. So it's time to act. Jiraiya had to tell Tsunade the true purpose of Akatsuki. When the trapping of the tailed ones begins, I am sure that other Kages will not mind convening a meeting of 5 Kages. Akatsuki really are dangerous. Tsunade should understand this like no one else. Naruto thought to himself and decided to take a nap before the meeting. So it's coming soon, right? I will show them my art. I will save this world. Although I don't really want to, but for the sake of Dan, I am ready for anything. Said Deidara and decided to fill his pouches with clay. Even though the pouches were already filled with clay, Dei still put more, you never know what. 3 hours later, Pain called a meeting. Most of the Akatsuki members appeared in the form of a hologram, as did Naruto, however. Everyone stood in their place, on their finger, rather. As you may already know, our goal is to collect all the tailed animals. Fuck? Hayden asked the question, thereby interrupting the leader. Hayden, you'll find out everything later, don't interrupt me anymore. We need to collect all the tailed beasts and seal them into a statue of Geto Maso. We will establish peace on this earth. We are fuckers. Hayden added quietly, but everyone heard him and started laughing. Yet everyone in the organization thought the same. The world is just a fairy tale. It is impossible to install it by our forces, it looks like the dreams of idiots. Sasori spoke up and Naruto immediately thought that he was thinking the same way as the blonde. You won't understand, just do your job and that's it. In the end, the main thing you have to do is follow my orders, and otherwise do whatever the fuck. We already know that. Fuck us tailed? Will you dedicate it? Hayden asked. When it is necessary, you will understand. It's too early to say. Pain said. We are moving away from the main purpose of the meeting. Hayden and Kakuzu, you will have to capture the two-tailed Jinchuriki. She is now in the territory of the cloud. do not kill the Jinchuriki, she must stay alive. Naruto and Deidara, you are going to Willow, for the five-tailed Jinchuriki. Sasori and Kisame go to Sunu for a one-tailed. Conan and I will go to Kiri for the three-tailed one. Any questions? What on? Questions? What's the point of them? You're alone. You won't answer them. Haydn was indignant, and then completely cut off the connection. Arrogant motherfucker. Well, he even started swearing, all because of what's in the team with him. Fucking great. Kakuzu said and also cut the connection. All the Akatsuki members just laughed at Kakuzu's words. They also cut the connection and went about their business. Everyone decided to go on a mission tomorrow or tonight. Pain and Conan set off immediately. There was no point in waiting for the evening or tomorrow. They wanted to put their plan into action as soon as possible. Naruto and Deidara decided to go at sunset. Haydn and Kakuzu decided to go tomorrow, so now Haydn was drinking sake in the kitchen and swearing at the whole lair. Kisame and Sasori also decided to go today, because the red-haired man did not like to wait and keep waiting. Naruto and Deidara went out and headed towards the land of the earth when sunset began. The blondes were flying on a bird and enjoying the view. The sunset was really beautiful. Naruto looked only at him. Deidara occasionally threw glances at the forest over which they were flying now. The bomber was glad that he had a friend who would not look at him askance because of his strange hobby and words about art. Naruto for himself, without noticing, became very friendly with his partner. Naruto and Deidara flew in silence. They didn't need to talk about anything. They both enjoyed the sunset, and when night fell, they enjoyed a beautiful night illuminated by the moon. 12 hours later, they flew to the border of the land of the earth. It remained to find Jinchuriki. According to rumors, he was a hermit and was somewhere on the territory of the land of the earth, but he was last seen near Iwagakure. Naruto and Deidara headed towards the village. Wait. I can feel the chakra of my fellows, although I do not approve of it, but I think this is the only way. It's 10 kilometers to the west, so change your direction. There was a dissatisfied voice in the blonde's head. It was Kurama. Thank you, Ku. Naruto said and smiled only with the corners of his lips. We're changing direction. Jinchuriki is 10 kilometers to the west. Jinchuriki commanded and Deidara at the same moment began to turn the bird, because they were heading east, towards the village. The Akatsuki duo quickly reached their destination and landed right in front of the Khan that Kaku, the five-tailed one, was sealed in. Han immediately tensed up. After all, there were rumors about Akatsuki and he had heard them more than once. Wow, the Akatsuki themselves came to me. For what purpose did you come? Jinchuriki asked the five-tailed one and prepared for battle. We're here for what's hidden inside you. Naruto replied dryly and printed out his scythe. I don't think the Willow Shinobi will let you take the five-tailed one. After these words, 7 umbu stones appeared near the Khan. And this is fun. You've got the tailed one and his Jinchuriki on, I'll deal with the umbu. It is unlikely that Tsuchikage would put weak shinobi on guard. Commanded one of the members of the organization, who looked like Madara. Have fun? Deidara asked and jumped back on the bird, flew into the air. Naruto also printed out his katana. The guys were as serious as possible, but now they both had a tough fight ahead of them. 7 umbu fighters are close to the level of Kage. A semblance of a smile appeared on Naruto's face, and his eyes became absolutely lifeless. They expressed absolutely nothing. Naruto took off and in an instant found himself near one of the umbu, who did not expect such speed and simply did not have time to do anything. He lost his head. 6. There are 6 enemies left. The remaining umbu belatedly jumped away from Naruto, who immediately switched to another ambushnik. Naruto ran forward again, but he was met by two Umbu with wakizashi in their hands. Parko blocked the blows with his scythe, and wounded one of the attackers with a katana. Both jumped back and were replaced by the other two fighters. They immediately began to fold the seals, and stone spikes and stakes were already flying at Naruto. Naruto dodged, folded his seals and said, "Kato, the Kitsune Flame." With these words, the blonde man had red ears, and the pupil was replaced by a fox. Naruto exhaled a huge stream of red fire, which was much hotter and stronger than ordinary fire. Senchakra turned the fire red and it became much stronger than usual. The Umbu that attacked the blonde with earth technicians could not dodge, because they were in the air, they had no chance of survival, they did not have time to lay down any protective seals. The fire was too fast, after a couple of seconds 2 burnt corpses fell to the ground. The blonde did not wait for a new attack from the Umbu, and therefore he ran forward and with the help of Shunshin found himself next to one of the Umbu, who had already managed to heal the one whom Naruto had wounded with a katana. This Umbu was a medic. Naruto appeared right in front of him, stuck his katana into him, right into his heart. Despite attempts to heal the wound, Umbu medic died, because there was a poisonous chakra of kurama in his heart, which burned him from the inside and did not allow the wound to heal. The guy at the last moment sent a part of the poisonous chakra of kurama into the wound and this effect turned out. The remaining 3 Anbushnik immediately broke the distance. Each of them understood that this was probably their last fight. The enemy was quite strong, but not omnipotent. Umbu noticed burns around Naruto's mouth. Apparently his techniques harmed the creator himself. Naruto was about to launch an attack when he saw a huge 5-tailed one that broke out of the Khan and headed straight for Deidara, who did not have time to leave. Naruto instantly folded the seals and used the technique without thinking about the consequences. Kathan, the Hokage version of the Kitsune, is stage 3. Naruto exhaled a strong jet, which after a few meters turned into a wall that destroyed the Umbu and battered the 5-tailed so much that he could no longer resist and disappeared back into his Jinchuriki. Naruto fell to one knee, the fox ears disappeared, and the blonde himself was spitting blood. He spent a lot of chakra. The technique was too dangerous, but effective. Naruto used the 3rd stage only 3 times and all 3 times he was on the verge of death. And now the blonde began to spit blood and quickly lost consciousness from the pain. The terrible burns on his fingers through which he blew the technique terrified Deidara. The power of the technique was great, but the fee was even greater. The skin around the mouth was burned, although it was already recovering. The Senchakra and the Kurama chakra slowly restored the blonde's body and brought it back to normal. Deidara quickly picked up the body of the still-alive Jinchuriki and rushed towards his partner. There wasn't even any ashes left of those 3 Umbu, let alone a body. Deidara wrapped the Jinchuriki in the tail of the bird, and he carefully placed Naruto on her back. The bomber himself stood on his creation and flew back to the shelter at all available speed. Deidara was very worried about his friend. He didn't want Naruto to die. "Don't die, Naruto, otherwise Itachi will tear off my head, and not only her. I'll rip my own head off if you die. So don't you dare die," the blonde man said, even though Naruto didn't hear him, because he was unconscious. Naruto disconnected, found himself in his subconscious. An enraged fox was sitting next to him, who, as soon as he saw Naruto, immediately began to yell, "Have you forgotten how to think at all, idiot? Don't shout Kurama and it's sick without you," Naruto said and jumped on the fox's head. "You almost died. If it wasn't for Senchakra, then you would already be a corpse. She took all the damage and started treating you even before me. I have already been able to heal your wounds, now your life is not in danger. But be careful and careful next time. What were you thinking at all? Day was in danger, I couldn't let him die. So I didn't think about the consequences." The body itself began to fold the seals and use the technique, when I began to think again, I was already on my knees and coughing up blood. I'm sorry and thank you, Kurama. Naruto said cheerfully and began stroking the huge top of the fox. Naruto and Kurama talked for a long time. Before waking up, Naruto was in his subconscious. It was always like this: if Naruto lost consciousness for one reason or another, then he would appear in his subconscious and talk to Kurama. They were already used to it, although they could not find a normal explanation for why this happens every time a blonde loses consciousness. Naruto, it's time for you to wake up. They're worried about you, said the fox unexpectedly and pulled out of his thoughts the blonde, who, hearing his furry friend, jumped off his head and turned around and said, "Bye-bye, I think we'll see you soon." Naruto woke up on some kind of bed. Deidara and Pain were standing over him. Are they worried? Okay, Deidara, but why Pain? Would he really like it? Yes, it's not some kind of nonsense. Naruto thought and closed his eyes again. After a couple of minutes, he opened them again and the same picture appeared to his eyes. Naruto, you've finally woken up. I already thought you'd drop your skates, Deidara said, and Pain only nodded with restraint. How much? Naruto barely squeezed out of himself. His throat was dry and he couldn't say anything normal. 3 days, 3 days you didn't come to your senses. I have already started writing a will, because if you had died, Itachi would have definitely sent me to you after. The bomber joked and smiled. Thank you for bringing me here, said Naruto, after Pain gave him a glass of water, which the blonde greedily drank. And what about the rest of the tailed ones? Is everyone captured? Naruto asked and closed his eyes again. His body demanded rest, but he had to find out how things were. Haiden and Kakuzu will be back soon. Sasori and Kisame are already in Sun, waiting for the right moment to attack. We have been back for a long time. You need to recover in a day, then we'll start sealing. 2 Jinchuriki are currently being kept unconscious in order to seal them without any problems, so come to your senses and let's get started, Pain said before exiting. So I was worried about sealing the tailed ones, thank God. I could not bear his care, and it would all be strange. Like a stone from the soul. Naruto thought and smiled. We'll start without you for now. Sealing the 3-tail will take about a couple of days with you and a week without you. So let's hurry up, otherwise the sealing is boring without you, said the bomber and went out after the leader. How are they going to seal the 3-tailed together? Well, if Conan will be the 3 of us, 1. Too few people. Is it a trap? Hardly. What's going on here at all? Okay, I'll find out later. But now it's time to sleep. The blonde man thought and closed his eyes. Naruto fell into the darkness. He fell asleep with a slight smile on his face. There is no one else to inspire me. I'm done with this, and tomorrow is still the night. Did the sky give birth, or is this bitch someone's daughter? I've been sad all day. There is no one else to inspire me. You've been dreaming all your life. I knew you'd come. Naruto woke up the next day. All the injuries were healed by Kurama and Senchakra. Naruto quickly got dressed and left. He hurried to the statue as he remembered about the rings. What a fool I am, the blonde man said to himself at night and turned towards his room. Entering his room, the blonde man sat down on the bed and concentrating, appeared on one of the fingers of the statue. Naruto immediately folded the necessary seals and began to help with sealing. To make the sealing easier and faster, the blonde used Senchakra. Thanks to this, Naruto accelerated the sealing process several times. In one day, they were able to seal the 3-tailed. The Akatsuki didn't go on a break or about their business. They immediately started sealing the 5-tailed. Kurama was displeased, but he was silent. Saving the world is much more important, because if they revive the 10-tailed, then the world will end. Even Madara will not do anything. Naruto stood in his place and with the help of Senchakra sealed Kaku into a statue. It was not pleasant for him to do this, but he was silent, yet he had to find the perfect moment to attack and completely destroy the Akatsuki. First he will wait until Madara is resurrected, and only then he will act. At this time in the land of Iron. 5 Kage were sitting at the table. The initiator of the gathering was the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju. She announced the meeting just a few days ago, but according to her it had to be something urgent. The Raikage, who respected the power of the Hokage, did not even think that the Hokage herself was late for the meeting, which she gathered. Yes, where is the hawk? Mei didn't have time to finish, because Tsunade came into the room and sat down at her place. I'm sorry I'm late, Tsunade said, and the 5 Kage put their hats on the specially designated places. I asked for a meeting of the 5 Kages, just to discuss one important problem that every country has already faced. Akatsuki, Tsunade said and looked around at everyone. All the Kage did not understand what was going on, or pretended that they did not understand it. I know that you also used their services, as I actually did, but it doesn't matter now. It is important that the purpose of Akatsuki is the revival of the 10-tailed, for this they collect the tailed ones. After they revive the 10-tailed one, they will immerse the whole world in an illusion, endless Tsukimi. So they want to establish peace on earth. I want us to unite against the Akatsuki and defeat them while there is still a chance. It looks like some kind of fairy tale. Where did you get any information about Akatsuki's plans at all? Hei asked, which voiced the question of everyone. My man is in the organization, who recently told me everything about their goals. He will be in the organization until a certain moment. Up to what point I do not know, he does not tell me, but he is definitely not on the side of Akatsuki. So Gentleman Kage, will we solve the problem now or wait until it is not solved? The choice is entirely yours, Hokage said and looked around at everyone present. Every Kage was in turmoil. They had already received information that their Jinchuriki had been captured, either all or one of them. Every Kage understood that it was not worth delaying this issue. It's worth breaking the Akatsuki right now. I propose the creation of a shinobi alliance. We will destroy the Akatsuki and no one will interfere with us, Hei said and hit the table. I propose a vote. Who is in favor of creating a shinobi alliance? Raise your hands. Mifune said and raised his hand. Tsunade, Hei, Oanoki, Mei and Taro. Taro is Gaara's uncle and temporarily performs the functions of Kazekage until Gaara grows up and takes over the post. So it's decided, alliance, said Tsunade and smiled. Yes. 4 voices spoke in unison. I suggest sending all the Jinchuriki to Turtle Island. It is almost impossible to find it, which means they will be safer there. Send some of your people to protect Jinchuriki. Hei suggested and everyone agreed. Great, then, we declare war on Akatsuki, said Tsunade and all the Kage smiled. I didn't think a bunch of old Kages would get ahead of me. Well, since you declared war on us, and I also see that you managed to assemble a shinobi alliance to defeat us, then we declare war on you. Believe me, you can't beat us, all the great shinobi of the past are on our side. Are you still thinking of winning? Asked the fake Madara. Who else are you? Asked Oanoki, and how did you get here? I have many names, but they all come down to one. My name is Uchiha Madara. I am the god of shinobi, the masked man said. Madara is dead, don't make us laugh. And it's not funny, said Tsunade and looked at the unknown, who could easily get here. You don't need to know more. I am Madara Uchiha and I will be able to establish peace on earth. There is no place for you in my Tsukimi, and therefore you must die. Good luck to you, Gentleman Kage, said the unknown and disappeared. All the Kage were furious. Someone just managed to get here, but what made them even more furious was that they were also declared war. Arrogant freaks, it's time to teach them a lesson. Hei said and again voiced the thoughts of everyone in the room. It's time to get down to strategy. Oanoki suddenly suggested. I suggest we move closer to Akatsuki's lair. Itachi will remember where it is, and therefore there will be no problems. We need as many shinobi as possible. About several thousand shinobi will come to us from Konoha. I will throw all my strength into this war, said Tsunade, and putting on a hat Kage turned to the exit. The others followed the Hokage. Everyone went to their villages to declare war on the shinobi. They discussed the meeting place and dispersed. Naruto and Akatsuki sealed the three-tailed and five-tailed during this time. The two-tailed one was next in line. Naruto sadly looked at the Jinchuriki and started sealing. They have been standing for the second day. Naruto is already pretty tired, but did not show. The blonde started using the Kitsune chakra again and he got ears on his head. Suddenly, right in the middle of the hall, Obito appeared with an unknown man, whom he was holding by the shoulder. Pain, the plans are changing, we will seal all the tailed ones later, now we need to prepare for war, declare an alliance, who are you on? Like this? What the fuck are you doing here? Aren't you A.L kid? Haydn asked and looked at the masked man who appeared out of nowhere. Shut up Haydn, this kid, as you put it, Uchiha Madara. So shut up and behave yourself. Pain said. Thank you, so I found us an ally who can, with the help of Edo Tensei, resurrect many great shinobi who will fight on our side. Meet Yakushi Kabuto, said Obito. Naruto heard this name, realized that this was a former student of Orochimaru. I wonder why Kabuto decided to help Akatsuki. It even became interesting to me. Naruto thought and continued sealing. Kabuto, you can start resurrecting anyone you see fit. I'm entrusting it to you. Obito said and disappeared as quickly as he appeared. Apparently everything went wrong according to plan, so he is forced to look for allies. As far as I understand, Yakushi under Genjutsu. It's quite interesting. How far will you go, little Obito? The blonde man thought to himself and smiled and went to his room. The sealing is over, but Pain said that tomorrow we will prepare for war. Naruto didn't even hear him, he wasn't interested. Yakushi revived all the deceased Kage, with the exception of all four Hokages, because the souls of the third and fourth were in the stomach of the Shinigami, and the tombs of the second and first are too well guarded and DNA cannot be taken. Kabuto immediately subdued the resurrected to his will and rubbed his hands. He longed to know how it would all end. Deidara and Naruto were waiting for only one thing. When Obito decides to resurrect him. Uchiha Madara. And I know how to rebuild the navigator to send into the void what I once forgot I burned out, but I'm happy with the result, and only when it becomes ashes, only then will it become my own. That is all in all. I wanted to lock up everything I would like to meet in hell. What I didn't want, I didn't notice what he wished for. He fed the darkness for many years inside yourself, leaving a fiery trail. Joy is where we are not. The difference is that my house has been ashes for a long time, in the dark for a long time, and you can see the light in it outside the windows. And how much wood has been broken to give a full fire to the townspeople. Today is a concert in this city of dreams. Well, tomorrow we will perform in the land of nightmares. In a couple of days, the alliance was able to assemble a few thousand shinobi army. Mostly there were jonins and chunins from different villages. Many mercenaries also joined the alliance of their own free will or were hired, no one will know. The Akatsuki were ready for war, or so they thought. Naruto knew perfectly well that Akatsuki had no chance against the united shinobi army. Even if Madara had been on their side, they would have lost anyway, but Obito was too intoxicated by the future world and illusion, and therefore did not even notice it. Each of the Akatsuki ended up under Obito's genjutsu. All this was so that they would not betray the organization. Naruto removed the genjutsu from Deidara, but they did it unnoticed. Obito did not suspect anything. On one of the spacious wastelands there was now an army of many thousands of shinobi, which was ready to tear any enemies to shreds. They were a rabid dog, and Kage was his leash. All the village heads were now discussing all possible scenarios, with the Nara clan greatly helping with this. Kage were ready to take the battle when all the members of the Akatsuki appeared on the horizon, and next to them were walking. It can't be. How is this possible? It was heard all over the alliance. No one understood how they resurrected the past Kages and, most importantly, why they were on their side. This is the technique of the second Hokage Edo Tensei: the resurrected cannot be killed, but they can be sealed. They can't control themselves, but they can talk and think soberly. Inoichi's voice rang out in everyone's head. The alliance was visibly overjoyed when it heard that they were acting against their will. 5 Kage landed in front of the shinobi army. They looked at the approaching Akatsuki and waited for everything. Akatsuki slowly walked towards the alliance. Only when there were about 50 meters left, they stopped. There was a 5-minute silence, which was broken by Obito's laughter. Do you really think you can beat us? If so, then you are stupid idiots. On our side is Uchiha Madara himself and his student, whose identity was previously unknown. Give up. Obito said and took off his mask and folded a couple of seals. A stone coffin appeared in front of the alliance. Naruto and Deidara looked there with a sinking heart, and how happy they were when they saw Madara. The shinobi alliance was scared. They knew about the power of the shinobi god. Everyone, including Kage, was horrified, not only that the resurrected Kage were on their side, but also Uchiha Madara and his disciple. The world has gone crazy, Tsunade said. Madara came to his senses. He took a step out of the coffin and revealed himself to the world. Naruto immediately found himself near Madara and threw his hat towards the alliance. Everyone saw a blonde man whose hairstyle was exactly like that of the shinobi god. Naruto, I haven't seen you for so long. You've grown up. Madara said and smiled. I have so much to tell you, teacher. At these words, everyone who was on the battlefield fell into a precipitate. Who knew that the blonde 16 years old was a student of the great shinobi, but some were struck much more than others. Tsunade stood in shock. She could not even think that Naruto was Madara's disciple. Jiraiya only smiled when he saw them, and Itachi, who was nearby, waved to the two legends. Naruto, what about the situation? I see Obito has gone too far, right? You're right, sensei, he's gone too far. An illusion is imposed on all members of the organization. I have removed the illusion from Deidara. He is on our side. Meet me. Naruto said, and Deidara jumped down from the sky. Dana, I'm sorry I'm late. Oh, Madara-sama, I didn't notice you. You look very similar. I thought it was a clone of Dana, just with a different hair color. Deidara said and scratched his head guiltily. All the Kage stood in shock and could not move. They had just been told that Madara and his legendary disciple would be against them, but it turned out that they were not on the side of Akatsuki. Apparently. Sensei, I will take care of the Black Zetsu. It was he who imposed an illusion on you. I found out about it quite recently. I will also take over all the resurrected. Day, you have Akatsuki members on you. The alliance will help you. Do not kill any of the members of the organization. They are all under genjutsu. Knock out the maximum. Madara, you're wearing an Obito. Forward. Naruto said, and the 3 shinobi ran in different directions. No one chose Naruto as a commander, but no one resisted. Everyone knew that he was an experienced strategist and a strong shinobi, and therefore they were not against it. The alliance stood still and waited for Kage's team, who were whispering now. As it turned out, my spy in Akatsuki was Madara's student and a living legend. Tsunade asked. Can you trust them? Hei asked and looked at Naruto, who was cutting through Kisame's water clones. Yes, you can trust him, he is doing everything to save this world. If you are not ready, then do not interfere with us. A man raised his voice and all the Kage turned to him. They were again very surprised, because it was said by three not unknown people. Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Itachi stood opposite Kage and repeated their words again that, either you help, or step back and don't interfere with us. We have to help him. Should we? Oanoki asked uncomprehendingly. I'm his godfather, I wasn't with him when he was having a hard time, so I have to help him at least now to make amends. Don't interfere. Jiraiya said. I am his girlfriend and in general his wife in the future, if not now, then at what point in my life should I be with him? Tsunade-sama, you're bothering me, step away from Lord Kage. Itachi said and activated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He helped me, he guided me to a different path, thanks to this guy, I am now on your side, not on the side of the enemy. I will help him and thereby repay my debt. Said Orochimaru and the three shinobi quickly ran forward. Kage did not stop them, but only pondered their words. Everyone thought what to do, but so far they have been inactive. The trio split up, Orochimaru and Jiraiya left to help Deidara, and Itachi ran to help Naruto. Everyone decided that Madara could handle it himself, and therefore no one was going to run to him. Naruto quickly found himself near the Black Zetsu, who took control of the body of some shinobi. Why did you hang an illusion on the teacher and manipulate Obito? Naruto asked and printed out his scythe and katana. So it was you who freed Madara from the illusion. Damn brat, you're interfering with my plan. I have to resurrect my mom and you won't stop me. Said the black substance and rushed into battle. He was a lousy fighter. Therefore, after a couple of blows to the body, he was lying on the ground. Naruto summoned the white-red chains, which quickly pierced into the Black Zetsu. These chains were the height of skill. Thanks to these chains, Naruto could seal anything that these chains touched. They were the strongest weapon of the blonde, which he received when he refused Susanoo. Now Naruto had 3 eye abilities, but he didn't have Susanoo. It's time for you to retire, your plans will not come true, except defeat. You will be forever sealed in my chains and nothing will save you. I saved this terrible world, suck it. With these words, Zetsu was sucked into one of the chains, which immediately disappeared. Naruto stood and looked at where Madara and Obito were fighting. Naruto, have you finished yet? Asked Itachi, who appeared next to the blonde. Yes, we need to hurry, Obito will soon lose control of Geto Maso and all the tailed ones that were sealed in the statue will break free. I am sure that they will attack the Alliance, because they should be under Sharingan control. Damn, Obito thought out his plan too well. Naruto said, and as he looked into the water, the outlines of the tailed ones appeared in the distance. 4 tailed beasts towered over the battlefield. Naruto was near them and attracted attention. All the tailed ones, as if on command, rushed at the traitor. Naruto was only dodging, he was waiting for Obito to die, and after his death, the illusion would be removed from everyone on whom it was. Naruto did not want to harm the tailed ones, because they are Kurama's brothers, and the redhead may be offended. Itachi also went to the 5 Kage to report the situation that Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrived to help Deidara and were almost done with Akatsuki, only Haiden and Kisame remained. Everyone else is unconscious. Madara Uchiha is now talking about something with Obito, apparently he has already won. Naruto Uzumaki restrains 4 tails that are under the control of Uchiha Obito. At the moment, we can say that the alliance was as close to victory as ever. Kage, as they heard the information from the battlefield, relaxed, all their shinobi were now fighting against the resurrected Kage. Orochimaru, after helping to knock out Kisame, went to his negligent student, he went to Kabuto. Orochimaru found Kabuto immediately, because his chakra became similar to the chakra of the snake itself. You took the wrong path, Kabuto, aren't you ashamed? Orochimaru asked and appeared right next to the student. Cancel Edo Tensei and I will continue to consider you my disciple, otherwise, I will kill you, said Orochimaru and looked menacingly at the student. Orochimaru-sama, you're alive, I'm so glad. After all, I did all this just because I wanted to meet you in Tsukuyomi. I will cancel everything right now, forgive me, Orochimaru-sama, Yakushi said and tears appeared in his eyes. Kabuto was crying with happiness. He was so happy that the person who was dear to him was alive that he didn't even notice how he started crying. Yakushi cancelled Edo Tensei and the souls of the called began to go to the afterlife. The technique was interrupted. And the victory was already in the pocket. Why are you so stupid, Obito? Did you really believe that? There is no peace and there never will be. The world is just a fairy tale for fools. You will always lose someone, this is the unchanging truth of life, you can lose everyone and everything, but continue to live. However, if you lose yourself, then you will cease to live. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Madara asked and looked at Uchihara. I realized how stupid I was. It's only now that I realized this, on my deathbed. If someone had told me that earlier, I would have fixed it, but I was a fool. The guy said with tears in his eyes. Cancel your genjutsu and consider that Naruto and I have forgiven you. Let's go back to Konoha together. Madara said, and suddenly his soul began to go to the afterlife. Madara just smiled and folded a couple of seals with which he was alive again. You are really amazing, after all, the shinobi god is not a joke to you. I agree with you, Madara. Obito said and started to get up, but Madara didn't let him do it. Lie down here, Naruto will come for you. Now we have to declare victory. People need it. Madara said and left. Obito lay for a long time until a fox came running after him, which took him in its mouth and quickly ran away in the direction of Konoha. All this time, Obito was thinking about his actions. He was wondering what Naruto or Kakashi would say, because he had caused them both so much pain as he had never caused anyone. But Obito decided not to think about it, he left everything to chance. After Madara returned to the Shinobi Alliance, he announced their glorious victory. All shinobi went to celebrate, everyone was glad that this war was over. Everyone understood that by their actions they had saved this damn world, but now they all had no time for that. They all went to celebrate another victory. Naruto, how have you been living all this time, without me? Madara asked and sat down next to the blonde, who was exhausted from the battle with the tailed ones and was now recovering. Sensei, it's fine, I've been waiting for you to meet people dear to me. Itachi should be coming soon, she said she had important news for me. Naruto said and smiled. By the way, Madara, I found out who my grandfather was, I found out where I got the Sharingan from. Wow, well, tell me, don't Tom. Maybe you are connected with me not only by friendship, but also by blood, said Madara, who was very interested in his disciple's bloodline. My father is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage and the greatest shinobi, but my grandfather is quite an interesting personality. My grandfather was Azuna Uchiha, your younger brother. The blonde smiled with the corners of his lips and looked at the sky, which was red. Sunset was approaching. Madara couldn't utter a word, he was too shocked by this news. He would never have thought that Naruto was somehow related to his brother. Madara sat and smiled involuntarily, he really didn't realize it yet, but when he realized that he was smiling stupidly, he didn't mind. After a couple of minutes, a happy Itachi appeared near Naruto, who politely bowed to Madara and rushed at the blonde with hugs. Naruto didn't understand why Itachi was so happy, but he was happy for her. Naruto, you're going to be a dad soon. Tsunade-sama said I was pregnant. The girl said, which made Naruto and Madara freeze in shock. Madara was glad that he would be able to babysit his brother's great-grandchildren, and he was glad for Naruto. Nevertheless, the blonde man became a new brother for Madara. And as it turned out, not only named, but also related to him by blood. Naruto couldn't say anything, he was happy, so he hugged Itachi tightly and whispered with tears of happiness, "I love you." 5 years later Naruto and Madara became heroes of that war. Obito was soon rehabilitated, the whole world recognized that he was blinded by stupid ideas, and therefore they forgave him. After the recognition, Obito became the 6th Hokage, neither Naruto nor Kakashi blamed him for anything. They were happy for their friend. Itachi and Naruto got married quickly after the war and they had a baby girl, whom they named Tsunayaki Star. In character, she went to Itachi, and in appearance to Naruto, only her hair was red. Apparently they got it from Kushina. Naruto was happy, he became a role model for everyone, a man who sacrificed everything in order to preserve peace. Naruto has become a real hero. Madara spent all his free time with Sunya, he taught her the art of shinobi, the girl was a real genius, she grasped everything on the fly. Madara and Naruto were proud of her, the tailed animals returned back to the people, and they themselves expressed a desire to live with them. They were resealed in Jinchuriki, but now all Jinchuriki respect, not hate. Deidara became the new Tsuchikage, Oanoki gave up his post almost immediately after the war. Sasori returned to Sunu and also became a new Kazekage, he was quite a strong and respected shinobi. Kisame returned to Kiri and soon married Mei, who was crazy about her husband. Haiden and Kakuzu were invited to Konoha as shinobi. They were given a second chance and they agreed without hesitation. They didn't mind living in the same village with two legends at once. Sasuke, who turned 17, was in love with Ino, who reciprocated and a new couple appeared in Konoha. Itachi and Naruto were happy for Sasuke, and therefore pushed him to the wedding, but the latter was constantly finding excuses and therefore they were not married to Ino yet. The story of Naruto Uzumaki is coming to an end. The guy has come a long way from being hated by the whole village, to being a role model. Naruto was glad that he was able to build a new world in which everything is fine. Maybe. Well, that's the end, thank you all for being with me during this time. I will start writing a new work soon, I promise you it will be better than this one. I'll jump over my head again, isn't that the essence of our life? I could burn. My last birth is burning there. This sea is beyond our shoulders, only the executioner will knock on the shoulders with one phrase, what will be sharper than a sword, I don't like it. This is the end of a great story. Remember that it is finished.